Welcome on this Wednesday, September the 18th, 2019. I'm David Knight, your host. Today, it's been a lot of time last night reading the new Snowden book. It's actually not 400 pages. It's about a little over 300 pages, at least on the hard copy version that I got. But I got through almost all of it, and we're going to get through quite a bit of it today. I think it's kind of interesting. There's some good, some bad, and some misinformation in it. And so we're going to talk about that. And we're going to talk about his personal recollection. I mean, we're not going to get into the details of his life. A good deal of the book is about growing up and how he got into computers and how he got into technology. A lot of it is really about 9/11. Yeah, he claims that was his justification for, getting into the intelligence agencies. It was the opportunity as well because they were wide open. Anybody who had some technical capability and a security clearance, and he made sure he had both of those, could get in without a college degree. But we're going to take a look at what it tells us. And we're also going to take a look at the fact that the Department of Justice has now tried to, they filed a lawsuit not to stop it, which is kind of interesting. They've never done this before. In the past, they've always stopped books from being published if they had an issue with them, if they thought that it violated national security. This particular time, what they're doing is they're going to allow it to continue being published. I mean, we had Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Schaefer. Remember when he published his book and they stopped it? And they confiscated several thousand copies of it, paid tens of thousands of dollars to have them all shredded. Why? Because he said, we knew about this months before. We had picked up intelligence and nobody wanted to do anything about it, that this was being put together. They said, nope, can't put that out there. And so they stopped it. They took it off the market. They tried to stop it from being republished as a redo. And they have blocked other memoirs from going out and taken other memoirs off. So this is the first time that they've come out and said, well, we're not going to completely block it. We're going to just take the money from it. Did they co-write it? We're going to take a look at some of the things that were said there. Like I said, there's good, bad, and there's misinformation. So that is coming up. We have the Pentagon now is canceling 3 border wall projects, they say, because the costs went up. That's right, those financial watchdogs at the Pentagon. They're pinching every penny. They're watching every penny. And I'm just imagining that you're going to have one weapon system after the other now being taken off of the Pentagon's list because they're all into cost overflow plus, right? I mean, when has the Pentagon ever done anything on budget? Never done anything on budget. And this little teeny tiny amount. I mean, remember, we had an $80 billion increase in the Pentagon's budget. That was the increase. That's more than the entire defense budget of Russia, but that was just our increase. And out of that, the Pentagon and the Democrats and the Republicans, quite frankly, could not find money for President Trump's wall. And the judiciary said, you can't do it. You don't have the authority. Well, he does. They are the ones who don't have the authority. But they have the authority if you give it to them. They have the authority if you lay down and say, well, I can't read the Constitution or I don't care what it says. And that goes for the state governors as well, who have caved in, state governors and state legislators, as well as you and I, on so many different issues, have caved to judicial tyranny. It is tyranny if they take away our freedoms, our liberty, and our Constitution by saying, I'm the one who makes that decision here. And now that's being done again with the wall. Interestingly enough, these little 20 miles of here construction, they admit they picked these because the wall already even existed there. Again, it was just another repair job. It wasn't any new wall. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome on this Wednesday, September the 18th, year of our Lord 2019. I'm David Knight, your host. Today we're going to talk about Ed Snowden's permanent record, the good, the bad, and the misinformation. I spent a great deal of time last night reading most of the book. I took copious notes, and as I tweeted out today, you can find it on Libertarian. If you're not watching the broadcast there, we stream it there every day. But as I said, if I can stay awake, I'll give you the good, bad, and the misinformation out of Snowden's new book. But before we do, real quickly, I thought these news items were kind of informative. Today, we have a report from the Daily Mail about a British prisoner, a convicted drug dealer. His name is Sam Walker. And he claims he has footage of another criminal, Charles Bronson, who hasn't been seen for a while. And it's like, Charles Bronson? Yeah, I haven't seen him since A Great Escape and Death Wish. No, it's not that Charles Bronson. This is a different guy. And the other Charles Bronson has disappeared, unfortunately, as well. They don't make them like that anymore. But this convicted drug dealer, Sam Walker, and what's interesting about this is that he's been able to maintain multiple social media accounts while serving time in prison. His Twitter accounts have about 19,000 followers. His YouTube account has 1,000. Isn't that amazing? You see, you can be a convicted drug dealer and you can have an account on YouTube, but not if you are a reporter for Inf0Wars. Yeah, you have to find us on band.video and BitChute and several other places. You can also find the show on podcasts and so forth, but not on YouTube, not by Google. They're okay with convicted drug dealers, but not with me. How about that? And I'm going to tell you why I'm a lot more dangerous than a convicted drug dealer. Because I, number one, tell you about the war on drugs and what a scam that is. I tell you about the war on terror, and we're going to talk about that in context with the Snowden book. Also, this one, Facebook, not only allows Islamic State, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda web pages, Facebook pages, but they create them automatically. Facebook is automatically creating Al-Qaeda and ISIS pages. Again, I'm banned from Facebook. I imagine at some point in time, they will auto-generate a page for me so that they can attack me and misrepresent what I do, as they have consistently done. But this is the interesting thing. I didn't know that Facebook was auto-generating pages for some businesses. And that's what they're saying. It's like, well, we didn't do it to help our buddies at the CIA, at In-Q-Tel, and these other places that helped us to get started. You know, LifeLog, the DARPA project, that was shut down the day that Facebook started because, you know, Facebook's going to be your permanent record. Yeah, Snowden doesn't really talk about that. And so they're auto-generating pages for businesses. And they said, well, you know, what we do is we go through and we scrape Facebook and other sources to see, for example, who people are working for. And then we generate business pages. And so it's like, so how does this work? I mean, we got a page for Mohammed Atta on Facebook as well. And I guess they scraped his Facebook page and saw where he put down their employer, Al-Qaeda. He failed to mention CIA. And so then they create a Facebook page for him or Osama bin Laden or whatever, you know, as long as these guys don't put down the CIA as their employer, I guess it's okay. And when I look at this, because if they auto-generate a page, then if they generate one of these for your business, then you can't change it, right? You can't admin it. You can't take people off. But, of course, people can't comment or post on them, they said. So I don't know exactly how this thing works because even before I was removed, my program was removed from Facebook. I took a short look at that decade ago. And it's like, no. I don't want to have anything to do with this. I deleted my pages a long, long time ago. They probably got them in the permanent record of the NSA or the Facebook archives, but I don't really care. There wasn't anything that I live my life as an open book, and I'm trying to keep anything secret from anybody, obviously. I tell you exactly what I think. There's no filters on what I think. But I didn't, there's not anything on Facebook if they even kept that there. But I saw it and I thought it was pretty creepy, pretty useless, a big time waster. I didn't want anything to do with it. And that's basically what I have done with social media. Nothing, except for Twitter. That's the only place that I've ever had a presence. I got on Twitter for a while, used it kind of as a news aggregating source a little bit, but not too much. And then I started posting on it. posting videos. You can find him, Libertarian is my page. But I look at this and I wonder how long it's going to be before they start auto-generating pages for you and I. And putting up garbage. I mean, think about it as Wikipedia for the masses. I'm glad that I don't have a Wikipedia entry. I don't want one because most of it is garbage. It's fake. It's attacks. And I don't want any misinformation out there about me. I remember how it bothered Joseph Farah at WND, how the lies that they were telling about him on Wikipedia. And it's, try to correct it, but, it just depends on who these editors, you got somebody who wants to be a hound from hell, following you all the time, posting fake information about you. He puts it up there. So, yeah, I'm not on Wikipedia, and I'm glad. And I don't want to be on Facebook, and probably you don't want to either. But, if they're going to scrape people's information and auto-generate pages, and if they're going to look at Muhammad Atta and some of these other people, and I guess they've got their employer listed as Al-Qaeda, I wonder, have they created a Facebook page for John McCain? Do they have his LinkedIn connections to Al-Qaeda, Al-Nusra, the Mujahideen, ISIS, and so forth? Do they have that for John McCain? I wonder. And then there's Bill Gates, who says he wishes that he hadn't met with pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. I wonder if Facebook and LinkedIn have him linked to Jeffrey Epstein now. We have him linked to Jeffrey Epstein. We have him linked on the flights and so forth. He said, I had no business or personal relationship with him. I wouldn't go that far. Well, how far would you go with Jeffrey Epstein? How far did you travel on his plane? How far, even more importantly, perhaps, how far did Microsoft go with the intelligence community, with PRISM? How far are they going right now to overthrow freedom of the press with NewsGuard? How far will Microsoft and DARPA go to overthrow our election with Election Guard? I mean, they set up a couple of shell corporations wholly owned by Microsoft. DARPA's already given them, at least openly, a $10 million financing. Now, we can't find any money anywhere in the Defense Department to do anything about a border wall, right? These 3 projects have just been shut down. The Pentagon said that they were going to cost too much. They were going to cost more than we'd budgeted. And, we are really fiscal hawks here at the Pentagon with our $600 toilet seats. I mean, that was decades ago. It's probably $6,000 for a toilet seat now. And as I've said many times, the lady who worked in the tourist shop in a little town here in Texas, I went in hanging out while my wife was browsing around. Nobody else was in the store. She started dialoguing about her career working in the Pentagon, doing audits of trillions of dollars missing. And that got my attention, so I just started listening to her and asking her some questions. And she said, yeah, I retired just before 9/11. That plane? Yeah, that plane. That plane went right into the office where I used to work. We had all these congressmen and other people who had just taken early retirement because they were going to be facing prosecution. And then that plane just came in right after that, right after I left. I got really lucky. I said, who do you listen to for your news? Oh, I listen to Fox. It's like, okay, I understand. So Jeffrey Epstein says, Bill Gates says, Epstein was just introduced to me as somebody who could bring more people in for philanthropy. Oh, is that what we call it now? I had no relationship with him. He was just responsible for entertainment, personnel, recruitment. We'll be right back. Yeah, round and round we go, and where this Russiagate stuff ends, we don't know. Will it ever end? I don't think it's going to end even after President Trump leaves. That's become the favorite kicking boy of the Democrats, and they're still at it again. We're going to get into Ed Snowden's book. Permanent Record came out yesterday. I stayed up late last night, and I'm going to start on this in this segment here. His memoirs, his life story. What's going on with that? And it's kind of interesting how there's been a lawsuit filed to stop that. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about, I got a lot of clips from this book we're going to talk about here. Before we do, however, I think it's kind of interesting because here's some more declassification. Here's some more whistleblowing. This is whistleblowing and declassification being done by President Trump. Yes. The guy that they tried to overthrow in jail and take out and overthrow the election. A statement by the White House press office said that Trump has directed the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the place where James Clapper used to hang out, the Department of Justice and the FBI to declassify about 20 pages of a highly sensitive application for surveillance against Carter Page, a one-time Trump foreign policy aide. This is a very specific request down to the page numbers, reports NBC, made by the Republican members of the House Judiciary and Intelligence Committees this summer. Justice and intelligence officials have resisted releasing the information on the grounds it was too sensitive. So is Trump having to override Attorney General Barr, the Bush #1 holdover? He also ordered the agencies to public release in full all text messages related to the Russian investigation of former FBI Director James Comey, former Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, former FBI employees Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, and current Justice Department lawyer Bruce Orr. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens with this. Is this going to be applauded by the left? Because we do want full disclosure and transparency and information about what these people are doing, right? Isn't that the case? So that's one of the big problems, as I said yesterday. In pre-release interviews by Ed Snowden, there was a big hint of partisanship in what he was having to say. And I think it not only undermines what he has to say, but calls into question some of it. And we're going to get into some of that as well. And it's a shame, too, because, when we try to interview these whistleblowers, Snowden and his people are not amenable to talking to conservative press like William Binney has. William Binney will talk to anybody. He doesn't care where you are on the political spectrum. He'll talk to conservatives. He'll talk to liberals because he really wants to do the right thing. He wants to inform the American people. He is straight up and honest, and you can go by everything that William Binney said. And he said that there was no hack of the DNC. He is technically the most competent person you can find. He was global technical head of the NSA for decades. And you're not going to find anybody in Washington with any more integrity than William Binney. There are other people like Thomas Drake with a great deal of integrity and technical capability. I've interviewed him as well. But some of these people like Ed Snowden just don't want to come on if they identify you as conservative or if you support President Trump's policies in any way, shape, or form. No. Not going to talk to you. We support Obama. And that kind of blind partisanship does not serve us well. That is how they can keep anything from being changed. And so as we're talking about this, let's play the clip from Congressman McCarthy, the House Minority Leader. He said, we came pretty close to having a coup. This is video clip number 2.
And Leader McCarthy, I want to get your reaction to a draft of the Department of Justice Inspector General report on the Russia probe now being in the hands of Attorney General William Barr. It looks like we're actually going to get to the bottom of the Russia probe. A lot of people don't realize you were among the leaders out there making sure that people understood what took place. And you exposed the fraud, just the way Congressman Nunes did and John Ratcliffe. Congressman Ratcliffe has been on this program a lot. What should we expect?
Well, I can't thank Devin and John Ratcliffe and Jim Jordan and the others enough for how much they have done on this. Because what we were finding, and remember, we had to pull this information out. There were people at the highest levels in the government that were causing this problem, but were not allowing. We came the closest ever to this country having a coup, and now we need accountability. I respect this Attorney General so greatly that the way he has handled this, he believes in accountability, but more importantly, he believes in the rule of law.
Are we going to see accountability, though, really? I mean,
yes.
Andrew McCabe, they are recommending charging an indictment here. Will we see an indictment?
We will see an indictment. And remember what we're talking about here. Here's the #2 at the FBI, who are going after individuals, trying to prosecute them, believing that they have lied when he's lying himself. When law enforcement does not uphold the law, when tries to put their thumb on the scale, that to me is where we really have to stand for accountability.
So far, anything about Jim Comey, he's getting off. I mean, people want to know.
In the end, I do not believe Jim Comey will get off. America sees that the president was correct about firing this individual. How worse would it have been if this man was still in his job today? What he was doing and what he was saying. What's even worse is the Democratic Party wants McCabe to come to a fundraiser. That's absurd.
Unbelievable. a lot of people point to the CIA being one of the masterminds, John Brennan. Are we going to see John Brennan come back and answer some questions?
Anyone that has had any association with trying to create this coup should be held accountable. I believe just had a conversation with Lindsey Graham. I know he'll bring individuals back into his committee, and I know we will not stop. And I give all trust within this Attorney General Barr that he is doing what is right and will uphold it. He'll take it wherever the evidence and facts lead him.
You said this is the closest thing to a coup. That's unbelievable. Both sides of the aisle should be outraged by that.
Just go back to what the text said. During the campaign, when they were concerned that President Trump at the time, candidate could win, don't worry, we have an insurance policy. And now we're finding all that insurance policy out. Those people should be held accountable because no one who ever runs for president should have to go through that again.
Well, I don't think it is the closest that we've ever come to a coup. Because, quite frankly, we've had... did you ever notice that JFK was assassinated? You remember that? Where were you when that happened, Kevin McCarthy? Did you ever notice that we had our entire Constitution overthrown after 9/11? Did you notice that? Was that a coup? We didn't change any elected officials, but the elected officials changed the Constitution. And the Constitution is the real king of this country. So, yeah, we've had a coup. Now, they're focusing on the idea that we've got corrupt individuals. Yeah, that's very obvious, that we have corrupt individuals who operate as a law unto themselves. But unlike the church hearings that we had, the church committee hearings that we had about the out-of-control CIA, they're not quite so publicized Pike committee hearings in the House about the out-of-control NSA. They're not even proposing any kind of institutional reform. See, that's the difference that we see here. I think it's very important to lock up people who have violated the law, who have violated their oath of office, but nobody is even talking about any institutional reform. Nobody is even talking about how the FISA court, the FISA Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, that was created to try to control and stop the CIA and NSA, who had already been spying on American citizens for a decade at the time. Nobody talks about how that was perverted and used to enhance that mass surveillance. So that's what we're going to talk about when we come back. We're going to take a look at Ed Snowden's book, Permanent Record. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Yeah, we're going to analyze Ed Snowden as he went on the record and as he talked about the permanent record that they're keeping about you. And so there's some good stuff in this book. There really is. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about some of the misinformation that's in this book, some of the things that perhaps he's blind to, or maybe he doesn't want to say. As we look at this, I think one of the interesting things that came out of this, as I mentioned earlier in the show, is the fact the Department of Justice has now filed suit against Ed Snowden over this book, Permanent Record. They allege that Snowden violated his non-disclosure agreements by failing to submit his manuscript to agencies for pre-publication review. We had Sibel Edmonds. I tweeted it out at my Twitter account this morning, what she had to say, because I thought it was very important what she had to say. She, of course, wrote a book about 9/11 and what she saw as she was working with the FBI there. And her book was classified, or is Classified Woman. She said, "This is another misinformation campaign. I went through this entire process with my book, Classified Woman. I can assure you there is not a single mega corporate publisher who would take on a government intelligence whistleblower book without government clearance in advance. She said between 2008 and 2012, every single mega corporate publisher and their attorneys in the U.S., including the publisher of Snowden's book, Permanent Record, that's Macmillan, issued in writing this notice, quote, without the agencies, and that would be the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, etc., without the agency's pre-publication clearance in writing, we will not publish books by intelligence whistleblowers. So how did this book get published in the first place, right? Why would they do that? I mean, maybe they're just thumbing their nose at the Department of Justice, or maybe not. Maybe there's something else going on here. Sibel is curious about that. You know, we have other books that are in the pipeline. We have John Bolton, who we'll be talking more about here in just a moment, as the director of the Project for New American Century. He is now in talks with literary agents. He says he's got a lot to dish, said one or two sources familiar with the situation. We have a book that is coming out from former Defense Secretary James Mattis. And in writing about this, the American Conservative says, well, this is the tell-all book that Mattis didn't want published. Officials who write about their former government service must wade through a tangle of dense red tape and clearance regulations. And sometimes they risk their fortunes and their freedom. That's just what happened to retired Navy Commander Guy Snodgrass, who served for 17 months as speechwriter to former Defense Secretary James Mattis. The Defense Department slow-rolled approval of the manuscript. The book was called Holding the Line Inside Trump's Pentagon with Secretary Mattis. The publisher, Penguin Random House, billed it as, quote, an insider's sometimes shocking account of Mattis's tenure. Mattis said Snodgrass's book violated his trust, and the Pentagon dragged its feet on approving it, claiming that conversations that Snodgrass had written about were, quote, off limits. After Snodgrass filed a lawsuit, Mattis completed a whirlwind media blitz after his own book, Call Sign Chaos, was released on September the 3rd. And then the concerns suddenly disappeared. Mattis had written to Snodgrass that his book appeared to be violating the trust, that you were a member of my staff, and so forth. I believe you're aware of non-public information that is not to be shared. But the deal is that there's no, there is nothing that legally prevents him from talking about private conversations that he had with the defense secretary if they're not classified. There is no legal duty to protect the confidences of high-ranking officials, writes the American Conservative. There's only the classification system. So if this is something that is classified, then you can't write about it. But if it's not classified, you can. And so they said, nevertheless, there's a lot of intimidation tactics. There's a lot of foot dragging that can happen. And the government, of course, can always drag you into court. And they have unlimited legal resources, just like Google and Facebook and so forth. So this could go on until you are bankrupted, which is essentially what Peter Van Buren, who was accused of exposing classified material in his book about his time that he spent in Iraq. One more example of this, and that is Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Schaefer, who's been a frequent guest on Inf0Wars. He said, when they came after his book, Operation Dark Heart, the Defense Intelligence Agency hounded him over disclosures that he made. He wrote that Able Danger Project that he'd worked on had identified 4 of the September 11 hijackers months earlier than the 9/11 Commission had reported. They'd ignored it. Dark Heart had been cleared by Army censors, and then it was printed. Then it was published. And then the DIA suddenly declared the book contained accounts of clandestine operations and black ops programs that could cause serious damage to national security. They were able to obtain all of the books that had been printed. There was 9,500 printed books. I got them all. They spent $47,300 to shred each and every one of them. This unprecedented censorship, writes the American Conservative, made front page news on the New York Times. The resulting controversy propelled the second book, heavily redacted, to the bestseller list of the New York Times. So as we look at that, as we look at what they did to try to slow walk and harass and drag their feet on a book by Snodgrass until James Mattis could get his book out first. It didn't have anything classified. Other people, things that were not classified, things that were cleared by Army censors, and then the publisher went ahead and published that. And then you have, as Sibel Edmonds points out, they made it very clear that you would not print anything that had not been pre-cleared by the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the U.S. Army, and so forth. You would not print any of that. And if you are a mega corporation, are you going to defy those orders of the intelligence community, the military industrial complex? Are you going to do that? So how in the world did Snowden's book get published in the first place? And then it gets even more interesting because in the past, what they've always done is to block the book or destroy the book. And yet in this particular case, they say, well, you can continue to sell the book and we'll keep the profits. Nothing to see here. Move on. But let's take a look at what is actually in the book. And, you know, there are some good things in this book. Let's start with his comments about liberty and privacy. He says this, Snowden says this, the freedom of a country can only be measured by its respect for the rights of its citizens, and in my conviction, these rights are, in fact, limitations of state power. That's exactly right. See, the liberals, and typically Obama had said this before he got elected as he was teaching about the Constitution that he would subsequently defy every aspect of. As he was teaching about the Constitution in a university class, he said, well, and you see the recordings of this, we got positive rights and we got negative rights. Now, positive rights are all the free stuff that Bernie and Biden and Elizabeth Warren and everybody else in the Democrat Party want to give you. That's a positive right. You have a right to health care. You have a right to free college. You have a right to come into this country if you want to come into this country. All these different things, right? But it's stuff that you must proactively be given. Healthcare, education, housing, food, clothing, even income, universal basic income. All these things, they say, are positive rights. They're not. They're not. They're really more accurately described as entitlements. Things that you say you're entitled to that other people have to provide for you. Now, the idea that Snowden says here, limitations of state power against God-given rights, or in the words of the Declaration of Independence, rights that we are endowed by with our Creator, right? So that's really what he's talking about. So that's really, but they call that negative. Now, that's really the basis of this country, and he said that. He said, these rights are, in fact, limitations of state power that define exactly where and when a government may not infringe into that domain of personal or individual freedoms. That, during the American Revolution, was called liberty. During the Internet Revolution, it is called privacy. I agree with that, except that I would just put this caveat here. Privacy is necessary for liberty, but privacy is not sufficient for liberty. Let's make that clear. We'll be right back with more from the Ed Snowden book. We're really going to get into the quotes. That's next segment. Stay with us. Welcome back. We're taking a look at Ed Snowden's book, Permanent Record. And as I said, we're going to break. Great quote. The freedom of a country can only be measured by its respect for the rights of its citizens. Those are accomplished. He said these rights are, in fact, limitations of state power that define exactly where and when a government may not infringe into that domain of personal or individual freedoms. During the American Revolution, that was called liberty. During the Internet Revolution, that's called privacy. Well, his definition of what rights are is spot on, and we did call that liberty. And as I said, however, though, it's kind of like, privacy is necessary in order for us to have liberty, but it is not the end sum of liberty. It includes a lot of other things like due process, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, the right to keep and bear arms, and so forth. It's kind of like when you see them look at other planets and they say, look, we found water. That means there's life. It's like, no, it doesn't. Water is necessary for life as we know it, but it's not sufficient. Going back, this goes back to spontaneous generation that Charles Darwin was. He with the crude tools and microscopes they had at the time, it's like, oh, well, I see, if I set this water here for a long period of time, I see life spontaneously generate out of it. And it's like, no, it's getting stagnant, and the bacteria that were already present are multiplying in sufficient numbers that you can see them with your crude tools. It's not generating life. And you're not going to generate life on another planet if you've simply got water. But it is a necessary condition for life, and privacy is a necessary condition for liberty. But it's not sufficient for liberty. There's many other things involved there as well. But it is, by and large, a great quote. And then he had, I want to talk about the good stuff that he had here. When he talks about his indoctrination classes at the CIA, because he was a private contractor, then he went to work for the CIA and NSA and various private contractors and various organizations. He had actually joined the Army for a brief stint right after 9/11, but he washed out because of an injury. So there's a lot of details about his life that you can find in that book if you're interested. But I'm really more interested in what he has to say about the nature of our out-of-control intelligence community. He said in the indoctrination class, the INDOC class at the CIA school, he said, presenters were preaching to the choir. You don't need to tell a bunch of computer whizzes that they possess superior knowledge and skills that uniquely qualify them to act independently and make decisions on behalf of their fellow citizens without any oversight or reviews. He said this represented the great nexus, in his view, the great nexus of the intelligence community and the tech industry. Both are entrenched and unelected powers that pride themselves on maintaining absolute secrecy about their developments. Both believe that they have the solutions for everything, and they never hesitate to unilaterally impose these solutions on other people. They both believe these solutions are inherently apolitical because they're based on data, whose prerogatives are regarded as preferable to the chaotic whims of the common citizen. In other words, they're arrogant elitists who believe that they're above the law and they ought to be able to do whatever they want. Now, yeah, he talks about the arrogance, the elitism, and he apologizes for some of that he'd expressed to people as a young kid coming in to some of these agencies as an outside contractor. He was very young because he knew about computers, and he would come in, and these people who had been working there for their entire life, middle-aged, and but not knowing anything about the tools of computers that he was well-versed in, he said he was very arrogant toward them at first, but then he got to be very good friends with them and really respected them and regretted his arrogance. But folks, when we look at this and we look at, let's go to the next quote, continuing with this quote. He said, being indoctrinated into the intelligence community, like becoming an expert at technology, has powerful psychological effects. All of a sudden, you have not just the license, listen to this, you have not just the license, but the obligation to lie, conceal, dissemble, and dissimulate. This creates a sense of tribalism, which can lead many to believe that their primary allegiance is to the institution and not to the rule of law, and certainly not to those common people who don't have the insight, don't have the intelligence that they do, right? That's you and I think, right? Because we're not part of the club. It's a club and you ain't in it. Remember how this is the second time that we've seen this in just a short period of time. The other time being the Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who was formerly, just before this position, head of the CIA, and before that, he had attended West Point. And here's what Mike Pompeo bragged about at Texas A&M, saying the same thing. Here, let's play that clip.
When I was a cadet, what's the cadet motto at West Point? You will not lie, cheat, or steal, or tolerate those who do. I was the CIA director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. It was like we had entire training courses.
Now, when we have a society that no longer recognizes the difference between good and evil, no longer recognizes or values the rule of law, has completely ignored everything that we know as the basis of Western civilization, as we know as the evil of mankind. That's why, that's the perspective that the founders of this country set up. And so we know that man is inherently fallen and evil. Why? Because the Bible tells me so. Now, whatever their individual faith was, everybody in America at the time the Constitution was written came from that basic worldview, just as everybody today is coming from the worldview of secular humanism, where I am my own God and whatever I can get away with is just fine. And if I'm smarter than the next guy, it is, animal eat animal. And they don't realize how this is going to come back around to get them. The founders said the only way that we're going to preserve the society that we've created is if we have a moral society, and we no longer have a moral society. You've got somebody like Mike Pompeo, a professing Christian, who went to West Point, where the code of honor is still taught to people. I don't know, maybe it didn't really take, or maybe as Mike Pompeo went to the CIA and his indoc classes, his indoctrination classes, he came to think just like Ed Snowden. He's smarter than other people. He's more powerful than other people. He can do whatever he can get away with. And as Snowden says, you not only have the license, but the obligation to lie, conceal, dissemble, and dissimulate. You can destroy, you can lie, you can steal, you can cheat, you can do all those things. We have classes on it, and they taught those classes to Ed Snowden. And he's warning us about the moral decay, not only of our government institutions, but our society, because you heard the people there that conservative audience at Texas A&M laughing and applauding Mike Pompeo when he said, we lie, we cheat, we steal, we have classes on it. You want that kind of government? That's exactly what you got. And you know what it looks like? It looks like what we've seen with this Russiagate attempted coup with President Trump. And they're not talking about changing the fundamental structure of our society. We've got more quotes from Ed Snowden, and I think some of the most interesting things he has to say are about 9/11 and about the internal Wikipedia and news organizations inside the CIA. Yes, they've got their own Facebook, they've got their own Wikipedia, they've got their own news source. He said it was kind of funny. We would sit there and look at their news. Well, I'll tell you that when we come back, because we're running out of time here, and I want to tell you about the products that we have at InfoWarsStore.com, because, folks, that's how we fund this program and everything that we do at InfoWars. It's how we fund Band.video. As I said at the beginning of the program, you've got a guy who is a convicted drug dealer. He's got his own YouTube channel. We're not allowed to have that. You've got Facebook creating automatic pages for ISIS and Al-Qaeda. We don't have that. We've been banned from both those platforms. So if you want to find us, you can find us at band.video. And if you want to support us, you'll find the products that we sell at InfoWarsStore.com. We got a T-shirt up there telling Beto that he doesn't have the right to defy the Constitution. You know, he's not even a part of the CIA. What's this guy think? So it's a picture of an AR-15, and underneath it, it says Beto not. And we have a lot of specials on natural products that are very safe, very effective, and right now, very heavily discounted. To help your health and your family's health, and to help InfoWars as well. We've got Super Male Vitality right now, 50% off, and you get a free Ultimate Female Force, along with that 50% off of the Super Male Vitality. We also have Ultra 12, our vitamin B12 formula, 50% off. We have 50% off Brain Force Plus when bought with Chill Force, our new product to help you relax. Brain Force, of course, helps you to focus, to recall, but then at the end of the day, you want to be able to chill out, and that's what we got with that pair. Right now, you can get 50% off Brain Force when you buy the two together. We have a total gut health combo pack that is 75% off. Take a look at the products we have at InfoWarsStore.com. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're analyzing Ed Snowden's book in this hour. And, of course, it's his book that was published, Permanent Record. The Department of Justice has now come out in an unprecedented move saying, we don't like this book, but we're going to let it be published, or we're going to take the money for it. They've never done that before. As Sibel Edmonds pointed out, as I read her tweets, going all the way back to 2008, they made it very clear that you're going to get anything that might be from a whistleblower in the military or any of the intelligence agencies or law enforcement, any of that stuff, because, you know, everything now is classified, right? Everything is national security. And, you know, it used to be that we used to make jokes, you know, hey, don't make a federal case out of it. Well, now everything is a federal case out of it. You know, everything that there ought to be a law, and we make a federal case out of everything. And it's no longer a free country, and it's no longer the case that anything is not kept from the people. There is no transparency in government at any level. Try getting some information from your state or local government. It's become as closed-lipped as the CIA and the NSA used to be. If I tell you, I'll have to kill you. And they almost pretty much mean that. But they just don't let these books go out without authorization. So what is that about? We should ask that question as well. But let's take a look at some of the things that he has to say. And quite frankly, you know, when we look at his recollections in the book, there's a lot of stuff here about what life was like when he was growing up. He was born in 1983 and so forth, you know, and as he came in contact with the internet, a lot of nostalgia, you know, about early internet, slow connection speeds, online video games and so forth, and how the world has changed since he was a kid, because now he's 36, I guess. But when you look at what he describes in terms of his career, and I think this is important, we look at the fact that the government is going to allow this book to continue to go out. If the CIA and the NSA are looking for sociopaths, and John Kiriakou, a CIA whistleblower who went to jail for exposing the torture program of the CIA that was underneath Gina Haspel. She was the one who destroyed the videotapes and so forth, and then now President Trump has promoted her to head of the agency. But as John Kiriakou said, they're looking for sociopaths. They don't want you full-on sociopath. But you got to be part of that spectrum there, the psychological profile spectrum. Well, if they're looking for people like that, this book is a perfect recruitment tool. Because in it, he talks about all the cool things that he got to do. He got to go live in Geneva, Switzerland for a while, in Hawaii and Japan. He was paid a lot of money. Travel, money, power over other people's lives, being part of an insider group that has unbelievable power. All these things are yours if you will bow down and worship me, says Satan, and the NSA and the CIA and the federal government. Today's manifestation of Satan. Yeah, all those are there. You just bow down and worship me. You join this organization, and all of these things that you see written about his life there, those are all going to be yours. It's a very effective tool. If somebody doesn't have when you come into this book, depending on your perspective, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, is he going to tell people the truth finally? Is he going to get around this compartmentalization that he says he suffered from? Is he going to come clean? To some degree he does, but it's not really anything new. Not really. He has some good passages in there. But for the most part, if you were to read the life story of this stuff, it is a recruitment tool. And then there's this. He said, few realize this. When he went to work for the CIA, he said they have their own internet and their own web. They have their own Facebook, which allows agents to interact socially. And they got their own kind of Wikipedia. He said the first thing everybody looks up on the CIA's internal networks are aliens and 9/11. And when we come back, I'll tell you what the CIA's Wikipedia says about aliens, 9/11, chemtrails, and many other things. We'll be right back with more from Ed Snowden's book. Stay with us. Welcome back. We're talking about Ed Snowden's book, Permanent Record. One of the things that he says is that if you realize this, but the CIA's got its own Facebook where you can connect with other agents. They've got their own Wikipedia. And he said the first things people look up are aliens and 9/11. And he says, so now I can tell you the truth because I've looked this up in the CIA. And here's what they have to say about all these different things. Aliens, says Ed Snowden, have never contacted Earth. Al-Qaeda did maintain unusually close ties with our allies, the Saudis, but, there was nothing else suspicious about 9/11. In case you're wondering, yes, man really did land on the moon. Climate change is real, and chemtrails are not a thing. That's what I said. I kind of look at this book, and it's like there's some heavy misinformation in here. I was just talking about yesterday how for years I've been covering the geoengineering conferences where they talk about, well, the question is who should be setting the thermostat, not whether or not we can do this. We have shown you pictures of planes that have close-up pictures of planes that have nozzles sticking out of the wings, spraying very heavy, persistent contrails, if you want to call them that. What is in that? Oh, gee, I don't know. Of course, they always say, well, these are simply things that we know that we could do, but we haven't done them yet, but we should do them now. But they have been doing them. As a matter of fact, not only have we shown you the pictures, I remember right after I came to Inf0Wars back in 2013, I'd been here about a year, we had an app that came out at the time. It was a documentary as well called Skyder Alert, basically a crowdsourcing app where people, when they saw cross-hatched persistent contrails over them, a grid of contrails that just stayed there, you could take a picture of it and you could send it to them. And what they started doing was they started correlating that with increased temperature because that contrail situation warmed things up. And so, when we talk about this, climate change is real, chemtrails are not a thing, and on and on. Anyway, so that is what they're telling their employees. And I don't know if he's passing on lies that he knows are lies or if he is still essentially compartmentalized with this and still doesn't understand what's going on. You make your own determination about that. Then he goes on to say this. They not only have their own internal Facebook and Wikipedia, but they've got their own internal news sites, their own internal news sites at the CIA. I read top secret dispatches about trade talks and coups as they were still unfolding. These agency accounts of events were often very similar to the accounts that would eventually show up on network news like CNN or Fox days later. Yeah, Ed, that was kind of exposed back in the 1960s. It's called Operation Mockingbird. It's one of the reasons why we call CNN the CIA news network. Fox News does that for them as well, especially when they're talking about coups. They want to get that spin out there for them. Yeah, funny how that works. Funny how that works. It's almost like predictive programming, these sock puppet networks that have this stuff out there. He talks about what it was like in Geneva, where he had interactions with the old school spies who were involved in human intelligence, HUMINT, as they call it, and how these case officers, these COs, they really didn't like these new guys who were using computers that they call signals intelligence, SIGINT. They resented that. They saw that as pushing them out. And then he makes this ironic statement. He said the case officers had a general distrust of digital technology. Now, what would ever make them think they should distrust digital technology? I mean, it wouldn't be anything to do with this massive leak of documents that one guy, because he was a sysadmin, had access to all these different documents, was able to put it out. But let's also talk about 5G here, because we have updates on 5G as well today. Switzerland has taken the lead on 5G, and they are now pushing back against that. As a matter of fact, you're going to have massive demonstrations of people taking to the streets saying, you haven't done any studies. We're very concerned about the health effects of this and so forth. Well, they should be very concerned about the privacy and liberty effects of this as well. But hey, I'm any way that we can stop this stuff, because it ought to be stopped from the liberty perspective, but it also ought to be stopped from the health perspective. Either one of those ought to be enough to get people to shut it down. People don't care anymore about liberty. They do still care about their lives, however. So maybe we can use that angle. We'll talk more about the details of what's going to happen with that. They're actually in Switzerland, where they've already, oh yeah, we're going to be the first to have a higher speed internet. It's like, whoopee. And how much is it going to cost me? Well, some early cancer deaths and so forth like that. Just read the fine print. No, they're going to take to the streets and actually demonstrate against that. Wouldn't that be interesting if we did that here in the United States? Nevertheless, let's talk about what is really, truly at stake here. When he talks about the time that he was posted in Tokyo, he said, the ways in which the web are accessed are as American as baseball. And that gives American intelligence community the home field advantage. Cables, satellites that serve, and the servers and towers, so much of the infrastructure of the internet is under U.S. control that over 90% of the world's internet traffic passes through the technologies developed, owned, and or operated by the American government and by American businesses, most of which are physically located on American territory. China and Russia have attempted to make alternative systems, but just as the internet's infrastructure is fundamentally American, so is its computer software. Microsoft, Google, and Oracle are there. Or look at the hardware. We've got HP, Apple, and Dell. Or look at the chips. We've got Intel and Qualcomm. Or you got routers and modems from Cisco and Juniper. I just talked about yesterday how a op-ed piece of the Daily Caller was wringing their hands and saying, hey, we've got a gap here when it comes to 5G technology. The big companies are Chinese, and there's some other ones that are also big, but they're not under American control. There's only Qualcomm, and they're kind of lagging behind the others. This is bad. See, this is one of the reasons why they're very concerned about 5G, and this is one of the reasons why they're pushing it so hard. In the past, and again, this goes with what I've been trying to get the American audience that hears me and the global audience that hears me to understand. There is a confluence between these big corporations. There's partnership, a public-private partnership. It is a system of fascism, just to put a fine point on it. Now, the left, like Ed Snowden, likes to call it surveillance capitalism because they don't like capitalism. But it's not capitalism. It's fascism. True capitalism is a free market where people compete. Fascism is where you get favors from the government, where they regulate out your competition, where they force your competition to subsidize you. You know, like if you're going to make internal combustion engines, you've got to subsidize Elon Musk and people who make electric vehicles and so forth. Or if you're a consumer who wants to buy an internal combustion engine, you're going to have to pay more for that, and you're going to have to subsidize people who buy an expensive electric vehicle, and then they will eventually regulate out your choices. That is what we have here. And we've had, since the internet became practical, we've had a partnership of big tech companies working with DARPA in the same way that Microsoft is working with DARPA to shut down an open free market in news. They call it NewsGuard. They're also working with DARPA to count the votes. They want to move our votes to an electronic system. And when you look at how easy it is for these people to hack in, anybody to hack in. One of the things that Snowden says was when he went to the NSA, he was absolutely amazed at how sophisticated they were on offense, but how totally inept they were on defense. He said they were completely vulnerable to people hacking into them. What have we since seen? I mean, we've seen people go in and get the hacking tools from the CIA, Vault 7, which showed that the CIA had tools that could make it look like they were foreign actors. They could make it look like they were Russians or Chinese or North Korean or Iranian. You know, they had everything that people said, oh, yeah, we know that this was a hack by the Russians because, you know, the way the keystrokes were and all. They have an app for that. They have an app for that. And so we look at that, and you look at the fact that DARPA is working with Microsoft to set up our elections to be all on electronic voting machines, and they're going to have the operating system for that. You look at it and you say, well, first of all, it's going to be vulnerable to everybody, every foreign state, independent hackers, and, of course, the government itself. Welcome back as we're talking about the infrastructure of the internet. And he says, look, the Americans have an advantage in this because we own the infrastructure. It goes through our switchers and our routers, as I've talked about before. A big hole there in Chatham County, North Carolina, not too far from where I used to live. My wife taking my sons on a homeschool field trip to this classified facility to see if the legends about it are true, if it's even working. And yes, it was still in operation, even though everybody was saying that it was no longer in operation. They found out. But that's the kind of homeschooling we used to do. But anyway, the fact that we then found out, you know, the confessions that just came out in the last, within the last year and a half, 2 years, max. I mean, it was after this program started. This program's been going for 2 years, but nevertheless, we had revelations coming out of New York that a very fortress-like looking building in New York City, also operated in conjunction with AT&T because that's where the phone switches would go through, was being used to tap people. William Binney had said that as well, being used to eavesdrop and listen to all these phone conversations, even though in the 1970s, you know, they created the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, to stop that sort of thing. No, it continued. At this building in New York City, they said, yeah, that's where we've been doing this for decades. They can tell you this now because they've got new and improved tactics in other places, right? The building that looked like a dark castle, the architectural style, as they call it, is brutalism, raw concrete, very few windows and so forth. And in that, they had a somewhat hardened facility, not like the underground facilities that they had in rural areas like in North Carolina, but still it was a place where they could tap into the communications infrastructure and listen to people. But then we also had the advantage, as he points out, the various internet companies, the various software companies, the various hardware companies and chip manufacturers and so forth. Now they're very concerned about 5G. You should be concerned about 5G because, folks, it is about far more than letting you download a movie quickly. Are you really going to sacrifice your liberty, your privacy, your health for that? If you do, you deserve to die. This society deserves to die if we're going to trade all those things for a faster movie download without questioning what these people are doing. But their only concern about this is that they've got a technology gap with the Chinese on this. We've got to step up our development. We've got to work to make sure that people don't implement the Chinese surveillance. Now, as Snowden is saying, I'll read you something here from his book. He says it should have been obvious that the U.S. government would engage in this kind of mass surveillance, yet it wasn't. mostly because the government kept insisting that it did nothing of the sort. And it disclaimed the practice in court and in the media in a matter so adamant that the few remaining skeptics, like those of us here at Inf0Wars, who accused it of lying, were treated like wild-haired conspiracy junkies. We and you, our audience, that's the way they have treated us for all these years. And now, unfortunately, everything that we told you was true. And it's far worse even than we told you. And we told you that at the time. So we know it's at least this. Probably a lot worse, and it is. And it's getting worse rapidly. Their suspicions about secret NSA programs seemed hardly different from paranoid delusions involving alien messages being beamed into radios in your teeth or whatever, right? That kind of thing. And that's the way that they've always mocked any of these revelations. Just discount it. So if you expose this stuff from the people who lie, cheat, steal, have classes on it, or as Snowden said in his NDoc classes at the CIA, we had found out that we had not only the license, but the obligation to lie, to conceal, to dissemble and dissimulate. A sense of tribalism, loyalty, and allegiance primarily to the institution, not to the rule of law, and certainly not to the American people. They are a law unto themselves. They are a government unto themselves. A small group of elitists who will do anything that they want. And folks, here's the really sad thing about this. Here's where we're going right now. We have not come up with any structures to protect us against these abuses that were revealed 6 years ago by Ed Snowden, documented 6 years ago. We revealed them long before that. You had NSA whistleblowers that revealed them shortly after September 11th in 2001. So, for 18 years, we've known this pretty definitely because we had William Binney and these other NSA whistleblowers who told us what was happening. Nobody listened to them. Nobody listened to us. The documents were released by Ed Snowden. Nobody, for the most part, paid any attention to that. And now where is this headed? Well, it's headed from the internet and from cyberspace. It is now headed to physical space, to urban space. You've got Google now setting up their smart cities. They want to start forcing everybody, especially by 2030. That's been the UN agenda. That's been the plan. Put you in the cities where they can surveil and track everything that you're doing. And that's exactly what Google is doing with their smart city in Toronto. They call it Sidewalk Lab. And some of the well-meaning liberals who jumped in on it because it's always being sold as being green and sustainable. This is the way we protect the environment and the planet. No, it's the way they're going to spy on you. That's just the lie that they tell you. And so some of the liberals who jumped into that and said, yeah, let's do this with Google. It'll be sustainable. And then they started actually looking at what was going on. A lot of them said, I want out of this. This is beyond anything we could imagine how they're going to be tracking everything that we do. And it's not just the physical space of the smart cities. The intelligence community is coming out today, nextgov.com. The intelligence community is exploring long-range biometric identification. This is on the Drudge Report. The tech would let spy agencies rapidly identify people using cameras deployed on far-off rooftops and unmanned aircraft. Like permanently floating blimps that they've been putting up for and telling everybody that they're going to do. We know exactly what they're going to do. And this is coming not from DARPA, but from the intelligence community's equivalent of it. It's kind of hard to tell the difference between the two. They overlap. They have redundant stuff. But this is IARPA, the Intelligence Advanced Research Projects Activity, research arm for the CIA, supposedly. Facial recognition, other types of biometric tech have improved significantly, but they are less reliable unless they've got a crystal clear view of their subject. But the intelligence community is trying to overcome those limitations by gathering more extensive training data, creating systems that will lean on multiple types of data to identify people. Biometric recognition. They can look at the way that you walk. They can triangulate this with various positions far away from their subjects. But of course, they can also do it with 5G. That's one of the key reasons why they're doing this. 5G is not only a danger to you because all of these different antennas that they have there, they have to be line of sight. That's why they got to put them everywhere. Everybody's going to be constantly next to a high power radiating, a high frequency thing here. But they put them all over the place, and they're going to multiplex between different users. And so at a given instant, you're going to have all of them focusing on you, all of them in the area. And it's not just going to be that aspect of it. They will literally be focusing on you as part of a biometric surveillance. It's both a health issue and a privacy, liberty, and control of the population issue. Yeah, control of the population. That has both aspects of it. Soft kill, as well as the Chinese social credit system. More on the book when we come back. Stay with us. Welcome back. We're taking a look at Snowden's book, Permanent Record. One of the things that he has to say, and this is kind of the essence of the title of the book. He said the NSA's conventional wisdom was that there was no point in collecting anything unless they could store it until it was useful. And there was no way to predict exactly when that would be. So let's not collect anything unless we could keep it until it's useful. And we don't know if it's ever going to be useful. So let's just grab everything and keep it forever, right? He said that's the ultimate dream of the NSA, permanency, to have perfect memory, to have a permanent record of everybody. They called it LifeLog. They stopped that as soon as Facebook came on. You understand, Facebook is part of this. It's where they scrape your information. It's where they can build, just like they build the automatic page for Al-Qaeda and for ISIS and, all these different entities, other businesses, of course. Well, they're scraping information, building automatic pages about you as well. And when we looked at the massive data center that was built right about the time that Snowden released these documents out in Bluffdale, Utah, and remember how big that facility is. It was really set up to permanently keep everything, a permanent record of everything, forever. Uses an incredible amount of water and electricity, enough to power a city, and a lot of water to cool all that stuff, more water than you would typically use in a city, especially when you look at how dry Utah is. I mean, there's an article today about one multi-billion-dollar project to help Utah city grow. They're going to try to, transfer water from a lake, and that's going to cost them billions of dollars. I mean, water is a very rare commodity in Utah, but they don't care about that if the NSA is building a permanent record. Nothing gets in the way. I mean, we have the Pentagon come out and say, $2 billion to do some walls. Then, okay, well, no, wait a minute. I just looked at that, and I think the price has gone up. And, we got a budget here that we got to stay in at the Pentagon. We don't ever want to have any budget overrun, so we're going to have to shut that down because it's over budget. As if they've ever shut down anything for being over budget. And they don't care about using enough water and electricity to run a city in the middle of the desert so they can store everything about everybody, but they won't build a wall. No. We'll get involved in a war with Iran or Syria or whatever. And we're going to talk about 9/11 and Ed Snowden's take on that, because I think that's very informative about this as well. But another thing that he has to say about this, he said when he went from the CIA to the NSA, he said, what stunned me right off the bat was how technologically sophisticated the NSA was compared to the CIA, and how much less vigilant the NSA was about security in its very iteration, from the compartmentalization of information to data encryption. In Geneva, when he had worked for the CIA, we'd had to haul the hard drives out of the computer every night and lock them up in a safe. And what's more, those drives were encrypted. The NSA, by contrast, hardly bothered to encrypt anything. So he says it was rather disconcerting to find out that the NSA was so far ahead of the game in terms of cyber intelligence, yet so far behind in terms of cybersecurity, including the most basic, disaster recovery or backup. In other words, they were all offense and no defense. And even though Snowden says that the CIA, they were very careful about this stuff. Yeah, they've been using human intelligence and, mechanical means. They thought this through, but they've gotten pretty careless themselves as well when it got onto the internet, right? CIA's Vault 7 that was exposed by WikiLeaks showing their tactics for hacking other people. Once they got to the internet, once they got to SIGINT, they got sloppy. And this is another aspect of all of this. As we move to put all of our voting systems, as I continue to say, election guard. Why isn't anybody pushing the panic button over the fact that DARPA and Microsoft want to have full-on control of all electronic voting machines by this next election, 2020. What does it matter about any of this stuff? Any of the debates, any of the rallies, any of the voting, if these people are going to count the vote? It's going to be a hacking contest, and we've seen how that works out. We've had it DEF CON and the Black Hat conferences that happen every year in Las Vegas 2 years ago. They said, hey, let's get some kids in. Nobody over the age of 15. Let's see how long it takes you to hack into replicas of the state boards of election. And it only took a few minutes. The first one was a young girl. But all of the kids, except for one or two, they had about 30, I think, they all were able to hack into the state boards of election, and they were able to change votes. But now it's going to be even easier because Microsoft, in the name of making it more secure, is going to create Election Guard, funded by DARPA. Now, that will give them the keys to do it. It will give the military-industrial complex, the same people who've been working to overthrow our last election, will have the keys to this election. Does that make you feel secure? And if what Ed Snowden has seen, and what we know is true because we've seen the CIA's hacking tools leaked, exposed on the internet and so forth, if they are not capable of playing defense for their own stuff, then how are they going to defend us from really being hacked by Russia or by China or by any state actor or by any individual who wants to go in and hack this is any good? No, they can't. The solution is that we not turn our lives over to these electronic systems. We have to have paper voting. We have to make sure that we aren't going to destroy our freedom in our lives by turning everything over to 5G. He says, as he was looking, a couple of things that were seminal in his history here, as he looked at things that woke him up. One meeting that he got called into, all of a sudden he had to do a presentation for what China was doing. And again, you get a sense of what I've talked about all along, how people who are in tech fields, if you're an engineer, software engineer, hardware engineer, whatever, you don't want to think about the systems and the people and the governments that you're serving. You just want to think about that tech problem. You better think about the issues involved here, the broader issues of how is this going to be used. You're creating a very powerful tool. How is it going to be used? Who is going to be using this? He said he looked at all of the things that were being done by China. He says it's a very different thing for a government to actually try to implement a system like this, the full-on surveillance that we know about with China. What a science fiction writer can describe in a sentence might take the concerted work of thousands of technologists, millions of dollars of equipment, to read the technical details of China's surveillance of private communications, to read a complete, accurate accounting of the mechanisms and the machinery required for the constant collection, storage, and analysis of billions of daily telephone and internet communications over 1 billion people was utterly mind-boggling. At first, listen to this, at first I was so impressed by the system's sheer achievement and audacity, I almost forgot to be appalled by its totalitarian controls. And that, my friends, is how these things happen. You get caught up in the technological problem, the puzzle to be solved. Look at this. I've got a beautiful solution for this. You define this problem. All right, I'll fix it. And then you pull back and you go, wait a minute. What have I created here? What have I created? And the words of Michael Crichton, just because we can do it doesn't mean we should do it, right? And so he says, then as he thought about this, he said, there's a rule of technological progress. If something can be done, it probably will be done. And it possibly has already been done. There was simply no way for America to have so much information about what the Chinese were doing without having done some of the very same things itself. And I had the sneaking sense while I was looking through all this China material that I was looking in a mirror and seeing a reflection of America. He says, although you should hate me for it, I should say that at the time I tamped down my unease. China's great firewall, I told myself, was domestically censorious, repressive, intended to keep its citizens in. But America's was the most chilling and demonstrative way. American system was invisible and purely defensive. But then as he thought about it more, he thought, maybe we really are doing this. And then the second shoe dropped. And I'll tell you about that when we return from the break. Stay with us. Welcome back. I said, as we're looking at Ed Snowden's book, Permanent Record, it's his personal story that he put out. And again, you know, it is questionable that the claim from the Department of Justice is that this major publisher, as Sibel Edmonds pointed out, and as I pointed out at the beginning of the show, we've got a long history of books that they stopped from being published. Or if the book was published and they came after the fact, after, you know, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Schaefer, after his book was okayed by the military, they came back after the fact because it was embarrassing, said, no, that's classified. They collected all of them. They spent $50,000 approximately to destroy all of them, about 9,500 books. And so we've seen this type of thing before. Now, in this particular lawsuit that's come out against Ed Snowden's permanent record, the Department of Justice does not want to get this off the record. They want this on the record. And as I said, for the sociopaths that they're looking for in the CIA and the NSA, it can present a very glamorous account of his experiences in the agencies as a technical elitist, all the travel, all the money, all the power, all the insider information that he claims to have. But we're going to question some of that insider information. But it is a very powerful recruitment tool. I can understand why they wouldn't want to leave it on there. If you don't have a moral compass, and I can imagine many people looking at this. You know, we had the guy who was the lawyer, I forget what his name was, but he was a chief lawyer for the CIA. He wrote a book called Company Man. And guys, look up his name while I'm talking about this. Company Man, CIA, you'll find it. Anyway, what he said was that he was watching the Frank Church Committee hearings as William Colby was brought in to talk about the many different ways that they had violated the law, how they had worked to assassinate people, overthrow other governments. And his take on all that was not what you or I would say. John Rizzo, thank you so much. John Rizzo's take on that as he watched it as a young man. I looked at it and I was appalled. Most Americans were. His take on it was, they need a good lawyer. They've got really bad lawyers. They need to hire me. And I'm telling you, that's why they're leaving this book on the market, because you're going to have a lot of sociopaths who are say, well, you know, these guys have got a lot of vulnerabilities. They need to hire me. Because obviously they don't know how to play defense, right? They're out there playing offense so much. And what they are doing is incredibly offensive. Should be to any person with any kind of a moral compass. But the people who don't have it are going to look at it and say, hey, they need me. Just like John Rizzo did. And he was the guy who, by the way, helped the torture programs go. He gave the nice little euphemism, the little spin to say, hey, it's not torture, it's enhanced interrogation. These people. Unbelievable. It's not an assassination, a drone assassination list. It's a disposition matrix, said John Brennan at the CIA. So when we look at this, the next shoe to drop for Ed Snowden was the fact that there was a highly publicized, as people were looking at what was happening with the PSP, that's the executive order, the President's Surveillance Program, the PSP. Oh, yeah. It ain't against the law if the president does it. Going all the way back to Nixon, right? And so Bush put out the PSP, the Presidential Surveillance Program, and it empowered the NSA to collect telephone and internet communications between the U.S. and abroad. And say they didn't pay any attention to the FISA Act there. But, of course, remember that the NSA itself was created by an executive order by President Truman, and when the Pike Committee wanted to know where their charter was, the head of the NSA at the time said, go pound sand. I'm not talking to you. I'm not telling you anything. You're nothing but a congressman. You just represent those peons out there. I'm part of the elite intelligence establishment. I don't talk to people like you. And so as he was looking at this, he said the public was being lied to, gaslighted by these people. They pretended that they were going to get this under control. You had the Protect America Act of 2007. You had the FISA amendments of 2008. He said they were employing intentionally misleading language to reassure American citizens that their communications were not being explicitly targeted, even though it effectively extended the PSP's remit. And I'm saying to you that even though Snowden and others have said, well, I'm glad that we put this stuff out here because, look, we've got this stuff reformed now. It hasn't been reformed. They are still lying to you about this. And you still aren't paying attention. You still aren't outraged about this. He goes on to say that he and his wife, or well, partner, what I don't know if he's married or not, but his significant other, Lindsay, had really supported Obama. They had worked for his campaign and so forth, enthusiastically campaigned for him, but he said he was somewhat concerned about the fact that Obama, after he got in office, refused to call for a full congressional investigation. He said it was the first sign, to me at least, that the new president, who I had enthusiastically campaigned for, intended to move forward without any proper reckoning with the past. I can see where he's coming from. Can't you? I've been there with Reagan. I've been there with Trump. You enthusiastically campaign for people to reform the system, and then all of a sudden you find out they're not going to do anything about it. His administration just rebranded and recertified these programs. And we found that our hope in him was misplaced. I can identify with that. Absolutely. Then the next shoe to drop was as he's seeing this stuff, and they were talking about it, having public hearings. You had a lot of press reports about a particular program that was out, and the press was telling people one thing and about this particular report, and so he was looking very carefully to see if he could get the actual classified report, because it was heavily redacted. And he said no matter how much he searched for this report about this document, he said he couldn't find it. Then one day, because he was a sysadmin, it kind of came across his desk. And it was classified as exceptionally controlled information, ECI. And he said it had so many of these top secret, STLW, HCS, ComInt, ORCON, no foreign eyes, and so forth. He said pretty much only a few dozen people in the world were allowed to read this, but somehow it got sent by mistake to his computer. And he said his job as sysadmin was to look at things like that and say, well, this STLW, that is something I don't recognize. That shouldn't be here. We are not authorized to collect that kind of information. And he goes, but I knew what that report was about, so I decided that I would read the entire thing. And he said, normally I'd see something like that, and I would just kind of glance. My job was to glance at it to make sure that that attribute was not on there in error. And if it was not on there in error, and we weren't supposed to have anything with that classification on it, I would purge it from the system. But he said, I didn't just do a glancing look at it. I read it in detail. And he said, I'd also read the public version of this. And the thing that astounded him was that this wasn't an altered or redacted version of it. They didn't even change it. He said it was a totally different document, from the people who lie, cheat, steal, and have classes on that. And it was also about stellar wind. That was what the STLW meant. Okay, stellar wind was the dragnet surveillance program that Benny and others had talked about, Trailblazer and these others. They had developed a system that was going to maintain that would abide by the law. It would reject any information that was being collected on American citizens while still looking at people of interest. That was what Bill Benny and others had developed internally. However, billions of dollars were spent, not on a wall, but on a program that would allow them to do dragnet surveillance. They wanted dragnet surveillance, and they wanted to pay off their cronies. And this is what he found. All right, when we come back, I'm going to talk about 9/11, because I think this is very key, what he does not say about it, what he does say about 9/11. You know, he had their own internal Wikipedia there that explained, everything about 9/11 for the CIA people. Is he still being compartmentalized? Is he still getting his news from CNN after it's been generated by the CIA? Evidently, I think he is, but I'll tell you more about that when we come back. Folks, if you want to support us here at InfoWarsStore.com, you need to take a look at the products that we sell at InfoWarsStore.com. We've got, of course, band.video, where you can find this show and other shows and archive, because we have been kicked off of social media. They don't like this kind of candid reporting that we do here. And we told you about this stuff long before Ed Snowden did. It was good to have the documents to verify it, but is it part of a gaslighting control operation? Is this book? I don't know. I still haven't made up my mind about that. But we got a lot of specials there. We got the new Beto Not t-shirt. AR-15, you Beto nut, come and take it. We have 50% off Brain Force Plus when you buy it with Chill Force. We have Total Gut Health Combo, 75% off. Super Male Vitality, 50% off, and free Ultimate Female Force. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're going to have Leo Zagami join us at the bottom of the hour. We've got a lot of very interesting topics to go over with him. There's been a change in the government in Italy. Salvini is out as we await the very narrow returns in Israel to find out what's going on there. That's not as much of a bellwether, actually, though, as what we've seen happen in Italy. So Leo Zagami is going to be joining us with that and many other things that are breaking there. And here in America, and of course, there's a One World Religion Conference that is coming up. We'll be talking about that as well. But as I'm looking at this Snowden book, Permanent Record, one of the things that I was looking for as I was reading it was the term geospatial intelligence. It's kind of interesting to me that even though geospatial intelligence is the fastest growing branch of intelligence, began just before 9/11, they have a federal conference every year that's got 4,000 or 5,000 people who attend it. And yet you'll not ever see that mentioned anywhere in the news. You'll have to go to the actual documents of these people to find out things like geospatial intelligence, activity-based intelligence, human domain analytics, anticipatory intelligence, all this stuff. They talk about it constantly, and yet the media just doesn't seem to want to cover that or use that word. And neither does Ed Snowden. And I don't think it's because it's too technical, because he does get into some technicalities here. And it'd be good to have that word out there. But I don't see anybody else using that word in the media. But he does break down metadata. And this is a key thing, because if you remember, and when I talked to William Binney about this a couple of years ago, we were talking about how Michael Hayden was gaslighting the public, lying to the public, saying, we're not listening to your conversations. We're not reading your emails. It's just the metadata. There's nothing important there. And as I said, and as William Binney also verified when I interviewed him, he said, that is the most important thing. Well, what is metadata? Well, let's read from the explanation here from Snowden in his book. He said, most people today tend to think of mass surveillance in terms of content, the actual words they use when they make a phone call or they write an email. When they find out that the government actually cares comparatively little about that content, they tend to care comparatively little about government surveillance. So, when Michael Hayden tells you, I'm not listening to your phone conversations or reading your emails, because, okay, well, we're fine then. We're fine then. But then he goes on to point out, he says, unwritten, unspoken information that can expose the broader context and the patterns of behavior the NSA calls metadata. This is data that is literally above or beyond the actual data that's being passed, the actual phone conversation or the actual email itself. Take a phone call, he says, for example. Its metadata is going to be the date and the time of the call, the duration of the call, the number from which the call was made, the number being called, and both of their locations. An email's metadata would include information like the type of a computer that it was generated on, where, when, and where, who the computer belonged to, who sent the email, who received it, where and when it was sent and received, and who, if anyone else besides the sender and recipient, accessed it, and when and where they accessed it. Metadata can tell your surveillant the address you slept at last night, what time you got up this morning. It reveals every place you visited during your day, how long you spent there. It shows who you're in touch with and who's in touch with you. And then he points out that the most insidious thing about the metadata is that it's constantly being generated about you from all of your devices, your phone, the refrigerator that you use, that Petraeus bragged about, that was going to be talking to them about everything. Soon your car, well, your car already, actually, but in far, far, far more detail, your car. So, yeah, metadata is a key, and this is a very good path. That's why I say this is an interesting book, because it's a mixture of good bad, and misinformation. We'll talk about the misinformation about 9/11 when we return. Stay with us. Welcome back. Leo Zagami is going to be joining us at the bottom of the hour. We've got 2 more segments, and I want to finish up on this kind of book review of some of the information that was revealed in Ed Snowden's permanent record. As I said, that's good, it's bad, and there's also some misinformation in it. I think it's good that it explains to people things like metadata and so forth. It's bad that many psychopaths, sociopaths, that the CIA and the NSA want to recruit are going to look at this and it's like, oh yeah, I could do that. That looks like a lot of fun. Yeah, he had a lot of power, money, got to travel, great places and so forth. I'd like to do that. That's why I think they're leaving it on the market. And then there's some misinformation that's put out there. And that also may be why it is on the market, going to remain on the market. The lawsuit from the Department of Justice does not want to remove it. They just want the money from it. Sibel Edmonds said, I smell a rat here. Nobody gets a major publisher like this publisher to publish a book that isn't pre-authorized by the government. Isn't that interesting? What kind of a pre-authorization deal did they get if the government isn't going to come after the publisher, isn't going to destroy the book, but it's going to take the profits? What is it about this book that the government wants you to see, right? And so we're going to take a look at that in this segment. But again, as I talked about the metadata, how dangerous that is, how people don't really understand it. No, they're not listening to your phone conversation or reading your emails. They're just looking at everything else about you, everything that's being talked to, sent to them by your devices and so forth. And it's very much like what they are trying to extend when they have this new project. You see it on the Drudge Report, talked about on nextgov.com. The intelligence community is exploring long-range biometric identification. You can kind of think about biometric identification and the way that they're using it here as kind of a physical metadata. Think of it that way. So instead of your device constantly saying, well, here's David Knight, here's what he's doing, and here's who he's talking to, and blah, blah, and the people that, are interacting with him. And from that, they can glean all kinds of information from you, your politics, your religion, what you're likely going to do. That's the whole point of geospatial intelligence, is to identify you, to map opposition, to map various groups, so they can do something about it. One of the things that he says in this book is he says, take a look at the census. That seems like a pretty innocuous thing, right? And yet we've had the census used by both the Nazis and the Soviet Union, Stalin, to identify where certain population bases were so they could eradicate them based on their religion, based on their ethnicity. The Russians looked at it and said, you know what, we've got these areas where the Russian Caucasian ethnic group is in a severe minority, so let's round up these other people and do a purge. That'll make things more politically stable for me. You don't think the American government will do that? You don't think so? He said, contrast that to America. We have the census. Census was always used to tax people, from Roman times and so forth. We turned it around and we said, we're going to use that as a basis of representation. Well, tell that to the Democrats, because they don't like that. They don't like citizens being represented. They like foreign citizens being represented. They don't like the fact that that census is used for the Electoral College or for Congress, and they would like to rig that game in an undemocratic way. Nevertheless, you don't think that's going to be used in the future to come after you, Christian? So when we look at this, and as I said, I think that when we look at this biometric surveillance stuff, it really is about physical metadata, because what they're looking at, they're saying, well, we can't really get that accurate a picture of the face, and so we're going to combine it with other attributes. The same thing that they're doing with the metadata. They're going to take a look at not just your face, but the way that you move, the gait, of your walk and so forth. They'll look at your height. They'll look at your gender. How sexist is that? And by the way, how can they tell your gender? I mean, you don't even know your gender, right? According to these people, we were all undetermined. And that's going to be the real fly in the ointment. They're going to get sued by some ACLU lawyer because they're making assumptions about people's gender. Which one of the 100 genders is this person? Well, you shouldn't make that kind of assumption. Nevertheless, when we look at face, movement, height, gender, all these different things, they're going to be able to combine all those things to identify you and, most importantly, to track you, to make assumptions about you, because that's what these surveys that we're doing about the Soviet Union and the Nazi Germany, they're making assumptions about people. Anticipatory intelligence. People lost their lives based on these kinds of assumptions. You could red flag people too, right? With this. I mean, you look at these devices that are being done through Intel, I think is the name of the company. You know, they're going to passively be able to see if you've got objects on your person that would be guns or knives or other things like that. And then if they make that assumption, then you get SWAT teamed right there. What's possibly wrong with that? I mean, you know, basically this is the red flag gun laws and metadata taken to a very logical conclusion, a very dangerous conclusion, a physical conclusion. To merge your biometric signature with your face and then to merge your activity with a model of who you are. Are you an enemy of the state? And so when we look at this, it's good that we think about these types of things, but I think most people are not going to look at the good stuff here. Most people are going to focus on the longer passages that really talk about his life, his career, and so forth. And a lot of people are going to be enticed by that. But let's talk about the misinformation. When he talks about 9/11, he says, the greatest regret of my life is my reflexive, unquestioning support for that decision. In other words, for joining the war, for signing up with the Army for a short period of time. I was outraged, yes, but that was only the beginning of a process in which my heart completely defeated my rational judgment. I accepted all of the claims retailed by the media. I repeated them as if I was being paid for it. I embraced the truth constructed for the good of the state, which my passion I confused with the good of the country. The anti-institutional hacker ethos instilled in me online and the apolitical patriotism that I had inherited from my parents, he says they were apolitical because they were government bureaucrats. But of course, they liked the state. And so they're not really apolitical, but nevertheless, they didn't get directly involved in politics. But the apolitical patriotism and the anti-institutional hacker ethos were both wiped from my system. I'd been rebooted as a willing vehicle of vengeance. The sharpest part of the humiliation comes from acknowledging how easy this transformation was and how readily I welcomed it. Well, that's true. And you know, we have seen how easy it is for the mainstream media selling a narrative, no matter how absurd that narrative is. Just last week we were talking about 9/11. No matter how absurd, no matter how irrational, no matter how illogical that narrative is, and even when people who are experts of this try to reason with us, if the authorities, the authoritative figures in our lives, the news anchors of the places that have a little check mark from Microsoft and DARPA, that you can trust these sources, if they tell us that, if our government officials tell us that, you know, that the confluence of everybody saying the same thing, and the fact that it's coming from authority figures, oh yeah, that's a very psychologically powerful tool. That's why these people who designed the internet now want to use that as a tool to control you with those very same sources. And yet later in the book, even though he was skeptical about this, he feels like he was deceived into jumping in on this 9/11 thing. Later in the book, he says, it was later on the night of May the 1st, 2011, when I noticed the news alert on my phone. Osama bin Laden had been tracked down to Abbottabad, Pakistan, killed by a team of Navy SEALs. So there it was, the man who had masterminded the attacks that had propelled me into the Army, from there into the intelligence community, was now dead. 10 years. That's how long it had been since those two planes flew into the Twin Towers. No, Ed, it wasn't two planes into two towers. It was two planes and 3 steel skyscrapers collapsed in a matter of hours in their footprint. We've never seen that, and it makes absolutely no rational sense. And what did we have to show for it? Says the guy who is trained to conceal, lie, dissemble. We're going to talk about a little bit more about what he had to say about 9/11, how he sees the government as the victim of 9/11. This is in the preface to the book. Absolutely amazing. The government fell victim to this temptation. The poor government. The poor government. Welcome back. We're going to talk about the preface to Snowden's book, where he talks about 9/11. He says quite a bit about 9/11. None of it true, quite frankly. And I want to talk about this because it is an interesting mixture of what this entire book is. There's some good information there, where people, if they really wanted to know about it, could understand how we are being lied to, deceived, this massive surveillance apparatus that's there. But most people don't really care about that. Some people are going to look at the bad side of this and take this away as something that they would like to do. And then there's some misinformation in the book. So we're going to take a look at that coming up. Before we do, real quickly, I just want to remind you about some of the specials that we have at InfoWarsStore.com, because we have Leo Zagami coming up in the next segment. We're going to be talking to him about something that's just some news that's just broken with the Pope. Also some updates about Cardinal Pell's appeal, the upcoming world religion, and so forth. We're going to a lot of different things. What's happening in Italy. We'll be talking to Leo Zagami coming up in the next segment. But I just want to remind you that if you don't support us at InfoWarsStore.com, folks, we aren't going to be here. That's the only way that we fund this program and everything that we do. We set up banned.video after we got banned off of social media. I began the program by talking about how they've got, they allow on YouTube, you got convicted drug dealers who are out there. It's absolutely fine for them to have a YouTube channel. Not me, not InfoWars, not Alex Jones. They take us down there. The only way that we're going to be there is if you support us, if you help us with the products that we sell at InfoWarsStore.com. And we got some great products right now. We got a great T-shirt to push back against gun confiscation that has now become open. This is how these things are rolling right now. They're now openly talking about what they always denied that they wanted to do, which was confiscation. So we got an AR-15. Underneath it, it says Beto not. We also have some great specials. Super Male Vitality, 50% off, and you get a bottle of Ultimate Female Force for free in that combo pack. We have Ultra 12, our vitamin B12 product. You don't have to get a B12 injection. You can get the same effect from the sublingual, great-tasting vitamin B12. I take it every morning. Ultra 12, 50% off. We have a Total Gut Health combo pack, 75% off. The individual items are available at about two-thirds off, but we have 75% off if you get all these components together in a combo pack. Brain Force Plus, my favorite supplement, is now available with our new product, Chill Force. You can get 50% off Brain Force Plus when you buy it with Chill Force. It's good to be able to focus and to recall, but at the end of the day, you got to be able to chill out to take that stress off. And I got to say, we're looking at all these different Super Blue products. I mean, we've had Super Blue Immune Gargle Spray. We've had the Wound Gel, and I've talked about how effective those things have been. Of course, we've got the new Super Silver Cream, and I was talking about how my wife, as part of the homeschool cooperative, she was taking care of a special needs child, and she was spending a lot of time outside, didn't realize how long she was out, got a severe sunburn on her face and her nose. The very next day, she had blisters, sun poisoning on her cheeks, and she put that Super Silver skin cream on, and it completely took that away within a 24-hour period. Thought it was going to blister up all over the place. Now, her nose did blister, but it did not get infected, and it is healing very quickly with the Super Silver skin cream. It's great to have that kind of stuff because you need to not only be able to treat your skin, but you also need to be able to keep it from getting infected during that process. And that's one of the reasons why things like the Super Silver Wound Gel has always been used in hospitals for burn patients. People who get severe burns, they're at most risk for getting an infection, either bacterial or viral. And so they've always used silver as a very effective way to stop that. So you can find those new products that we have at InfoWarsStore.com. Please support us. You're the reason that we're here. We really do appreciate and need your support. Let's take a look at what Snowden says. I talked about how he felt like he had been deceived and tricked. He was ashamed of himself for buying everything that the media was telling him, even when it wasn't true. And yet, he still believed all the stuff about getting bin Laden. He believed that 2 buildings fell in their footprint when 2 planes hit him. He doesn't mention anything about Building 7. And, of course, I'm sure that as he talked about in the CIA, they got their own Wikipedia, internal Wikipedia, where everybody would go to see, well, what really happened with aliens? What really happened with 9/11? And it goes, Bush has got some ties to the Saudis, but other than that, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm sure they don't talk about Building 7 for their CIA employees. You have to come to InfoWars to find out about that. But at the beginning of it, he had this to say. He said, the government fell victim to this temptation to go above and beyond. Was that really what it was? Was it really a reaction to what had happened on 9/11? He said the government was, quote, racked with guilt for failing to protect America, for letting the most devastating and destructive attack on the country since Pearl Harbor occur on its watch. I saw that in the introduction, the preface, and it's like, oh boy, this is going to be a lot of misinformation in this book. Seriously? You want to tell us that the government did this because they were racked with guilt? They fell victim to this temptation to overreact because they had failed? Now, there were a lot of employees who probably did feel that way. But the people at the top, the people who had that classified stuff, the people who were creating one document for the public and for the Senate, and another one that he intercepted internally, which was completely different. It wasn't redacted. It was completely different. Those people would never lie to us and deceive us. It's just amazing to me, if he really believes this, how he can maintain this kind of cognitive dissonance. He said, I've been laboring under the doctrine of need to know. I was unable to understand the cumulative purpose behind my specialized, compartmentalized tasks. And maybe he is still compartmentalized. I mean, maybe he is really honest. Maybe he's not just being a shill for these people. I mean, it is possible to do that. But seriously, when he keeps referring to it as Pearl Harbor, as Pearl Harbor, as Pearl Harbor, is Snowden really not aware of the fact that exactly a year before September 11th, the Project for a New American Century in September of 2000 said exactly that same thing? They said, we're going to have a new Pearl Harbor. And, you know, the people who signed that statement, there was 25 people who were founding members of that think tank, Project for a New American Century. They were people like Dick Cheney, Don Rumsfeld, Bill Kristol, Robert Kagan, Paul Wolfowitz, Scooter Libby, Richard Pearl, Elliot Cohen, Dov Zakheim, James Woolsey, all those people, 25 of them, 10 of them went on to have very, very high positions in the George W. Bush administration. They were all there a year later when September 11th happened. They wanted to have something that was going to allow them to have a massive defense budget increase so they could, quote, fight and win multiple simultaneous major theater wars. Now, that's exactly what we got. We got the big defense budgets. We're fighting multiple simultaneous major theater wars, and they're trying to add more. But as far as that winning thing goes, I guess that depends on how you define it, right? Maybe, you know, if you define winning by the defense budget and by having all those different wars, then I guess you could agree with George W. Bush that it is mission accomplished. When they say the process of transformation, even if it brings revolutionary change, is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor. And Snowden talks about Pearl Harbor. Welcome back. Joining us now is Leo Zagami. And of course, you can find Leo's writings, his articles at leozagami.com. Thanks for joining us, Leo.
Thank you for having me on. As usual, David, it's a pleasure, even in these early hours of the morning here in California.
That's right. You're a couple of hours earlier than we are. It's pretty early there now. But we've got some breaking news out of Italy with the Pope. Tell us about that, because it's later in the day there. What's going on with the Pope that's just come out?
As every Wednesday, they have the official papal audience with the public, and he delivers his weekly message there. And the weekly message of today was, of course, in preparation of what is happening with the Cardinal Pell. Because, as you know, the latest news is that probably his appeal will be accepted. And so the Pope is starting to prepare his flock for this news. And what he said is quite shocking. He said that human projects always fail, but the Holy Spirit sustains the church, even if the church has sinned. Basically, his message is that the church remains steadfast, even in times of scandal. This is what he said, because it's sustained by the Holy Spirit. and this is done because, as I told you just a second ago, he's preparing the path for the return in Rome of Cardinal Pell. So, wow. It's a message.
Well, because he was head of the bank, wasn't he? Like number 3 position or something. He wants him back for that.
Yes, of course. he was number two, the most powerful person in the Vatican after the Pope, because he was in charge of the treasury of the Vatican. But the message of the Pope focuses on the fact that that human dictatorships have not lasted, but the Vatican is lasting because it's sustained by the Holy Spirit. He also mentioned in particular what happened to some Christians from the Coptic Orthodox Church in Libya in 2015 who were killed. The last words were Jesus, Jesus. So he's basically saying that Jesus went in front of the Sanhedrin, and there was this guy called Gamaliel, and he tries to stem this reaction, of course, against Jesus, this Gamaliel. But Jesus, in the end, wins because he has the Holy Spirit on his side. So he's trying to make this comparison. At the same time, as I told you, Cardinal Pell is facing an appeal that many people were thinking was nearly impossible to obtain. But there is something incredible happened, of course. Something incredible happened after a phone call from the Vatican. Justice Mark Weinberg noted that the entirety of the evidence against Pell was made by a single accuser. So he says that there is at least 20 more witnesses who were produced to testify against this narrative, and that Cardinal Pell, this way, has the basis for an appeal and for eventually being sent back home. You see, the cardinal, who is 78, is not permitted now to celebrate Mass in prison, of course, but he is still a cardinal. And the Vatican wants to bring him back to Rome as soon as possible, because Prince Charles, in the meantime, is about to arrive next month in Italy. And there is a deal that basically Prince Charles and the Anglican Church is doing behind closed doors for getting Cardinal Pell out of this situation.
Wow. You know, and what the whole reason that this came up, and people need to remember this, the reason that they got Cardinal Pell in the first place was because Australia repealed the statute of limitations that had been 3 years. And this is why earlier this week when I was talking about it, I said, you know, if we really want to do anything about this Jeffrey Epstein culture that we've embraced here in America, that has infiltrated both political parties and certainly all of our media and Hollywood, if we really want to do something about this, instead of using it as advantage to attack for one party to attack another party, we would repeal this statute of limitations. But when we look at this case of Cardinal Pell, and I talked to the survivors of network of those abused by priests. They were there in Philadelphia when the Pope was doing his 3-city tour here a couple of years ago. They were saying the same thing. We've got to get rid of the statute of limitations. They said, look, it's difficult enough when a lot of time has gone by, and it does always take a lot of time for these children to come to grips with what has happened and to be able to talk about it. It usually doesn't happen until they're adults, well into their adulthood, before they can talk about this and come to grips with it. And then when you've got years, maybe decades have gone by, it's very difficult to prove a case after that amount of time has passed. But there shouldn't be any statute of limitations, just like there isn't any statute of limitations on murder. And the case of Cardinal Pell illustrates just how difficult it is to get this through, because there were multiple cases, as you pointed out before. One of the individuals passed away before this trial could come to pass. And so that's why there's only one individual there. There were other people that were involved, but because of the passing of time and because of the passing of individuals, they were not involved.
Well, there is also something more local that is happening that's going to involve the Vatican in the next few weeks. The Archbishop of Cincinnati, Dennis Schunur, has announced that he submitted a report regarding pedophilia and sex abuse from his diocese, and that the report was being accepted. So there is an internal investigation also going on in Cincinnati. And I guess that We will find also the statute of limitations probably being used also there to defend, especially in the cases that are emerging. There is a specific one regarding Father Geoff Drew that, as you know, was sent as an apostolic nuncio in Washington, D.C., and he is basically preparing, though, for transmitting all the relevant documents to include the Congregation of the Matters of Faith in their investigation. But it's all a scam. I mean, Father Drew is himself involved in it, and all these people are involved in it. So it's a very sad situation that we see the Vatican kind of trying to climb on walls, you know, on glass walls. I mean, it's a very difficult situation for the Vatican.
Yeah, but they're able to do it because they can play to the religious loyalties, just like you have politicians playing to political loyalties. I've talked about how, you know, you have the cases here in the United States where you had Dennis Hastert, who was, you know, his pedophile crimes were very old, and they were angry about that, and they essentially convicted him of something that really shouldn't have even been a crime, making reference to his pedophile crimes. And yet you had politicians and you had conservative talk show hosts saying, give it a pass. This is not about this. This is not about his past. And it's not, we need to support Republicans. And, you know, so we have to, it's not just the Catholic Church. There are other denominations that are involved in this. There's other religions that are involved in this. There's political parties on both sides, but we need to call this out. And, you know, when the Pope comes out there and says, well, you know, God is on our side, or, you know, the Republicans come out and say, we want to have a strong economy and lower taxes, we need to say, no, I don't think so. We need to have some justice done here. That's what the government is about. The government is about justice. The government is about crime and punishment. If the Pope wants to say that that Cardinal Pell is now repented, well, you know, that's between him and God. But the government still needs to do its job and hand out some justice.
Well, the charges, for example, with Father Drew date back 30 years, and that's, of course, something that is going to be mentioned during the case. Father Drew, though, was arrested on August 19th of this year on 9-count indictment for sexual abuse. So I guess that Cincinnati is the next hotspot for the Vatican. In the meantime, Cardinal Pell case will eventually be dismissed because there is too much at stake here. We are talking about a deal that is being struck between the Vatican and the Anglican Church for this.
Hang on, we've got to take a break. We're going to be right back with Leo Zagami, and I want to talk about what's going on in the government there in Italy. Salvini is out. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're talking to Leo Zagami. You can find him at leozagami.com, and, of course, support him there on PayPal. But we're looking at some of the information that Leo has broken out of Italy. And, of course, I want to talk about what's going on with the government there. With Salvini, things have changed. But before we leave the Pope, Leo, of course, there's this new global pact of education that the Pope is talking about. Some amazing statements from him. He's quoting Hillary Clinton and this whole thing about it takes a village to raise children. He wants a global educational pact, he said, is needed to educate us in universal solidarity and a new humanism, And for people who don't really understand, go back and read the Humanist Manifesto. That is already the established religion of our government schools here in the United States. And the idea that it takes a village, that it takes the federal government to raise our children. And we can already see how it has changed the global mentality through education. I don't think that's a good thing, but this is something that he's now pushing, the global pact for a new humanism. Your comments, Leo?
Well, we're going back to a sort of a Soviet Union mentality of educating all. And I actually went to Russia after the fall of the Soviet Union, and I witnessed the results. I can say that there is some positive results to it, but the majority of it is negative, because in the end, they are, of course, educating you to what the state wants you to know. And so you're not a free-minded individual. In the Soviet Union, of course, you had to study certain books. You couldn't study others. And you had to follow what was the line that was addressed by the Communist Party. The humanist movement worldwide is an atheist movement. So the fact that the Pope is endorsing it, it's really scandalous. For example, in Norway, such organization has seen also members of the Ordo Templi Orienti of Aleister Crowley being involved, like Jon Farset, Jon Farset, that's how you pronounce it in Norwegian, and other people who also have been involved with Satanism. So, I mean, from my own personal experience, there's nothing really human about it, but it's really to implement this new direction towards embracing eventually a one-world religion in the hands of cyber Satan.
Yeah, well, they like to talk about it. They like to conflate it and make people think that it's about humanitarianism. But humanism is not about humanitarianism. If you want an opposing viewpoint of the two humanist manifestos, 1 and 2, I'd suggest people read Francis Schaeffer's Christian Manifesto, because in there he talks about the fact that these are not two compatible systems. They are mutually exclusive and opposite to each other. As you just point out, it's atheism. And in atheism, they promise total freedom, but what you wind up with is you wind up with a slavery of the mind, a slavery of thoughts, a slavery of free speech, and a slavery that is quite literal, as we saw throughout the Soviet Union and other communist states there. But it is a system of atheism. It is a system that makes man into God. And when you make man into God, guess what you wind up with? You wind up with government rulers who think that they are God. That's always the way this goes. And this is why the authoritarian structures always push that kind of humanism to people, because they want to be God, and they want to eradicate anything that is competition of that. But let's talk about the politics that's happening in Italy right now, because it is a warning to people about what may happen in our next election, and that is the ouster of Salvini. And immediately they've now opened up the constant importation of people coming in from Africa by the boats that are being shipped in by the NGOs funded by Soros and these other organizations. That immediately started coming up. Tell us how they got Salvini out and what's going on there with the politics in Italy.
Salvini officially got out of the game because he himself created a crisis in early August because he wasn't agreeing with this fast train line. But it's not true. In reality, there was a scandal that surfaced in early July regarding Salvini's pals in his party who were in Moscow with him and who were doing shady deals at the Metropole Hotel, which is next to the Red Square, and is an hotel very notorious for being used often by spies or people within the Russian government for shady deals. They had intercepted the actual meeting, and interestingly enough, you can find this conversation on the internet, and they actually talking about the Illuminati in Brussels and promising to Salvini.
This is a conspiracy theory, right, Leo?
No, this is actually the reality. Yeah. And it's incredible because the Russians were promising, the Italians were promising the Russia that they will fight the Illuminati in Brussels with their, after they will get the deals done with this oil company, and that, of course, will help financing the party of Matteo Salvini, the League. The problem with Matteo Salvini's party is that they had a huge debt, and that every time they were in debt, Berlusconi was usually saving their assets. But in the end, Berlusconi couldn't save them any longer, so they went to Moscow to beg for money. Of course, once they will accept this kind of deal, America will become their enemy automatically. The United States intelligence issued a warning within the various intelligence agencies of the community in the middle of July, and by the end of July, they started to ventilate the hypothesis that Matteo Salvini had to be kicked out in one way or another. So Matteo Salvini heard about it, and he gave eventually his resignation, hoping, though, that they will still go towards a general election because he's supported by the majority of the Italian people for what he has done.
And that's the key thing, is that he's opposed wide open borders, but he's also opposed other things like mandatory vaccination and so forth. What's going to happen to those policies now as the government has changed? Because we've already seen that the open borders is now resumed. Is this new coalition going to completely undo everything that Salvini and his party were doing? Because he was the one who was always getting the headlines. Is there anybody left there that's going to be a check to these types of this globalist agenda?
No, the Five Star Movement made a deal with the Democratic Party, and the week after they formed this new government, Hillary Clinton was on her way to Italy to participate to this meeting of Italian European Illuminati that usually takes place every year, and it's called the Ambrosetti meeting. And so at the Villa d'Este. So
Hillary's going to meet with the Italian Illuminati?
She already met with Italian Illuminati.
She already met with them. Okay. Well, of course she did, yeah.
On top of that, she participated to the Biennale on the 12th of September, where there was this charade regarding her emails, and they had mimicked this scene in which she was receiving thousands of emails right inside this museum exhibition, like it was a piece of modern art. And of course, Hillary Clinton posted it on her Twitter, saying, "Oh, you see, I'm saying to the GOP, maybe they can find my emails here." She was making a joke out of it.
No, the Chinese have got all of our emails. So does the NSA, as William Benny has pointed out. They got them all stored. But let's talk. We're just about out of time. I want to talk about this article you got at leozagami.com. After the reawakening of the Carbonari Renzi, fears that his assassination and quits the Italian Democratic Party. Talk about this Carbonari. Who are these people?
The Carbonari are the ones who founded Italy. They had to go against the church, and they were the #1 enemies of the church for a period of time till the unification of Italy, because they were the ones who overthrown the papal states. And so they had to conspire in secret cells. They were always against tyranny and against the foreign oppressors. So last Sunday, apparently, the Alta Vendita was reformed. The Alta Vendita is like a Grand Lodge of Freemasonry. They use more or less the same kind of symbols, but the terms are different, and they all wear black capes during their meetings. And it's much more serious than Freemasonry has ever been, even if they were actually created by a specific rite of Freemasonry close to the Jacobins. The Carbonari are in the game when things get really bad. And if they are reawakening, the Carbonari means that in the next few years we're going to start seeing homicides and things like that, because the Carbonari are not this secret society that come together to discuss the next social happening.
That's a fascinating article. People need to check that out at Leo Zagami, because it looks like some people have had enough, and this is what these people are expecting. As we're moving towards a fourth turning, they're expecting that it's going to be pretty radical. Violence will break out. Again, thank you for following us. And folks, if you want to support us, go to InfoWarsStore.com. We got a lot of specials there. Go to LeoZagami.com as well.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
I talk about this all the time, but the quickening is here. And humanity is at a crossroads deciding which way it's going to go. There are so many amazing developments taking place that it makes my head spin. But as I sit here in California, before the sun's even come up, it's a metaphor for a new day. I talked so much yesterday that my tongue is literally raw on one side and sore. I did a 5-hour podcast with a gentleman who right now is the #1 podcaster in the world. Joe Rogan is #1 overall. The Body Was Great Work, but this fella right now is the #1 podcast. He's only been doing it about 2 weeks. And I'm not going to even say who we did the podcast with until right before it airs. But it was very explosive, very positive, very negative, very argumentative. The fellow's very, very smart. But he was trying to get me to turn against Trump. I've been persecuted so much for Trump and for telling the truth. That's why it's hard to even be critical of Trump when he deserves it. Because when you've been pig-headed defending somebody for so long and been persecuted, it's hard to turn on him. But I'm not close to turning on Trump. Trump has done a great job on so many fronts. But what happens is when you get around people in Hollywood or in business or anywhere, they get on your ass and they say, listen, I really like you, but you need to turn against Trump right now, or I'm not going to be your friend. Well, don't be my friend then. Because the BS that Trump is a white supremacist, no matter how many times you say it, it's true. The BS that Brett Kavanaugh is a rapist, no matter how many times you say it, it's not true. The BS that I'm making stuff up to hurt people isn't true, no matter how many times you say it. And all this bullying and intimidation isn't working anymore. But I see why some people succumb to it. But then after you start talking to them behind the scenes, they go, yeah, I know you're right. And that's happening all over LA. We're super popular here, even though you're in the midst of all the brainwashing and inside this big ass bubble of disinformation. So we got Tom Pappert hosting the show today. He does a great job. Yesterday's broadcast with Owen Schroyer and the reports we had, I ended up watching about an hour of it last night. I watched about an hour of it this morning. Just top flight radio TV. There's nothing more informative. Yesterday's Tuesday show is the benchmark of quality information that's pro-human, for a pro-human future. The globalists have decided that they're going to replace humans. It's the final revolution. Nobody can ever resist you when you end the entire paradigm as it's known. We are standing against that, saying we're not just going to accept your destiny you've laid out for us. And that's what Inf0Wars.com and NewsWars.com and Banned.video are all about. And that's why the power, again, that you have to take action and override their censorship is beyond paramount. It's total, it's complete, it is victory. Resistance and action is victory when you have the right motivation and the right ideology. And this is a pro-human ideology. Inf0Wars.com, NewsWars.com. Now, we've got a bunch of special reports today, Tom Pappert, and so much more. I'll be back in the office about 1 o'clock, so I can pop it on air, unless my tongue over here on the side. I mean, I just was yelling and ranting for almost 5 hours, and I did most of the show yesterday, so I've never had this where I've got to see a raw side of my tongue. But my tongue doesn't swell up too much more. I'll be on air as well at the end of the 4th hour. But regardless, thanks for all your support. Wild horses couldn't drag us away. We love you. I know you love me. We're all in this together. You can feel victory. It's going to be a rough future coming up, but we are on a trajectory to win. So I'll see you in the future.
Welcome, everyone, to the Alex Jones Show. I am Tom Pappert, filling in for Alex as he gets back from this very important trip to California. He'll be back in studio, hopefully later this afternoon, around 1 p.m. Today is an absolutely insane news day, as Democratic mega donor Ed Buck has been arrested. A third man died at his home. Police say that he is directly responsible. Ed Buck, what he reportedly, allegedly likes to do is shove crystal meth into his victims and feed off their energy. One of the alleged victims actually went public in the media saying that. It's another episode of Alex Jones Was Right Again. There's big things happening in the Middle East today as well. We're going to have a guest on in the second hour, Patrick Howley of National File and the Epic Times. Israel is not a good place to be right now. Everybody knows there are issues with Benjamin Netanyahu, the current prime minister. Everybody knows there are certain issues with Israel. Nobody understands the foreign aid this country gives to any of these Middle Eastern countries, any country in the world. I'm personally an isolationist. I'll come out and say it. America first. But what's happening in Israel right now could very well launch the United States into yet another geopolitical conflict in the Middle East. Nobody is looking forward to that. The fake news is talking about Elizabeth Warren, saying she's the new front runner. They're saying 20,000 people will go to her rallies now. For some reason, I just don't believe it. There's a new pandemic threat that could devastate the world population. There's abortion news. We're actually at the lowest number of abortions in this country in many, many years. And as Inf0Wars has reported for decades now, your TV is listening to you. Your Alexa is listening to you. And now your smart faucet is listening to you. Let's start by talking about Ed Buck. Again, he was just arrested. Police say that he has killed now 3 people. Let's go ahead and air this video from LA.
Lou and Cher, good evening to you. This is still a very active investigation. The crime scene tape is up, the street is blocked off, and detectives are currently inside the home of prominent Democratic donor Ed Buck, who has been at the center of controversy following the suspicious deaths of 2 gay men inside his apartment in the span of just 18 months. Let's get you right to some of this video of the arrest just a short time ago. Here you can see Buck taken away in handcuffs, charged. Attorney says Buck injected his victim with methamphetamine on September 11th. Neighbors say they've been suspicious for years. Other men were not so lucky. Last January, 55-year-old Timothy Dean was found dead inside Buck's apartment located here on the 1200 block of North Laurel Avenue. The coroner saying he died of a methamphetamine and alcohol toxicity. He was the second man to die inside the home in less than 2 years. In July 2017, 26-year-old Jamel Moore was found dead. Officials say he died of a methamphetamine overdose. His death was ruled an accident and no charges were filed. Those close to Moore say he was working as a sex worker at the time he visited Buck's apartment. Another man who asked to remain anonymous previously told KTLA that Buck would instruct his male escorts to use high levels of drugs so he could watch their reactions. Buck, who is openly gay, was home at the time both men died. Advocates for the victims, as well as neighbors, say his arrest is a long time coming.
This is one of those instances, and I think we can go ahead and end that video now. This is one of those instances where you just sit there and wonder how many people have to wind up dead before police get involved. I guess the number is 2, almost 3 that we know of. So according to prosecutors, Ed Buck, a prominent Democrat donor, big Hillary guy, is a violent, dangerous sexual predator. He preys on his victims. This is allegedly what he likes to do. Some of the victims have come forward to say this. He gets a young black man. He prefers them young. In fact, the one of the men who died reportedly was a former victim who showed up at his house, and Ed Buck reportedly killed him. But what he likes to do is he gets these young black men. He brings them to his apartment, to what the police are now calling a drug den. He allegedly shoots them up with drugs, methamphetamine, and he watches their reaction. He feeds off their energy, according to one of the alleged victim. The man's name who says this, and this is what Inf0Wars has been telling you for years. According to the Daily Mail, Jermaine Gagnon claims Buck paid to fly him from Minnesota to his apartment in Los Angeles, drugged him by dissolving a substance into his Gatorade, and then injected him with drugs. 28-year-old provided pictures which show Buck crouching over him on a mattress pull-out bed during one of their nights together, and a toolbox of sex toys, which he pulled out during their encounter. This man donates to Hillary Clinton. This man donates to top Democrats. Now we, of course, have seen his arrest, but what I really want to get to is the quote by this poor individual who says that he is one of the victims, and the photos would seem to suggest there might be some truth to it. Gagnon says he was homeless and couch surfing in April of 2018 when he met Buck on a gay dating site, Adam for Adam, and was offered $200 to spend the evening with him at his West Hollywood apartment. He said, "I'd done sex for money many other times, but I don't make it a habit." The first day we met, I met him at his house. There's a gate at the main entrance, and he buzzed me up. He's on the second floor. When I walked in, it was dim lights, a mattress in the middle of the floor, 3 mirrors surrounding the mattress, and a flat screen TV mounted on a wall. It was just kind of weird, he admitted, explaining that the 63-year-old enjoyed dressing him up and treating him like a sex slave. He said that Buck was open about enjoying men who are young, black, handsome, and well-endowed. He was quite open about being very generous to the black community. He went on, I'm his type, and pretty much half the black community is his type. Vulnerable, depressed. If you're in a depressive state, that's the energy that feeds him. I first came across this article when it was fresh. And now that the man's been arrested, it just really makes you wonder what is going on in this country at the high levels, the stuff that we will likely never know, because all of these headlines are ripped from the Alex Jones Show. Alex has been saying this for years, that these Democrat elite, these globalist elite, they feed off the energy of people. They will kill you for sport and watch your soul leave your body for fun. Now we have a victim, the alleged victim, who says that Ed Buck literally feeds off of his energy while he drugs people to death. And this latest man, it sounds like it was a brush with death as he fled the apartment fearing he was having a methamphetamine overdose. So we're going to have Patrick Howley on in the next hour to talk about how this plays into what goes on with the Nexium sex cult, to what happened with Jeffrey Epstein. All of these interrelated circles that all work together to create the globalist paradigm. It's going to be a fascinating interview, but we're going to follow this story closely as well, because this is a long time coming. Black activists are rightfully celebrating this. There was a massive rally protest outside of Buck's apartment late last night, as again, the third man has been found to have had an overdose at Ed Buck's home. So in the next segment, we're going to get into exactly what's happening in the Middle East right now, because it is an absolutely shocking thing to see. And I don't like these foreign entanglements that the United States has found itself in. But for better or worse, the last, 20 presidents have got us into this mess. And now we could easily see these foreign entanglements get us into a new world war. Netanyahu's opponent, who it seems like he may have lost, this guy could be the next prime minister. National File, my website, can report that he is potentially vulnerable to blackmail by Iran. And they say that the Israeli deep state wanted him in this position. It doesn't bode well for peace in the Middle East. We'll talk more about that in the next segment. You're watching The Alex Jones Show. I'm Tom Pappert, filling in for Alex. Keep an eye out for that very important podcast. It's going to drop in the next couple weeks, it sounds like, and I am extremely excited to watch it. You're watching The Alex Jones Show. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Patrick Howley coming up in the next hour. Make sure to stay tuned for that here on InfoWars. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm Tom Pappert, filling in for Alex, as again, he's on a very important podcast. I'm very much looking forward to seeing that. Before we get into what's happening in the Middle East, I just want to take a second and stress how important it is to support this broadcast and all of InfoWars. Think about everything this network has done. It's such an honor to be sitting in this chair in this studio. This is the network that largely secured President Trump's presidency. This is the network that has kept this country out of more foreign military conflicts over the last few years. This is, I would say, the #1 conservative libertarian network that is in existence, and they're expanding every single day with your support. So right now, these are some of the best deals I've ever seen. I'd have no idea how Alex makes a profit doing this. I'll be completely honest, because right now you can get up to 75% off dozens of products at InfoWarsStore.com. 75% off Total Gut Health Combo Pack with 7 powerful formulas, 50% off Super Male Vitality, and it comes with a free bottle of Ultimate Female Force, 63% off the best-selling Myco Z X Plus fungus and yeast support. 50% off Ultra 12 vitamin B12. I'm a big fan of Ultra 12 vitamin B12. The hardest part about traveling is doing without the majority of these. And then 60% off Super Blue Silver Immune Gargle. And I've actually got mine with me here. I refuse to travel without this stuff. It's an absolute lifesaver. I don't know about the folks at home, but whenever I travel, whenever I'm in an airplane for 4 or 6 hours, you always get something in your throat. You always get an upper respiratory something. And this seems to do the trick at finding that. You can also get 50% off bodies. Many other fantastic deals. Now is the time to take advantage of these great prices. Many products are already beginning to sell out. This is your opportunity to support the InfoWar, InfoWarsStore.com. So let's talk about the globalist big dream. You know, we got rid of John Bolton. Everybody celebrated. It seemed like it was going to be great. I almost wonder, is this the revenge of Bolton? Because now Israel, which America financially supports and gives weapons to, they're going to have a man who is essentially far left wing on everything but military, where he is a war hawk. He could be the next prime minister. And if he is not the next prime minister, then there will be a kingmaker who will force Netanyahu back into attacking Hamas. And this all comes up after National File broke an exclusive story, nationalfile.com. Netanyahu opponent could be blackmailed by Iran, and the Iranian deep state is covering it up. They have their candidate. Two sources told the National File that parts of the Israeli government, what some would consider the Israeli deep state, are hiding compromising material that could allow Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu's political opponent, Lieutenant General Benny Gantz, to be blackmailed by Iran. You see, Gantz, as do many powerful people, he has a vice. And that vice is apparently, allegedly, according to two sources who came to National File independently, that vice is women. He has a mistress. We've certainly heard of this before. Bill Clinton, President Trump. But generally not a good idea to do that when you're running for political office. So earlier this year, it was widely reported that Iran had hacked Gantz's email. What was not widely reported is that they gained compromising intel about his mistress. And what definitely has not been widely reported is that the Israeli deep state, the Israeli army, the IDF, well, it has a division called the censorship division. And they decide what flies, what goes out in the public forum within Israel. And so while this story is out there, multiple Israeli media outlets wanted to report this prior to yesterday's election. None were allowed to do so. And so now we have this deadlocked election where Netanyahu is not going to be able to secure a majority. Gantz won't be able to either, but there's going to be a kingmaker who wants nothing more than endless war. And as we all know, when there's war in the Middle East, somehow the United States always has to get involved. The censorship division decided that this would pose a national security risk to Israel if it were public that the next prime minister might be blackmailed by Iran. Is there not some sort of comedic value to that? And now we have Iran. There's a kingmaker, Avigdor Lieberman, who wants to make sure that Israel goes back to war. Isn't that phenomenal? And again, I bring this up not to defend Israel, not to say that I think we need to send more money and weapons and everything else to the Middle East for any reason. I don't want us to give foreign aid to anybody. Nobody should get foreign aid from the United States, America first. But I predict this is going to lead to further conflict in the Middle East. This is from End of the American Dream, also Infowars.com. Last November, this Lieberman character resigned as Israel's defense minister when Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu decided to reject Lieberman's plan for a military operation in Gaza and instead agreed to a ceasefire with Hamas instead. This man quit his job because there wasn't enough war. My goodness, if only we could have got rid of John Bolton the same way it took him being fired. And now, this man is the leader of a party that will serve as the kingmaker. You see, neither Netanyahu or Gantz have a majority. They're both stuck in limbo. And this man is going to get to say, whoever will go to war, you're going to be the next prime minister. That's a terrible place to be. This is really a result of what happens when the United States allies with these powers. But say what you will, there are two countries in the Middle East that are really decent places to live. One of them, the United States, under Hillary and Obama, desperately trying to destroy. That's, of course, Syria, where they're protecting Christians. The other is Israel, where they're at least trying to live in peace. Now, that may be no longer. This could easily erupt into a larger military conflict. If Iran is compromising material on Gantz decides to attack Hamas, what does that say with Iran? What does that mean for the United States? And of course, the United States is already posturing itself for more war in the Middle East. Saudi Arabia says it has material evidence tying Iran to the Aramco attack. Saudi Arabia revealed yesterday that contrary to its initial estimates, Aramco should be able to get back up and going, but the kingdom's defense ministry said it was planning a press conference to present material evidence purportedly linking Tehran to the unprecedented attack on the kingdom's oil infrastructure. This is another thing, Tulsi Gabbard, not that I would ever vote Democrat in my life, but she's been pointing out that the United States does not exist to be Saudi Arabia's protector. She uses slightly more colorful language than that. But this is what happens when we depend on a Middle Eastern theocracy for our oil. I think what needs to happen in this country is we need to continue pursuing energy independence so we can stop bowing to Saudi Arabian kings and getting involved in their conflicts. I think that would be the best course for President Trump to continue to take. You're watching The Alex Jones Show. I'm Tom Pappert filling in for Alex. He's on his way back. He might be popping in this afternoon. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this break. Welcome back to The Alex Jones Show. I am Tom Pappert filling in for Alex. So last segment we were talking about what's really going on in the Middle East, what's really going on with this Israeli election that you're undoubtedly hearing about from every major media source this morning. But so you know what's really happening, as it was reported on nationalfile.com and Inf0Wars.com. Let's see what the globalist propaganda engine at AP News, let's see what they have to say. So we just heard, just to recap, that there is now a kingmaker party in Israel that is going to demand war with Hamas. They're going to demand essentially genocide of Palestine in all likelihood. But this is the absolute insanity that's being put out by AP. Israel's Arabs poised to gain a new voice after a tight election. Isn't that great? You got to remember, here in the United States, they're saying no walls from Mexico to Palestine. No border, no walls, no USA at all. This is insanity, what we're seeing right here. But this is what they want the world to believe. In this Tuesday photo, the Israeli Arab politician Ayman Odeh casts his vote. Isn't that lovely? Israel's Arab coalition appears to be poised to emerge as the main opposition bloc following Tuesday's election, a historic first that would grant a new platform to a long marginalized minority. Doesn't that just sound so lovely? It's almost like it's not true. Near complete results Wednesday indicated the joint list won about a dozen seats in the 120-member assembly, coming third after the blue and white party of former military chief Benny Gantz and the right-wing Likud party of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. In absolute terms, the Arab bloc appears to have met or fallen short of its performance in 2015. But this time around, due to shifting constellation of Israeli politics, it would be well placed to lead the opposition if a national unity government of the two largest parties is formed, as seems likely. This is insanity that they're reporting this as if it's some wonder. This could mean the death of these people. That is what this election actually means. But they report it as though it's a wonderful thing. It's multiculturalism. It's everybody's getting together in a circle and singing Kumbaya. Meanwhile, we could have a world war erupt in the Middle East any day now, as guns are pointed toward Iran. We're pointing it back towards Saudi Arabia. And by the way, on big tech. This just shows the allegiance of these people. Facebook is still auto-generating results for the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda in terms of pages. You can see there on screen through the document cam. I love Islamic State. Isn't that insane? That's our big tech overlords for you right there. But this does, I mean, this, again, who on earth does this? Pages from a confidential whistleblowers report obtained by the Associated Press. Who goes to the AP with your whistleblowers report? Along with 2 printed Facebook pages that were active on Tuesday, September 17th, are photographed in Washington. Facebook likes to say that its automated systems remove the vast majority of prohibited content glorifying the Islamic State group and Al-Qaeda before it's reported, but a whistleblower's complaint shows that Facebook itself has inadvertently produced dozens of pages in their names. These are the algorithms that are meant to rule our lives and make everything work. Isn't that lovely? The algorithms that were attempted to be gamed for Hillary Clinton, the algorithms that are now being gamed for the new crop of Democrats, as insane as they all might be. But speaking of Hillary Clinton, you know, largely what's happening in the Middle East is due to her policies. I mean, it was her and Obama who created ISIS. It was, of course, Hillary who destabilized much of North Africa. She's the reason why if you had the money and the inclination and the lack of morality, you could go to Libya today and buy a black slave. He eradicated slavery in the West, and Hillary Clinton brought it back in Libya. Isn't that nice? Well, Hillary Clinton, this is an article up at Inf0Wars.com, Steve Watson, she is still complaining that she lost to Trump. When is this lady going to get over it? It's honestly pathetic at this point, but this article is absolutely insane. She has apparently been mentoring some of the Democrat candidates to run against Trump in 2020. That's sure to please all Trump supporters everywhere. Can we roll this video? I'm fascinated by this lady. I don't know why she's still out there. She should be hiding under a rock by now.
So, I've talked with many of the Democratic candidates for president, as you might guess. I've answered their questions about everything from digital outreach.
So she's talking to these people. She's answering their questions. Who better to consult with for your campaign than the losing candidate who lost a rigged election?
Obstacle might very well turn out to be, and that.
So I'm mesmerized by this. The fact that she is still going, still running her mouth. She warned the Russians are coming to meddle in the election yet again. We have a fundamental set of threats at the bedrock of our democracy, and anyone who stands in the way of confronting those threats is abdicating their responsibility to protect and defend the Constitution. I was the first person who ran for president in more than 50 years without the protection of the Voting Rights Act. She also complained. What a complete and utter lunatic. And the fact that she's consulting with the new crop of Democrats doesn't surprise me. I mean, look, we all know that social media, everything was tilted in her favor in 2016. And just think about what's happened over the last few years. Let's go ahead and start to get into this because it's absolutely horrifying. A couple weeks ago, I was here in studio with Alex, and you may remember we were reporting on the potential new gun control push that will weaponize your Alexa, your Fitbit, your everything to spy on you, give that information to the government, and then allow the government to do one of two things, either come and take your guns or put you on prescription SSRIs, or both. Well, now, new article up at Zero Hedge. It's up at Infowars.com as well. Smart TVs have been caught sending sensitive user data to Facebook and Netflix. You know, every single day, Alex Jones is completely vindicated. I remember when I was a kid, I was a child, and Alex was saying, look, these devices are listening to you. It's already in the patents. Go look it up for yourself. And now here it is, mainstream news. Just when social media companies were starting to modify their data collection practices to better respect user privacy, the next threat is coming from the Internet of Things. Smart TVs are becoming increasingly popular. In some cases, users' data are being sent to Netflix even though they didn't have an account. This is kind of like with Facebook. Facebook can mine your user data even if you've never had a Facebook account in your life. And it's not just smart TVs. Other smart devices, from speakers to cameras, have also been caught sending user data to third parties like Spotify. Nearly 70% of Americans have a smart TV or a Roku or Apple TV. Nearly all these devices have recognition technology that tracks what you watch and sells that data, approximating your interest to advertisers. You know, viewers who watch Firepower, which is on every night from 7 until 9 p.m. with myself and Will Johnson, know that I've been building a new studio there. And when you're shopping for TVs, this is how it works now, I learned. You can choose to get a dumb TV, and you can pay $1,200, or you can get a smart TV and pay $600. And it doesn't take a genius to sit there and think, what on earth is the difference between these two TVs? It's the same exact size, the same exact technology. One's a smart TV and it's cheaper, and one is a dumb TV and it costs twice the amount of money. Could it be that they're stealing my data to spy on me and sell it to whoever is paying the most, and that subsidizes the cost? This isn't exactly hard stuff to understand, but apparently most Americans don't care. I think that's the real problem. We're all numb to this. Everybody just knows that your smartphone is spying on you. You mention a word and 2 days later it's in a Facebook ad. You never even type it. You never do a Google search. We all just kind of accept this as the price that we pay to live in this wonderful advanced society. We're going to talk more about this when we come back after the break. Big tech is one of the major destructive forces of our time, and it seems like nobody is trying to rein it in whatsoever. You're watching The Alex Jones Show. I'm Tom Pappert, filling in for Alex as he returns from California. It's on a very big podcast. Keep an eye out for that. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to The Alex Jones Show. Again, I am Tom Pappert, filling in for Alex as he gets his way back here. He may be back in studio at 1 o'clock, so stay tuned. We've been talking about big tech, and I really want to go big picture here because big tech is working hand in hand with our globalist overlords to create this new perfect paradigm that they want to usher in that is not a human paradigm. But this is an important article because Facebook, this is really them flaunting their power over the legal system, over Congress, over everybody. Everybody knows Laura Loomer is suing Facebook. You may remember her appearance on the Alex Jones Show from a few months back. She is suing Facebook because Facebook has considered Laura Loomer a hate figure. She's a 5'7" Jewish girl, but she's a hate figure according to Facebook, and she must be banned. She's every bit as bad as Alex Jones or Paul Joseph Watson or that dangerous white supremacist Milo Yiannopoulos, who coincidentally is married to a black guy. But so in that lawsuit, Facebook has now filed a motion to dismiss. And it is perhaps the most confusing motion to dismiss I have ever read in my entire adult life, which admittedly is not that long. Maybe there's something crazier. Somebody can show it to me, but this was something else. So in its response to independent journalist Laura Loomer's lawsuit against the platform, Facebook refers to itself as a publisher, which means it could potentially forego protections afforded to all big tech, all social media networks by Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. So for people who don't know how this works, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Google, they're all in this bizarre world middle line area where they're not a publisher, they're not a newspaper, because if a newspaper publishes libel, you can sue the pants off that newspaper. You can make it fold. So they're not a newspaper, they're not a publisher, but at the same time, it's not a public forum. They can ban anyone they want without it being a violation of the First Amendment. So in this bizarre world, clown world, legal document, they somehow managed to make the case that they are indeed a publisher, but they're not a publisher. Motion to dismiss Loomer's lawsuit against the big tech company. Facebook's legal counsel appears to specifically refer to the company as a publisher. It says this: third, to the extent Ms. Loomer's claim targets Facebook's decision to deactivate her accounts, it is also deficient. Under well-established laws, neither Facebook nor any other publisher can be liable for failing to publish someone else's message. So here, Facebook is saying, we're a newspaper. It's just like at Inf0Wars.com. Nobody has the right to just send an article to Inf0Wars or newswars.com and have it published. That's true. But Facebook says it's not a publisher. Anybody can go to Facebook. But they can ban people, but anybody can go to Facebook. Strangely, later in the motion, Facebook then invokes Section 230 and what Reclaim the Net, which I'm a big fan of that website, it seems to be a great civil liberty on the internet website, describes as a mind-boggling stance. Facebook's mind-boggling claim that its First Amendment rights allow it to ban users for exercising their own First Amendment rights, and that's not even the only puzzling and contradictory point from the filing. Another is the way Facebook refers to itself as a publisher at one point, only to later in the same document invoke Section 230. The extent Ms. Loomer's claim targets Facebook, nor any other publisher can be liable. And then it goes on to describe itself on page 18 as a company that is protected by Section 230 of the Communication Decency Act. It's totally insane. And I love that we got this on the document cam because this is where Facebook is leading us. This is where all these insane people are leading us. This is another article by Paul Joseph Watson up at Infowars.com. Governments are not prepared for a pandemic that could kill 80 million people, warns the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board, a joint entity formed by the World Bank and the WHO. This is the die-off, the great murder of humanity that Alex Jones has always been talking about. And they want it to happen. There's a very real threat of a rapidly moving, highly lethal pandemic of a respiratory pathogen killing 50 to 80 million people and wiping out nearly 5% of the world's economy, warns the paper, adding that the world is not prepared for this. A global pandemic on that scale would be catastrophic, creating widespread havoc, instability, and insecurity. The GPMB says governments need to invest more in emergency preparedness and that misinformation on social media is also exacerbating the spread of diseases. But don't worry. Trump is being pressured to ban vaping, and that will solve everything. So mosquito-borne virus could be a form, not this, but a form of what kills people. A man went from healthy to brain dead in 9 days from a mosquito-borne virus. 64-year-old man was a perfectly healthy, happy human being less than 2 weeks before his August 19 death from a rare mosquito-borne virus. And here's a comforting headline. Are you guys ready for this? This year's flu season may be a bad one. Here's why you need a flu shot. Are you ready for your flu shots, ladies and gentlemen? Flu seasons are notoriously unpredictable, but there are already clues that the upcoming season may be especially difficult. Flu season in the southern hemisphere can be an indication of what's to come in the northern hemisphere. The recent flu season in Australia, where winter just ended, arrived early and with a vengeance. A particularly virulent flu strain, H3N2, dominated. What's more, pediatric flu death has already been reported in the U.S. A 4-year-old in California who had underlying health problems. That's the part that they never put in the headline, is it? Underlying health problems. The very young who are already sick, the very old who are already sick. But you better get your flu shot. We should never forget that the flu kills, said Dr. Cameron Kaiser, a public health officer for Riverside County, California. A death so early in the flu season suggests this year may be worse than usual. The CDC estimates that last year there were 37 million to 43 million flu illnesses, 36,000 to 61,000 related deaths. So you better get your flu shot. Here we go. The concern with delaying it is that some people who might have the opportunity to get vaccinated now may not have that opportunity later. That's Dr. Robert Atmar, professor of medicine and infectious disease expert at Baylor College. The most important thing is for people to get their flu vaccine and get it before the epidemic starts. Most healthy people get the shot in September, can expect some protection through the spring, but older adults may want to schedule their vaccination for sometime in October. There's no mention of what the flu shot actually does. It protects against one very specific strain of the flu, and who even knows what the strain that you could get sick with will be. It's all total insanity, but this is then the globalist agenda. We're all going to get sick and die of the flu. Mosquitoes are biting us. We're going to die. There's a respiratory illness that's going to take out 80 million people, but the elites want us to live in 100 square foot parasite pods, and it's the housing of the future. Of course, Paul Joseph Watson had a similar article and a video that went along with it last week, but this is up at nationalfile.com, and this is the future. This is what they want. Maybe we can put some of the images on screen from a file, from an article that's embedded in this one, but this is what they want for us. We're going to live in these 100 to 180 square foot pods, these tiny little homes. And if you look at these things, it looks like a wasp nest on the side of somebody else's building. Parasite pods are part of a broader design subclass called parasitic architecture, defined as temporary structures that feed off energy from a host building to provide power, utilities, structural support. Some aesthetically disturbing examples can be seen online. And this is being put forward in China, in Spain, in Malaysia, all across the world as the next step in human evolution. So I know we don't have much time here, but let's see exactly what this type of living conditions brings with clip number 5. This is what happens when people are destitute and living in close quarters. We can bring that up. There we go. Homeless people fighting over who knows what. I believe it's happened right here in Austin, if I understand correctly. Texas Street Fights TV. My goodness. These are some of the lovely campers. You know, they just need a nice parasitic home and maybe a flu vaccine, and all will go well. It's disgusting footage. This is what humanity is being degraded to, thanks to our globalist overlords here. All right, I think we've seen enough. We better stop it before it gets unfriendly for a family audience. But this is what the globalists want. I mean, IQ has plummeted over the past few decades. Fluoride had a lot to do with that. This is the type of behavior, this is the type of living conditions, this is the type of illnesses that they're going to continue to force upon us if we don't fight back. Infowars.com, InfoWarsStore.com, NewsWars.com. I'm Tom Pappert. You're watching The Alex Jones Show. Alex should be back in studio later today. Stay tuned. We're back with Patrick Howley on the other side of this break. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I am Tom Pappert, your host. In the beginning of the last hour, we were talking about Ed Buck, who has now been arrested after 3 men that we know of have reportedly overdosed after he allegedly injected crystal meth into their body. One victim says he does it so he can feed off the energy of young black men who are in distress. For this segment, maybe the next few, we're going to have Patrick Howley with us. Patrick Howley is a reporter for Epic Times, as well as my website, National File. Patrick has previously been at Breitbart, Big League Politics, Daily Caller. He is a heavy hitter when it comes to these topics. One of my favorite people, at Howley Reporter on Twitter. Make sure you follow him. Patrick was instrumental in breaking down everything that happened with NXIVM, the famous sex cult that was really a human trafficking cult. Patrick also was instrumental in helping the world understand what was going on with Jeffrey Epstein. So I thought, who better to bring into this conversation? Patrick, I know you're familiar with what happened with Ed Buck. What do you consider his arrest? What do you view this as? Is this a step in the right direction?
Well, you would think so. I mean, you would think he would have been arrested after the first black man died at his home after being overdosing, after being injected with crystal meth. You would have thought he would have been arrested after the second black man died at his home. Now, this third man did not die. He survived. However, this is enough to get Ed Buck charged with battery causing serious injury, administering meth, and maintaining a drug house. So he is finally being brought to justice. These are felony counts. He is, of course, a Hillary Clinton donor and a very close friend of the Clintons. And so this is yet another person who's in the Clinton nexus, who has been accused in a civil suit of human trafficking, who is obviously preying on black men and, you know, taking pleasure and delight in their suffering and their misery. This is something we often see from elitists who are involved in human trafficking, who are connected to the Clintons. They thrive on the suffering of their victims.
Now, you brought up a really important connection there because it does seem as if they are all connected to the Clintons in some way, shape, or form. We, of course, had Jeffrey Epstein, intimately acquainted with the Clintons. We had the NXIVM human trafficking sex cults where they were giving illegal donations to Clinton in 2008. And now we have Ed Buck, who is their super donor. So is this, in your view, is this just a commonality between elites?
Well, it's a network, and it's a network of people who are all connected with one another. And so the Trump administration, and also me as an investigative reporter, have been going after these so-called placeholder cases. Jeffrey Epstein was one of those placeholder cases. However, they killed Jeffrey Epstein, where he committed suicide. And so, you know, he's not going to then turn on the people like Ghislaine Maxwell, who he was involved with. It's interesting to note that Keith Raniere of NXIVM, his sentencing is now delayed until 2020. That gives him a lot more time to talk. And so my appeal to the prison guards who are guarding Keith Raniere right now is, please don't pull an Epstein. Keep this man safe, okay, not for his sake, but for our sake, because this guy was being funded by the Bronfmans. The cult was illegally bundling money for Hillary Clinton. Kirsten Gillibrand's family was in the child trafficking cult. They were running human experiment daycares in Guatemala and Mexico, grooming little kids, giving them fake visas to get them up over the border. And Claire Bronfman's brother even owned the land where the child sex bunker was found in New Mexico.
Wow.
So you can see the whole map of human trafficking as it comes up from Central America over the border, and then these kids get pumped into situations where they are the victims of satanic pedophile human traffickers. That is the issue of our times. That's the power structure of our world right now. And they can't kill every Jeffrey Epstein because all of this truth is cascading out into the open.
I think you're exactly right. We are winning this thing whether they like it or not. Patrick, we've got to take a short commercial break here in about 30 seconds. When we get back, I want to pick your brain about why is it that they're always going after, I mean, we had NXIVM going after almost exclusively Hispanic children. We had Epstein who went after a certain subset. We have Ed Buck who goes after young black men. It's very bizarre and very interrelated. As you said, it is absolutely a network. I'm Tom Pappert filling in for Alex Jones today. He will be back in studio, hopefully, later this afternoon. But you are watching The Alex Jones Show. We'll be back with Patrick Halley after this short break. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I am Tom Pappert filling in for Alex today. It's an honor to be here with my very, very important guest, Patrick Halley. He's at Halley Reporter on Twitter, and he is by and large the most devastatingly effective journalist when it comes to breaking apart these sex rings, sex cults, alleged drug dens. So, Patrick, we were talking a little bit in the last few seconds of the last segment. They always seem to go after very specific subsets of the population. And this is from one of the alleged victims of Ed Buck, who made it out, who fled the apartment and never returned. This was a homeless young black man who had been on the street. He was allegedly paid $200 by Buck to spend the night with him. And this is one of the quotes that he gave the media. He said, "I'm his type," and pretty much half the black community is his type. Vulnerable, depressed. If you're in a depressive state, that's the energy that feeds him. That's the energy that feeds him. I think that is the most startling and shocking line I've read this year. Talk a little bit, if you could, about how these people, do you agree they feed off energy? That's what we had with Epstein. That's what we had with NXIVM. And now that's what we allegedly have with Ed Buck. Do you agree with that?
Yes, they feed off of misery. They feed off of adrenaline, but they feed off of negative energy. And if you are somebody who is a marginalized person, then you are at risk. Look at Child Protective Services. It was Hillary Clinton, through her husband, signing the Adoption and Safe Families Act in 1997 that created financial incentives to take kids out of their homes, put them in foster care. And now the State Department confirms that they're being child sex trafficked. And so that happened because of the Clintons. There is now an entire industry all over the country of kids who are being sex trafficked through Child Protective Services. The Clintons put that in place. The Clintons have been at the center of human trafficking for the last 20 or 30 years. And we are seeing everybody who's connected with them now during the Trump years, being a target. Church of Scientology is being sued for human trafficking. Church of Scientology has a very powerful lobbying shop in D.C. Their lobbyist, Greg Mitchell, you can find photos of him with Hillary Clinton. You can go to the L. Ron Hubbard House in DuPont Circle, as I've been. I took a VIP tour during the election, and you can see very clearly that this occult elitist network is operating all over the country and all over the world, and they're not messing around. And so this really is a war for humanity.
Patrick, you've been covering something, and this is very related, that I honestly do not know if this has been important. This is very important information, the CPS scandals that you have been single-handedly breaking at Epic Times and National File. Very, very important stuff. Can you tell us a little bit about this? Because some people don't understand that CPS, these are not necessarily great families that the government is ripping children out of their birth parents and giving them to. So explain to us the work you've been doing here lately.
I broke the story of massive child prostitution that's going on in the California CPS. That's not exclusive to California. It's happening all over the country. The state of California doesn't even put out an Amber Alert if kids go missing from foster care. All of the kids are officially labeled as runaways so that no Amber Alert has to go out. And the reason is that they leave for a short period of time and they engage in prostitution and they get 20 johns at a time and they get paid and their pimps get paid and then they get returned to foster care. And this is what they do on the weekends. This is what they do for days at a time. This is happening all over the country. The Clintons created this system in 1997 by signing an act that pays foster parents, that allows everybody in the CPS system to get paid if they take the kids out of the parents' houses. And I'm coming out with an article today that's a real bombshell showing how in Oregon, parents who are conservatives, Christians, and Trump supporters are being targeted with fake CPS reports. Antifa is doing this. Antifa is making fake CPS reports against Trump-supporting parents and weaponizing this agency, knowing that every single time CPS goes into a parent's house, they have a financial incentive to take the kids away, and they're going to look for any excuse to do it.
That is horrifying information, but it doesn't really surprise us. So let's just recap here. We have people like Ed Buck who are giving money to Hillary Clinton, allegedly drugging and allegedly killing young black men. We have people like Jeffrey Epstein, close personal friend of Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. I mean, we know how many times he flew on the Lolita Express. We think that he's been to the infamous pedophile island. We have NXIVM, which gave money to the Clintons, and now we have the Clintons essentially building a system that allows children to be prostituted. Patrick, what can be done to right this ship with CPS? What can be done here?
Well, look, the Clintons are the mafia bosses. However, they're not the top bosses. I mean, if you look at the networks here and you realize that Ghislaine Maxwell, who is Jeffrey Epstein's handler, her father was business partners with Charles Bronfman of the Bronfman family of NXIVM fame. Jeffrey Epstein himself was the tax mitigation advisor to Edgar Bronfman, Claire Bronfman's father, when he was at Bear Stearns. Their relationship goes back to the 70s. These people all know each other. They hang out on Richard Branson's island. They hang out on Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile island. They have networks, and they thought they were untouchable for a long time. That's why NXIVM was hiding in plain sight until a whistleblower named Frank Perlato came to me and we started busting this thing up and exposing the connections. And what they're doing very clearly is they're doing satanic rituals. They're bringing kids in as sex slaves and they're performing satanic rituals and they're using them for horrible, horrible things. But it's not just sex. It's not just for their own sexual gratification. It's also for occult rituals that they're performing. And it's also for blackmail. As we know from the Jeffrey Epstein case, world leaders were being blackmailed for the things that they were engaging in that were all on videotape being surveilled. And once these people do horrible things and they're politicians and they're connected to so many other people in politics, then they're owned. And they're 100% owned. That photo you just showed was Ghislaine Maxwell at an In-N-Out Burger in Los Angeles taunting the press by reading a book about the life and death of CIA agents right after Jeffrey Epstein's death. These people are clowns. They're all connected to intelligence. And so it becomes harder to go after them, but we have to keep going after these placeholder cases. And so yet again, my appeal to Keith Raniere's prison guards is keep that guy safe, do your job, don't take a bribe, don't leave the gate open and look the other way, because this guy very well could flip and make a deal, and that would change human history.
I think you're absolutely right about that. And a lot of us were hoping that that would happen with Epstein. Of course, it didn't happen. Now, in the next segment, I want to get into what is being done by the Trump administration, which there are some faults with the Trump administration, but going after child sex trafficking is not one of them. But for the couple minutes we have left, I want to just get your thoughts on how high up Ed Buck is, and is there a potential for an Epstein-Rainieri type of situation with Ed Buck?
Oh, absolutely. Ed Buck has been one of the biggest institutional Democrat donors for a long time. He's at a Tom Steyer level. And, you know, it's interesting to look into Tom Steyer. What was he talking about in some of those Podesta emails? He showed up in Podesta emails.
That's right.
These people are all linked to one another. And so the thing is, if any one of them goes down or becomes compromised or decides to flip, then the whole thing comes down. And that's why you see so many of these people dying like Jeffrey Epstein, because there is a system of accountability where if they think someone's going to flip, then that person ends up dead. And this often happens in Clinton world. And there are stories you never even hear about. There's Harold H.L. Moody, who is a program coordinator at Pulaski County Youth Services in Little Rock, Arkansas. He was also the communications director for the Arkansas Democrat Party during the 2016 election, a close friend of Hillary Clinton. And he was arrested. He was in a child porn chat room, and he was showing baby rape videos. And he even said to his fellow people in this chat room, "I've heard of white privilege, but not perv privilege. I'm not the jukebox at Waffle House. I don't play on demand." This guy was arrested. It was completely blacked out in the press. Nobody's heard about this. Harold H.L. Moody.
Wow.
The Clintons even put their health initiative through the Clinton Foundation in Pulaski County. They gave an award to the head of Pulaski County Youth Services where this man was employed, where he was smoking meth at his desk. And there was another case where a guy who worked there was arrested for raping a 14-year-old boy. This is a human trafficking operation. I'm not scared about getting killed. If they kill me, I'll go meet my maker. I'm going to use every moment that I have in order to get as much information about this out there to the people.
Well, and Patrick, we're friends. I know for a fact that you are in a good state of mind. You're a happy, healthy individual. And if anything were to happen, it would be suspicious. When we come back, we're going to talk about exactly what the Trump administration is doing, because by and large, they're going after these people more than we've seen ever before. That's one of the many great things about the Trump administration. You're watching The Alex Jones Show. I'm Tom Pappert. We'll be back after this break. Welcome back to The Alex Jones Show. I'm filling in for Alex today. He just did a very important podcast with a very high-profile person. I'm looking forward to seeing that drop. We have Patrick Halley with us via Skype. He's going to tell us what the Trump administration is doing to fight back against these child trafficking cults. But first, we do have to take a moment here. I'm just being completely honest, folks. I am a big supporter of InfoWarsStore.com, and it is very rare that you can get up to 75% off on dozens of products at InfoWarsStore.com. And this deal, again, I have no idea how Alex makes these things happen, but I'm guessing this is going to end very soon. Alex and I have had these conversations. He is trying to expand as rapidly as humanly possible. And this is in the face of such insane censorship that nothing like this has ever been seen before. There has never been censorship like what has happened to Alex Jones. I mean, on Facebook, you're not allowed to say the man's name. In fact, for a couple hours, about a month ago, Facebook would actually let you plot Alex Jones' death. You could assassinate Alex Jones on Facebook. Facebook was saying you could break the law, essentially. They changed it back, though. It's okay. But 75% off the new Total Gut Health Combo Pack with 7 powerful formulas. 75% off. There's 50% off Super Male Vitality, and you get a free bottle of Ultimate Female Force. 63% off the best-selling Myco ZX Plus Fungus and Yeast Support. 50% off Ultra 12 Vitamin B12. 60% off the Super Blue Immune Gargle. If you travel, I cannot stress this stuff enough. Silver works. Silver is one of the best things you can do for immune support. 50% off bodies, many other. This is your opportunity to stock up while the deals are this deep at InfoWarsStore.com. I cannot suggest it enough, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we have Patrick Halley here with us via Skype. Patrick is a reporter for NationalFile.com as well as the Epic Times. And again, congratulations, Patrick. That is a fantastic place for these stories to be disseminated. Patrick, you are a big proponent of President Trump because, by and large, he is one of the few people who is fighting back against this Clinton-aligned mess of cults and everything else. So, Patrick, tell us, what is the Trump administration doing? Are they doing enough? And what are they doing to fight back against this?
Trump's been fighting this for years. It remains to be seen whether they're doing enough, because we're going to have to see the results. That's all that really matters in human history. I will tell you that on October 1st, the Family First Act goes into effect. President Donald Trump last year quietly slipped this in as an addition on the bottom of a short-term spending bill. Knowing that Congress had to pass a short-term spending bill, Trump secretly put something into that bill called the Family First Act, which passed into law without anyone knowing. And what it does is it de-incentivizes the taking kids out of their houses and putting them into foster care and then adopting them. I heard from a man yesterday in Oklahoma who said that he had just lost his kids. He was a cook at Chili's. He had a heart episode at work. They didn't file an official report to say what happened, that he had a heart episode, because the manager was an illegal alien and didn't want an official report. That put him into the CPS system. And after 15 months, there was no choice. The kids get adopted out. So his family's gone. He said, why am I even an American at this point? I don't have a family. I don't have a job. I don't have any constitutional rights. That's what's happened ever since these financial incentives were put in place in 1997 for Child Protective Services to human trafficked kids. So on October 1st, Trump on a state-by-state level is going to start taking some of those financial incentives away. On October 4th, the Trump administration is holding an emergency meeting on the same day that parents are rallying at the state capitol in Sacramento. And the Trump administration is going to discuss an emergency response to the child sex trafficking epidemic. The State Department under Mike Pompeo has already confirmed that the foster care system is the breeding ground of human trafficking. 80% of kids in this country who are child sex trafficked came through the foster care system, or they're migrants who are coming up over the border. So the Trump administration is being forced, and I mean, Trump has been doing this for years, but his administration now is being forced to actually do something about it because of the constant public outcry and the reporting of all the facts that are coming out about what's really going on. This is human slavery, and there's no freedom in this country as long as this is going on. So let's not pretend like we still live in the country of, of freedom and liberty, and the Constitution still means anything if the government is coming by and taking kids out of your house and sex trafficking them. That's the worst thing that can happen.
So, Patrick, we've got a few minutes left here, and I kind of want to thread some of this together, because we know that the girls, the women, it's mostly children who come in from Central America. Something like 86% of them are raped as they come into the United States illegally. We also know, thanks in no small part to your reporting, I cannot suggest high enough that people go follow at Hallie Reporter on Twitter, where he puts out his information first. But we now know, again, thanks to you, that NXIVM was bringing in illegal immigrant teenage girls and telling them that they are essential slaves. They have no freedom. So how does stopping illegal immigration, and President Trump is building the wall with all of the roadblocks that he's encountered, it is still going up. He is still working. I mean, he's forced Mexico to stop some of these crossings. How does this tie together illegal immigration and human trafficking?
The media's outcry over separating children from their parents at the border is all predicated on a diversion. Everything they try to do, they hide it in plain sight. Now, the Democrats were colluding with Russia on Uranium One, and so they created a public spectacle about Trump being allied with Russia. What's going on is that they're trafficking these kids up using human traffickers, and most of the parents are not actually related to the kids. So if they create as much of a spectacle in the media and as much outrage about supposedly separating these kids from their parents, they can conceal the fact that they're not actually the parents. When Trump put in this DNA testing at the border to give the people a cheek swab and do rapid DNA testing at the border, they found immediately 30% of the parents who were taking the kids over the border were not actually the parents. They were frauds. Some of them even turned around before the DNA test and admitted to this and went back to Guatemala. So the ACLU and CNN are now fighting the DNA testing. Well, why? I mean, wouldn't you want to know if these are real parents who are related to the kids? It's all a joke. They're on the side of human trafficking. They don't want it to be exposed that these are human traffickers. And so they're trying to hide this barbaric practice in plain sight by diverting and making people think that the Trump administration has some kind of fascist policy at the border.
Patrick, you are absolutely on fire, my friend. Thank you so much for coming on. We've got about a minute left here. Would you please tell us, again, I know it's at Hallie Reporter. Maybe tell us how to spell your name. Tell us where people can watch you, where people can find you, where people can find your work.
At Howley Reporter, Howley, Howley Reporter, and please go there. And, you know, I'm going to have another big article for the Epoch Times later today about the political targeting, about how there are fake CPS reports being filed because the left wing knows that they can use this fraudulent agency, CPS, to weaponize against Trump supporters. And so that's what we're dealing with. Every Trump supporter is on the front lines. We've got to stick together, and we've got to stay vigilant going into this election. And I think that President Donald Trump probably will win so long as we don't have some kind of big event put forth by the globalists before Election Day.
God bless you, my friend. Thank you so much for coming on the Alex Jones Show. That was, again, Patrick Hallie at Hallie Reporter. I hope he comes back real soon. I'm Tom Pappert. This is the Alex Jones Show. Alex should be back. We'll find out if he's up to coming in studio in the next half hour. Thank you all so much for watching this very important broadcast. We will be back after this break.
When you bring me out, can you introduce me as Joker?
And the criminals are running the asylum, that they want to have a blood feast on us like they had in communist China, 60+ million, and Soviet Russia, 50+ million, and Hitler, 40+ million, total dead, including 20 million Germans. If you want to be part of this blood feast, you're invited to dinner, but on the table like a suckling hog.
October 4th, mark your calendars. That's the date we're all told by Hollywood and the corporate media, breathlessly, that Joaquin Phoenix's greatest role, it won at Venice in France. The Joker. It's coming out. And the critics that have seen it in the screenings, they say that the mere mortals can't even understand the plot because it's so sophisticated. It's so incredible. Well, let me give you a spoiler alert. There's nothing sophisticated about the film. I've been given a full synopsis by contacts I have inside that vampire kingdom known as LA, and it matches with the leaks and reviews I've seen. I'm about to tell you exactly what happens in the movie and why it's being put out now and what its real message is to the public.
You know why they call him the Joker? Because it's a big joke to them that they're poisoning your water supply and that your children are deformed and get cancer when they're 10 years old. Because it's a big joke to the New World Order, all the things they're doing to you and how childlike you are.
Modern psychology and psychiatry is a new priesthood. It's only been around 200 years or so. But from my research, Carl Jung and Joseph Campbell and others have the best take on psychology as a lens, a thought system to see the world through. But it doesn't mean it's God, doesn't mean it has all the answers. And Hollywood and the entire psychological system has admittedly been used for more than 70 years to shape the minds and attitudes of not just the people in America, but the people of the world. Carl Jung talked about archetypes, and the Joker is in the tarot deck. It's also in a deck of bicycle playing cards. Well, who is the Joker in archetype? He's a clown. He's a servant of the king, but he's allowed to speak his mind and entertain, but also play tricks. The exaggerated red lips and smiling teeth are not the smile of a friend. No, it's the smile of a great white shark coming out of the water and attacking its prey. It's the smile of a lion or a tiger when it pulls back its lips to bite into you or your wife or your child. It's the leering face of a pack of wild wolves chasing you through the woods. So at a primitive level, the Joker is a man beast. He is possessed. He is filled with a demonic intelligence that only the wild can give him because he's let himself go of any inhibition. The Joker is a human that has given himself over to the knowledge of evil, that has empowered himself to do things others will not do.
At least that's what your run-of-the-mill devil worshiper or Luciferian or Aleister Crowleyite will tell you. The truth is the Joker is a loser. People that buy into the archetype end up destroying themselves and a bunch of other people usually along the way with them. But in the DC universe, the last 70 years, he's Arthur Fleck. Now, the filmmakers tell you over and over again, this is not the Joker of comic books. Oh, no, this is entirely new and something really deep and special. Well, the truth is the original Joker is an archetype of a very evil, wicked person who only cares about themselves and wants to overthrow God's existing order and create a hell on earth that he controls. We saw that during the French Revolution, which was admittedly carried out by Luciferians who wanted to overthrow civilization and even the family and set up hell on earth with themselves in charge. Oh, and many of those pushing the French Revolution and other similar communist revolutions that came out of it, in many cases would dress up when they went out to commit murders like clowns. And that's really the true genius of the original comic book creators, the people that made them popular, like Stan Lee. They understood that they could take already existing characters that were real in the world and then take them and exaggerate them, put them on paper and on the big screen. Just as Greek gods were simply a hyped up version of traits that the Greeks saw in people, Hollywood has done the same thing today. Now let's get into the new Joker film itself. This individual lives with his mommy in her basement. He has Tourette's syndrome and laughs and makes weird noises at inopportune times and gets beat up. He's disempowered. His life is hellish. The critics tell him that he sucks. Well, isn't this Hollywood itself down 40% at the box office, collapsing, every other person's a comic? No one actually wants to work or raise a family. So this is that, again, archetype of the communist or of the Jacobin, of the French Revolution, that none of us are going to work, none of us are going to get jobs. And the only way we're going to ever be successful is if we overthrow the big corrupt system that is Gotham. And we go out and show them that we can be more evil than the system itself, that we can mastermind and engineer and organize all these other people to carry out crimes. But like a sick, twisted Robin of Locksley or Robin Hood, they do it to people, in many cases, that actually deserve it because the stagnant system needs to be burned down and rebuilt. And who better to do it than the Joker? If you go back to the original days of the DC universe with the Joker in the 50s and 60s, we see someone who really enjoys poisoning the population, putting things into the water, the food or cosmetics or air that only when you come into contact with both of them does it actually hurt or kill you.
Smiley.
What is this?
Love that Joker.
Uh-oh. You don't look happy. He's been using Brand X. With new Joker brand. I get a grin again and again.
Now, I wonder where all those famous writers of the comic books got an idea like that. Because back at the time in the 40s and 50s, it was a big debate about how the Soviets and the Nazis put fluoride in the water to dumb people down, lower their fertility, and make them more easily manageable.
And so that's why the joke is on you. And that's why it's going to continue going on week after week, month after month, year after year. The joke's on you. What's scary? Somebody in some clown makeup? Because that can get your attention. That freaks you out at a primitive level. Nightmares out of your subconscious. But you're not afraid of some gentlemanly, middle-aged man who sits there talking with a sweet, calm voice, but tremulating with power and dark ghosts of death. When they write in Eco-Science, the National Science Czar's own government policy book, how they're poisoning your water supply, how they'll take all children at birth and raise them in government dormitories and do medical experiments on them, and how they'll bring in total tyranny and put implants in your body to control every facet. You know what's funny? Even though this book's free online at major university websites, you little bastards out there are going to go watch your TV and your movies, and you're going to sit there and laugh at me right now and not check any of it out.
Hollywood would love for you to believe that this is some new angle they've come up with, but no, it's not. It's the angle they're obsessed with. It's why they can't come up with new ideas, because they don't want to.
Now we come here not as conquerors, but as liberators to return control of this city to the people.
I'll get more into Joker in a moment, but first let's go back to Dark Knight Rises with Bane and his whole French Revolution outfit, and fire rises and we're bringing down society, and oh, it's so edgy. I went and saw the movie and said, it's a communist Jacobin French Revolution push, what the left wants. And then later I read a review where the director, after it had been out a few months, said that was the whole point. This is incredibly transparent. The French Revolution in mainline history books was carried out by the Illuminati, set up by Adam Weishaupt in Germany. That was their model. They tried to hijack our revolution. George Washington wrote a bunch of letters that are in the National Archives. Here's one on screen, talking about how this Luciferian cult of devil worshippers was trying to hijack our revolution. At first, Thomas Jefferson thought they were good, went over there, and they almost killed him. If you want to understand the new Joker film, understand Charlie Manson in the late 1960s, going and killing Sharon Tate and cutting a baby out of her womb, and then trying to blame it on black people to trigger a race war. And he said he wanted a race war, and that he had worked with the CIA. And it turned out he had worked with them in MK-Ultra. Show had Theodore Kaczynski, the Unabomber. That's LA Times, Associated Press, Washington Post. But we're supposed to forget all of this. And now Hollywood admits they're trying to cause a civil war by confiscating firearms, by creating racial tension, by staging events like Jussie Smollett got caught doing, and hundreds of others where they've been caught, and still hundreds of others where they have still gotten away with it. The system wants you to be a victim. They want to glorify people that are seen as victims. They want to glorify mental illness and are creating new ones all the time. And you see the Joker, he has Tourette's syndrome. He's a loser. He lives in his mommy's basement. And when you read the WikiLeaks from Hillary Clinton, she's talking trash about how her supporters live in their mother's basements, are all baristas, and want more money from her, but she can't deliver it to them, but she's got to lie to them. And that's what this film is all about. 90% of the college educations are worthless. They're designed to be worthless. You're going and paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for something where the job and the industry doesn't exist. But then they tell you, oh, the conservatives have stopped us, the nationalists, the capitalists, from bringing in this utopia where you're going to have jobs managing everything. But because they haven't gone along with this, the managed economy, the carbon taxes, the social workers running everybody's families, we're going to have a violent overthrow and a tearing down of civilization to be able to carry this out. And then we'll have the utopia. Same thing we heard from Lenin, Stalin, Hitler, Mao. But all it created was a nightmare for the general public that killed hundreds of millions of people and started giant wars. But you see, that's the whole point of this priesthood, the priest of power. George Orwell, Eric Blair, who actually worked for MI6, before that OSS, worked in the Ministry of Truth for real at BBC, wrote in 1984 about the real world they were going to build. He is O'Brien and Winston in the book. He wrote essays admitting it. And O'Brien tells him, Winston, we're here to trample people and be trampled. We're here to make society ugly. We're here to end the family and tear down everything and finally just kill all humans on Earth. We are the post-human movement. We are Satan. We kill, steal, and destroy. And now you turn on NBC. You look up the London Guardian. It's everywhere. The post-human world, how ugly humans are, how bad we are. So the very people telling the dumbed-down, poisoned, brainwashed masses who went into debt for worthless educations that it's all the fault of Christians and nationalistic conservatives and that they've got to overthrow things to have a future. That is the very Hollywood, megabank, Chi-Com-backed and owned system pumping cultural poison into this nation to cause a massive collapse of civilization, like they call for in Cloward and Piven strategies, to then usher in their system of total control and authoritarianism. And that's the model. And that's why you see all the films about race war and death and destruction and the downtrodden going out and conducting mass shootings and mass killings. And all the studies show that mass shootings are literally triggered when the media hypes them up, and mentally ill people on medications that on the inserts admit they cause people to commit suicide or murder others. But oh, they've all been given liability protection. This is an admitted plan by ultra-rich running multinational corporations allied with the EU, the Chi-Coms, and radical Islam and others on record to destabilize the Western world in the Renaissance and overthrow it and bring in this tyranny, all in the name of human empowerment. They are the bullies. The Joker is the bully. The power structure and the system is laughing at everyone and dangling in front of them the promise of something great, and free healthcare and free school and free money and free jobs and free housing and free everything if you'll just sign on to their revolution. But in the end, all you get is death and destruction. Here's the good news. These jokers would have you believe they're the most powerful card in the deck. But when you know they're the Joker, when you know they're scammers, when you know that they're trying to enslave you by creating a crisis they control and then a solution that they offer with the Hegelian dialectic, they have no more power. Because the truth is, ladies and gentlemen, the ace of spades is knowledge and historical understanding and a good, loving heart towards others, but also the will to stand against these bullies, these jokers, and let them know you're not going to submit to them. All they are is a scarecrow, ladies and gentlemen, trying to keep you from taking your destiny of being a free human being. And they put all these sad, pathetic people into these systems and suck their future and suck their dreams away, and then offer them fiery communist revolution as a way to be empowered. And every time the fools that do this end up being the first who are killed by their masters. The Joker wants to destroy Gotham, bring it down, teach them a lesson. Well, Bill Maher's up there saying, crash the economy to teach Americans not to support Trump. The private Federal Reserve is trying to crash the economy to teach us Americans that populism and loving our country is not good. It's incredible what real-world terrorists, real-world jokers and banes these individuals are. And Hollywood thinks you're so stupid, they're throwing it all in your face and saying, oh, it's so complex, you can't understand it. I was watching Bird Box for 10 minutes. I could see it was some signal over the cell phones making people kill themselves, just like the Kingsmen. They're telling you what they're doing to you. They're telling you how they're poisoning the water. They're telling you how they're dumbing you down. I want to be clear. Joaquin Phoenix is a great actor. I wish him, the directors, no harm. But they're just carrying out an agenda, a replay of the same thing that we're shown over and over and over again. The truth is, it's not cool to be a violent revolutionary trying to overthrow families and overthrow culture and overthrow society so you can build something ugly on top of it and then act like you're actually a rebel. You don't have to kill. You don't have to become satanic to have power. You don't have to go out and do horrible things to be somebody and show the world, show the bullies that you're not going to put up with it. But that's what the left does. They teach their minions in the colleges while they're giving them worthless degrees that you're all victims. And then when there's nobody really victimizing them, they go, oh, well, there's microaggressions. So you've got to go out and take over society. You've got to brainwash people's children. You've got to get control of education so that these evils don't happen to you anymore. And really, you're just a bunch of idiots following the Joker and his operation. Well, the age of the Joker is coming to an end. But Hollywood sees the Joker as their identity. And that's why they put him up there and celebrate him, because that's their archetype. The con man, the scam artist, the pedophile, the serial killer, the Hitler, the Stalin, the Mao. You can take the ace of spades in your hand anytime you want and start being a straight and strong and truthful person and standing up to build a better, safer, good community and rediscovering the values that made America the greatest nation in the history of the world.
Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. Tom Pappert still sitting in for Alex. That was another fantastic report by Mr. Jones himself. So it's almost time for that bizarre Facebook event, Storm Area 51. They can't stop us all. Well, I think they probably can. I would never recommend such a thing. I mean, you're essentially talking about an insurrection against the U.S. government, but It's very, I mean, I think it's just a Facebook meme. I don't think anybody really has an intention to storm Area 51, and it kind of seems like a distraction. But what's been fascinating is all of the responses from the United States government. We now have another from the Daily Star. Area 51 has secrets that deserve to be protected, warns U.S. Air Force General. I think they're taking the meme a bit too seriously. U.S. Air Force officials have already warned they stood ready to defend the military base. Now we have General Dave Goldfein. He's issued a strong warning against anyone planning to storm Area 51 to see them aliens. Area 51 has secrets that deserve to be protected. It's a very strange situation, especially when you consider that the U.S. Navy has now essentially admitted that, yes, they're tracking UFOs. It's a strange time to be alive, is it not, ladies and gentlemen? Strange flying objects captured on video by a Navy fighter pilots off the coast of San Diego in 2004 and Atlantic waters in 2015 were acknowledged by the Navy as unidentified aerial phenomena last week. We've got a clip on that. Let's go ahead and air some of this clip here if we can. Clip 10 to the control room. Official USG footage brought to you exclusively by the Navy. Second of 3 U.S. military videos of unidentified aerial phenomena been declassified. This is the only official footage that has been released that was taken during the 2004 Nimitz incident. Taken aboard U.S. Navy FA-18 Super Hornet. The footage was captured by tracking systems most advanced on the market. Here you can see their display information, giving some background information about what we're going to see here. Sensor is in the TV visual mode, so what we're seeing is a camera. Sensor zoom is only 1.0. Sensor aimed 6 degrees above the aircraft axis, breaking down exactly what we're going to see, showing the speed for radio viewers, radio listeners, explaining the hot and cold. White is hot, black is cold. All right. So here is our unidentified phenomena in the air. And this comes, by the way, as Bernie Sanders has made part of his campaign a promise to declassify the UFOs. Now, I am by no means a UFO truther, but it is just fascinating to see the military confronting an internet meme as this type of information becomes public for the first time. Many will remember in WikiLeaks, former astronauts begging a potential Clinton administration to declassify UFOs. It's really bizarre. It's a bizarre time to be alive. When we come back, we're going to talk about reality TV, or as I like to call it, the presidential election in 2020. Because there's a new headline out, reality TV story producers face decreasing wages. I can't ever imagine why. Could it be that reality is now more fascinating than reality TV? This is the Alex Jones Show. I'm Tom Pappert filling in on this hour. Alex may be joining us. We'll find out. He's landing right now. Just did a very important podcast. You're watching the Alex Jones Show. I will be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I am Tom Pappert filling in for Alex as he returns from a very important podcast. I can't wait till that thing goes live. Keep an eye out for it over the next couple weeks. So, reality TV story producers are facing decreasing wages and tougher working conditions. Where would America be without reality television? It's honestly been a bane of TV for the past decade or so. I come from the broadcast industry originally, and there is nothing innovative about it. So this is it's a very peculiar article, but I think it says something about where our society is going. As declining ratings crunch budgets, unscripted writing talents continue to put in some of the small screen's most punishing hours. Quote, there's not enough Adderall to stay awake. Oh, I'm sure there's enough Adderall for you. Natalie is a pseudonym used in this article, was scrambling for a job last spring when she received an offer to work on the latest season of E's Keeping Up with the Kardashians. A story producer with 13 years of experience, Natalie had been hired for another show that fell apart, so she was grateful to receive the offer until production company Bunham Murray called her with the rate, $1,100 a week. I don't know who can't live off $1,100 a week. Is that how inflated these people's ego and lifestyle is? What do they do? Where are they living? In the ritziest New York neighborhoods? It's bizarre. She says, I audibly gasped. She depended on her usual rate of $2,500 a week to support her family. With an average of 1.9 million total viewers in its 16th season, Kardashians remains an influential show, and Natalie was being offered little more than what a production assistant makes in a week. She said, it made me angry, because I knew that someone's going to take that job. People really don't like the free market, do they? But since 2016, reality TV has been on its way out. Something that people predicted would happen much earlier. They thought it would be a flash in the pan in the mid-2000s and it would be over. But I think I know the reason. And that's reality is just getting interesting. Thanks to President Trump, I would say, and the likes of Alex Jones. So they're puffing up Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, for those who haven't noticed this. This is the left's attempt to recreate the magic of 2016 and 15 with President Trump. This is an article up at heavy.com, and maybe we can show some of these photos on screen. Thousands pack Elizabeth Warren's New York rally. Look at these crowd-sized photos. So there's a couple things right off the top. One, this is outside. And so it makes it kind of difficult to tell exactly how many people are there. Two, wouldn't it be nice if President Trump could do a rally outside? I don't think that would end well for the president. There's too many security risks. But Warren, because she is a puppet, because she is what the globalists want, she can do a rally outside. But you notice these are supposed to be crowd-sized photos. They're tight shots. Are they doing to her what they do to President Trump and they don't show the crowds? It does make you wonder, but she says, her campaign says, I should say, 20,000 people in attendance. Here's another article. NBC Wall Street Journal poll, Biden leads Democrat 2020 field, but Warren's support is growing. It's very interesting. I mean, I think Alex predicted years ago, and I think I did too, that Warren would be the globalist pick to run against President Trump in 2020. So it's fascinating the way this is going. But here's another one from CT Post. New focus on crowd size as Warren event rivals Trump. You see, the Democrats have been kind of in panic mode these last several years as their crowd sizes have been non-existent. We all remember Jeb Bush. He was lucky to get 15 people in a room. The Democrats have been largely the same. Beto O'Rourke, who wants to take your guns, recently got, I think, 15 people in a room? He met in a kindergarten school classroom here recently. So President Trump is rightly mocking Elizabeth Warren's crowd. By the way, this was in New York City, the epicenter of all liberal debauchery, right up there with Los Angeles. He said anybody could do that, mocking her openly. And I think that's a good point, because here is a story, or here's a tweet, I should say, from Brad Parscale, President Trump's campaign manager going into 2020. He's also the digital strategist from 2016. At Real Donald Trump rally in New Mexico was a data goldmine. 45,000 people registered for tickets. 94% were from within New Mexico. 78% of registrants matched to voter file. Over 20% voted in one or zero of the last 4 elections, meaning they might have voted in 2016 or they might not have voted in a decade or more. 52% were male, 48% female. Great numbers for President Trump. I thought women hate the guy. 40% were Latino and 31% were Democrat. But that's the big thing right there. 45,000 people. 45,000 people registered for this rally, but Elizabeth Warren's allegedly getting 20,000, even though it couldn't be confirmed. And this is not something new, by the way. Anybody who has been following President Trump, anybody who is watching this broadcast, frankly, will remember this little blast from the past. August 21st, 2015, it's a CNN article. 30,000 turnout for Trump's Alabama pep rally. So this has been happening since 2015. And that's why the Democrats are trying to puff up Elizabeth Warren. She is their answer she's their answer. That's how pathetic things have really gotten, because, of course, Warren has simply adopted the majority of Bernie Sanders' platform, and she's going to be the globalist pawn, the sheepdog, who will lead them all back to globalism. It's a fascinating thing to see. But speaking of the reality TV type situation we're in, have you noticed they're using children? So we had Soph. She was on InfoWars a couple months ago. Y'all remember the 14-year-old wonderkin who is devastating the internet with her commentary? Well, she's been banned. She's gone now. Not really, because you can ban people and they still exist. But the left is trying to puff up this European climate change activist who is a young child. And let's just roll this bizarre clip, if we can, back in the control room.
UN's climate change representative Greta Thunberg has been hailed by comedian Sarah Silverman as the second coming. Thunberg has made rounds on the left's propaganda circuit.
Everyone always asks me about Donald Trump. But, I mean, my message for him is just listen to the science, and he obviously doesn't do that.
Is it that climate change just strikes you as so big that you felt moved by that?
Yes, I mean, the climate crisis is the biggest crisis humanity has ever faced, and if we don't do anything right now, we're screwed.
Sweden, in Germany, people are starting to call it the Greta effect, where people are taking more trains. Since you started this movement, they've said they feel ashamed to fly unnecessarily in Europe.
All of this after Thunberg sailed from England to New York representing the UN's tyrannical sustainability goals on her so-called zero-emissions voyage. But the zero-emissions trip was a scam, as 4 sailors had to fly to New York and relieve the crew to take the ship back. Regardless, the arrogance of the UN and the media supporting Thunberg hailed her as victorious.
She wants governments to act to save kids like her from climate devastation, as though governments can regulate it. And if you dare criticize her, not only are you a child bully, but you are someone who's mean to people with disabilities. And this is how they have it set up. She's the perfect, from beginning to end, puppet / spokesman for this movement, because she embodies everything that they want to do. Indoctrinate kids, intimidate their opponents, and come up with platitudes of utter nonsense on a minute-by-minute basis if you follow her on Twitter.
You can find the same arrogance, like the kind found at the recent Gastro Summit talk given by the behavioral scientist and marketing strategist Magnus Soderlund from the Stockholm School of Economics, which he titled, "Can You Imagine Eating Human Flesh?" Soderlund claimed that since food sources will be scarce in the future, people must be introduced to eating things they have thus far considered disgusting, among them human flesh. As the Epoch Times wrote, what Soderlund doesn't mention, curiously, is the long documented science on the biological effects of cannibalism. A tribe called the Four lived in isolation.
So there you have it. The new globalist actor. They're desperately trying to salvage the narrative right now because freedom is winning. The info war is being fought, and we are winning, ladies and gentlemen. And so now you've got Elizabeth Warren and this disabled child who are going to get us back on track toward the race toward globalism. You're watching The Alex Jones Show. I'm Tom Pappard. We'll be back after this short break. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to The Alex Jones Show. I'm Tom Pappard, filling in for Alex today. There's some insane stuff happening south of the border where a Vietnam essentially happens every year. That's how many people die in Mexico. But I do want to take another moment here just briefly to emphatically stress, InfoWars is the tip of the spear. InfoWars is the people who break these stories that no one else will touch. And Alex Jones has been proven right time and time again. Some days I wake up and I wish there would just be a day that would go by without another horrifying story where I just sit there and go, Alex is right again. What do you know? And the only way they can continue to do this and they can continue to expand, and if you're not expanding, you're contracting. The only way that they can do this is if you go to InfoWarsStore.com, where right now, some of these deals, as I've said before, are absolutely unbelievable. 75% off dozens of amazing products for a very limited time. These specials will go away soon. 75% off Total Gut Health Combo Pack with 7 powerful formulas, 50% off Super Male Vitality, and you get a free bottle of Ultimate Female Force for the lady in your life. 63% off best-selling Myco ZX Plus Fungus and Yeast Support. 50% off Ultra 12 Vitamin B12. 60% off Super Blue Silver Immune Gargle, quickly becoming one of my favorite products from InfoWarsStore.com as I'm traveling more. 50% off on Bodies, which I've heard nothing but good things about. I've used it a few times myself. Many, many other deals. These are deep, deep, deep discounts. 75% off on select products. InfoWarsStore.com. This is your opportunity to support the Info War. Support Alex Jones. Support this broadcast. Support this network. So let's talk about what's going on in Mexico, shall we? Spoiler alert, it's horrifying. Mexican authorities find 29 bodies in 100 plastic bag. This is from Reuters. Mexico City, September 17th. Mexican authorities said Tuesday they found 29 bodies packed in more than 100 plastic bags dumped in a clandestine grave in a violent western state of Jalisco. Murders in Mexico jumped to the highest on record in the first half of the year, putting the cartel-ravaged country on track to surpass the 29,111 recorded last year. It's by far, it's got to be one of the worst places to live. And thank God President Trump has essentially bent them over a barrel, and they're now preventing some of this cartel violence, some of the human trafficking from getting into the United States. But there's a special report that I'd like to air on this very subject. If the control room can go ahead and bring that up whenever you're able to.
It is the first ever global agreement on migration. And even if the document is purely symbolic, for the United Nations, its adoption is historic.
We are on the eve of a truly remarkable moment in the pursuit of the better management of international migration, a singular issue of our time.
There are communities fighting back against becoming dumping grounds for the Cloward and Piven-style United Nations engineered replacement migration of sovereign nations. However, finding their message on mainstream media is a fleeting reality. In fact, a quick search of protests against immigration leads you to pro-immigration protesters against the agencies keeping our borders safe.
You're looking at a protest on Fifth Avenue in New York, organized by the Close the Camps NYC Coalition. The message for Microsoft: stop using your technology to facilitate the U.S. immigration policy.
Immigrations and Customs Enforcement opened up classrooms, the dining hall where families get 3 meals a day, a library with internet and legal resources, and a barbershop, commissary, and courtroom, sharing what the office says happens inside the center where women, girls, and boys 15 and under wait for the results of credible threat hearings.
So they could see exactly the care and the conditions under which these individuals are being kept. There's a lot of ugly rhetoric that is out there with regard to my agency and DHS as a whole, to include CBP, and with regard to the people that are enforcing the laws that Congress has passed and calling us names and vilifying us for doing the jobs that we are sworn to do, that Congress appropriates $7 billion a year to this agency to effectuate. It's not right, it's not fair, and frankly, it's not helpful.
What if we truly aren't safe in our communities due to the policies of the left as they kowtow for the United Nations? Wouldn't these protesters simply be supporting unchecked violence against legal residents? Are they not aiding and abetting the thousands of quietly reported cases and unreported cases of rape and murder waged against innocent and unsuspecting people by illegal aliens? Instead, the left would have our Second Amendment destroyed and the borders flung wide open.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47. We're not going to allow it to be used against our fellow Americans anymore.
For example, from 2011 until 2017, there were 367 killed by mass shootings in the United States, while a 2017 report by the Texas Department of Public Safety reveals that from June 1st, 2011 to February 28th, 2017, the 215,000 criminal aliens who were booked into Texas jails were collectively charged with 566,000 offenses, including 1,100 2,167 homicides and 6,098 sexual assaults with a total of 257,000 convictions. And that was just Texas. The numbers don't lie. Your chances as a U.S. citizen of being killed by an illegal immigrant are far higher than a citizen being killed in a mass shooting. Recently, in Rockville, Maryland, protesters gathered to support taking their community back.
I've lived out here in Montgomery County all my life, and now, as you can see, Montgomery County has become a sanctuary for rapists, child rapists. These children come here to escape that type of terror, and it's happening right here, and we are enabling it.
What is Montgomery County and the county executive with this executive order? What do you believe they're doing wrong?
I believe that they're endangering every single citizen in this county.
How so?
Because they are actively obstructing local, state, and federal cooperation on fundamental matters of public safety and national security. We should have learned after 9/11 that it is key that we have walls that come down on communicating the immigrant status of criminal suspects in custody. And this order is the most radical sanctuary order in America, and this county is ground zero for that. Let's get some facts on the table. You mentioned that I'm from Germantown. 2 of the victims of illegal alien criminal rape suspects were from Germantown. One was a 16-year-old girl who was taking a nap in her own home when a home invader who had been previously deported broke into her home and allegedly
interview.
And across the pond.
Now there is completely no exaggeration, pretty much a Vietnam level of death that happens every single year in Mexico. 30,000 people die. That could come to the United States. And by the way, it's a little bit more dead than from assault rifles. That terrible AR-15, the AK-47. So scary looking, those guns. Now, what's scary is illegal immigrants coming here to sell drugs, rape us, kill us, torture us, mutilate us, and everything that comes with it. You're watching The Alex Jones Show. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back to this third hour of The Alex Jones Show. I'm Tom Pappert, sitting in for Alex today. He will be back tomorrow, and we will have Mike Adams of Natural News hosting the fourth hour of the broadcast. But let's turn our attention to really just as big of an enemy of the American people as the mainstream media, and that would, of course, be big tech. Anybody who watches Alex Jones frequently or at all knows that most of these companies are hedging their bets, not just hedging their bets, they're putting all the chips in China. China is the new power, according to Facebook, Google, Twitter, all of them. And now we finally have a few allies in the United States Senate who understand this. Senator Josh Hawley is rather upset that Google, Uber, the big tech giants, are dropping all of their money in communist China. We've got a clip of Senator Hawley. Let's go ahead and air that. Clip 13, I believe.
Yeah, my concern is that what we're seeing with Silicon Valley is they're creating jobs, but they're creating jobs in China. I mean, where are they prioritizing their investment? Overseas. You know, I mean, look at Google. Google has worked overtime to try and open business ventures in China, including being willing to launch a platform search engines that censor according to Chinese Communist government standards, just so that they can rake in the bucks. Where's everything produced that Apple, for instance, makes? China. So I'm concerned that they're building an economy in which American workers don't have anything to do. American workers don't benefit. Uber, I mentioned the Uber economy because Uber drivers get paid cents on the dollar in order to drive. So who benefits from that? Well, Uber executives, they get rich, just like Google executives are rich and Amazon executives are rich, Facebook. But what about everyday American workers? What's their place in this economy? It's a problem.
Do you think gig economy jobs make America a better or a worse place?
I mean, it just depends. They should be making America better, and this is my challenge to these companies. My challenge is if they want to be leaders, you know, they say they represent the best of America. Well, if that's true, create jobs in this country. If that's true, invest in the middle of our society, in the middle of the country, but in the American middle, the middle class. Invest here, produce things here, create jobs and opportunities for our families, increase productivity. They haven't been doing any of that.
Senator Hawley is really onto something there. I mean, these companies And look, if you want to be a sadist or a sociopath, you can make the same calculation. You can look at 350 million people in America, plus, 30, 40, 50 million illegal immigrants, I'm sure. You can look at that compared to billions and billions of Chinese. You can look at the fact that they have no labor laws. You chain your child up like we would chain up a bike. You chain your child up downstairs. If somebody tries to commit suicide because of the working conditions, the suicide net will catch them. There is no escaping the Orwellian Chinese social credit system, so you know your workers are going to be high quality. Meanwhile, you look over here in America where we have unions, we have rights, we have freedoms, we have the ability to actually demand something from our employers. So what's the solution to this? Well, as Bush, Clinton, Obama, all of the previous presidents, more or less, for the past half century, if not longer, have realized, well, just outsource all the jobs to China, and we'll buy their stuff, and we will become enslaved to the Chinese communist infrastructure. That's the future. And I take a lot of Ubers when I come here to Austin to visit the Inf0Wars studios, and it never fails. These are people who are telling me, yeah, I used to have a factory job, and well, now I'm trying to get my real estate license, and I'm just driving Uber to put food on the table until I can get that done, and then hopefully I can have a real job again. Because until Trump came about, there were no jobs in this country for normal human beings. The whole learn to code movement, which you can now get banned for on Twitter, that whole movement came about because when coal miners, when factory workers, when the people who represent the majority of middle-class America, when their jobs were exported to China, what were they told by the liberal media? Just learn to code, learn a new skill. It's a changing economy, and you got to find a place. So I'm glad that we finally have Josh Hawley in Congress pushing back against this, but I really want to stress that this is... You might as well have elected Alex Jones to Congress. And I say that in a very, very positive way, because Alex was in the halls of Congress just over a year ago, shouting at Sundar Pichai, shouting at these big tech overlords, saying exactly, almost verbatim, what Senator Hawley was saying right there. So seeing things like this make me optimistic for the future, and optimistic that through Congress, through the Trump administration, through the FCC, the FTC, we might start to get some movement against big tech. Because as we said earlier, it's very clear what side these people are on. Facebook has pages for the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda. Twitter won't allow Laura Loomer on there, won't allow Alex Jones on there, won't allow hardly any InfoWars programming. You have to be very subversive about it. Owen Schroyer is constantly banned and shadow banned, and they end his videos earlier. They run them without audio. They're doing anything they can to game the system against patriots. But, will they let Hamas have a Twitter? Hamas definitely gets a Twitter. So it's very clear what side these people are on. They're on the side of anti-America. I used to joke that we used to watch certain broadcast outlets, Al Jazeera, Russia Today, and they're fairly honest because you just know that they're being anti-American. And so that's their perspective. But now we're to the point where Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, all of them have the same exact bias. They want to see America fail. They want to have our nice houses. They want to have the freedoms that the rest of us do not get. But they want America to fail. I think that's completely obvious at this point. So I want to change gears here. Many will remember last week news broke about a horrific discovery in South Bend, Indiana. Say that's where Pete Buttigieg lives, I believe. Where's that butt guy? I always get it confused. That's where Pete lives, Mayor Pete. Everyone will remember that a stash of over 2,000 aborted babies was discovered in a deceased former abortionist home. And now, a new report up on my site, nationalfile.com. According to the Whole Women's Health Alliance, they say that these type of stashes exist nationwide. They said what happens in South Bend is a microcosm for what's happening statewide and what's happening nationally. So I guess if they can't sell the body parts, they just hold on to them for keepsakes. What type of sadistic, fallen human being would do such a thing? It really does make you wonder. But in the article that was just on screen, Mayor Pete has said nothing about this. 2,000 dead babies discovered in his hometown, where, by the way, they hate him now. Black Lives Matter protests against him. The man has lost all popularity in his hometown. Mayor Pete. Pete has said nothing after the discovery of over 2,200 preserved babies were found in the residence of the deceased Dr. Ulrich Klopfer in South Bend, Indiana. All eyes turned to their mayor. South Bend, Indiana mayor and Democrat presidential candidate Pete Buttigieg has proactively avoided making comment on anything concerning abortion laws. I don't understand how these people can possibly be taken seriously at this point. But again, they aren't. That's why it's the clown show. That's why they're desperately hoping that Elizabeth Warren, with Bernie Sanders' ideas, can somehow push forward and become the candidate for 2020. And of course, big tech will help her along the way. I just want to remind everybody, there are some insanely good deals going on InfoWarsStore.com. You can get up to 75% off major products. Never can overstate this. I mean, these are absolutely unbelievable deals. We're talking 75% off Total Gut Health Combo, 50% off Superman Vitality, 63% off Myco ZX, 50% off Ultra 12, 60% off the Immune Gargle, 50% off Bodies, many others. You can help fund the InfoWar. And let me tell you, folks, this is an impressive operation, and I want to see it continue. So I implore you to do exactly that. InfoWarsStore.com, InfoWars.com, NewsWars.com. We'll be right back after this. I'm Tom Pappert. You're watching The Alex Jones Show. Welcome back to The Alex Jones Show. I am Tom Pappert filling in for Alex today. In the next hour, we've got Mike Adams, naturalnews.com. Got a stack of news and clips that I want to get through in this final segment of the third hour of The Alex Jones Show. And thank you all so much for tuning in today. But it would be funny if this was some type of parody, but it's real life. Cheerleaders punished for displaying Trump 2020 Make America Great Again banner. It's up at Infowars.com, Newswars.com. That link isn't quite as shadow banned as Infowars. I can say that as a fact on social media. Can we go ahead and air this clip? Because this is pathetic.
Their cheers are meant to unite the crowd, but now at North Stanley High School, the crowd is split. This after the school's cheerleaders posed with the Trump 2020 banner before a home football game this August. In a statement to NBC Charlotte, the Stanley County Board of Education said because the cheerleaders were in uniform and were acting as representatives of the school, the display of the sign could be perceived as the school or school system endorsing a political campaign, which they say is prohibited. The school district says the girls were not disciplined, simply asked not to do it again. But days later, the North Carolina High School Athletic Association placed the cheerleading squad on probation, telling the local newspaper that every contest should be conducted in a wholesome athletic environment, an environment where good sportsmanship is shown, where people feel safe, that respect for all people participating is being shown. And while some are cheering on that decision, others cheering on the cheerleaders.
We're only here to support them and their First Amendment rights.
Jeremy Onatrab says he's organizing a support rally in front of the school before Friday night's football game. So far, more than 800 people say they're interested in attending.
I'd love to line the street so that everybody going into the game goes through the biggest Trump rally they've ever been to. That would be phenomenal.
So, supporting President Trump, it might make people feel unsafe. They could feel unsafe. President Trump, Orange Man bad. Orange Man scary. These poor teenagers. You know, I have a feeling that if it were any other candidate, you would not be having this, especially if it was for President Obama during the Obama years. But, you know, who exactly are these girls? You know, is it Joe Biden? Should they be supporting Creepy Sleepy Uncle Joe? He's got a clip. Joe Biden, you got to give it to him. The man is great with math, and he has a vision for this country's future. He's going to get more women back in the workforce than exist in the United States of America. Let's go ahead and play that clip.
You get a tax break for a racehorse. Why in God's name couldn't we provide an $8,000 tax credit for everybody who has child care costs? It would put 720 million women back in the workforce. It would increase the GDP, to sound like a wonk here, by about 0.8%. It would grow the economy.
To sound like a wonk, he says. I'm sorry, Joe. You don't sound like a policy wonk to me. It's very sad. Honestly, it's very sad. I don't like Joe Biden. I would never vote for the man in a million years, but he used to be savvy. Y'all know that he used to want to ban raves, and he used to kind of have a cadence to the way he talked, and he was very on the ball. No longer. It's such a strange situation we're in with this creepy, sleepy old guy. 720 million women in the United States of America. For those playing at home, yes, America has a population of like 325 million people, plus 60 million illegals. So that is mathematically impossible. Thanks, Joe. Or I guess, I don't know, where are we going to get 300 million women? I'm not asking questions anymore. It's the clown show. So this is a story that's been out for a couple days, but it bears repeating because we need to hold these people accountable. Inf0Wars, a Democrat representative from Minnesota, she tweeted out in 2013 a Father's Day tweet that allegedly, purportedly, proves she married her brother. This is, of course, the biggest scandal that she has. She allegedly married her own flesh and blood for the purpose of skirting United States immigration laws, meaning it was a sham marriage. I hope it was just a sham marriage. So, in a now deleted 2013 tweet, Representative Inf0Wars wished a happy Father's Day to her Abo Nur Saeed, which would mean her true name is Ilan Nur Saeed, the same surname as her ex-husband, who allegedly is her brother. She's faced increasing scrutiny over what some say was allegedly a sham marriage to skirt United States immigration policy to help her brother, Ahmed Nur Saeed, gain U.S. citizenship. Many consider the Father's Day tweet to be proof that she lied about her identity. Here's what it said. We can put it on screen, perhaps with the document cam. Happy Father's Day to my Abo Nur Saeed. I am forever grateful to Allah for giving me the best father. And it actually links to a deleted Instagram post because, of course, she scrubbed her Instagram. Apparently, she didn't quite catch that they were up on Twitter. So, according to Immigration and Customs Enforcement, if anyone enter into a sham marriage for the purpose of evading U.S. immigration law, it is a felony offense carrying a prison sentence of up to 4 years and a fine of up to $250,000. It applies to both foreign nationals and U.S. citizens who perpetrate the crime. You know, it does make you wonder, is anybody investigating this? Or is it ever going to be taken seriously? Or are we going the way of the UK, which is an absolute mess when it comes to this type of thing? This is another article up at nationalfile.com. UK rejects ban on eating dogs to avoid offending foreign culture. So if you don't eat Toto from Kansas, what can I say? Then you are offending foreign cultures. UK Justice Ministry has blocked a ban on eating cats and dogs over fear it may offend Far East Asians. This is, by the way, the time of year that horrifying things happen in China. I mean, I'm sorry. I guess maybe I think my culture is the best. I think that we should put America first. But in China, they're currently blowtorching dogs to eat them. That's this is just the time of year. Just the time of year. The UK's politically correct authorities come under fire on a regular basis for their devotion to progressive ideals of inclusivity, even if there are significant negative consequences. And now, environmental ministers have drafted a proposal that will prohibit the practice, but it's been stopped. Oh, my. Dogs are our companion animals. We do not eat them. But then they say justice officials also argued that it would be difficult to enforce the law, and the current ban on transporting or exporting dog and cat meat suffices. So I guess you can pick up a dog at the pound and just eat it. Now, we think things are bad here in the U.S., where we have Antifa saying that we need to put Trump supporters in death camps. That came out a couple weeks ago, and it's still, I don't know why I was surprised. Of course, that's what they think, but it still bothers me. We have Democrat Ito Robert Francis O'Rourke saying, hell yeah, we're going to take your guns. But Ito isn't saying that we all have to die. He's not saying that we should be killed, but that's exactly what's happening across the pond. UK Liberal Democrat says Conservatives should be burned at the stake. Conservatives should also be hung, drawn, and quartered, according to Galen Milne. Prospective parliamentary candidate for the Liberal Democrats, Galen Milne, has been dropped after he said that Tories should be burned at the stake. He also described Conservative MPs as Tory rats who rear their ugly heads. This is coming here. You know, a lot of people say Britain is just between 6 months and 3 years ahead of the United States, and I think we're getting there. Here's a horrifying article up on Inf0Wars.com. STEM Express whistleblower. Cut open baby's face to harvest the brain. They're keeping babies alive and selling their body parts, ladies and gentlemen. Testimony delivered by pro-life activist David Daleiden, who secretly recorded abortion workers, revealed some of the gruesome details surrounding body harvesting procedures carried out by Planned Parenthood and STEM Express. Cutting open their brains and selling them. That's so horrifying. It's not something you can even say easily. But there is some good news. I always like to leave folks with a bit of good news. The number of abortions in the United States has now fallen to its lowest since 1973. That's according to the Associated Press. We're finally getting somewhere in the culture war, which of course goes well before politics. It was only at 862,000, which is far, far too many, but that's down from 926,000 tallied in 2014. There is some progress after all. So I just want to, one more time, stress that everybody goes to InfoWarsStore.com, fund this broadcast. These are some of the best deals I've seen this year, if not in the last 5 years of following Alex Jones and InfoWars. I don't know how Alex does this. 75% off major products. So I am Tom Pappert of National File. Catch me tonight, Firepower News at 7 o'clock Central. We go until 9, myself and Will Johnson. It's going to be a lot of fun. Coming up next is Mike Adams of Natural News, taking over for the 4th hour. He's always a massive wealth of information. So thank you for watching The Alex Jones Show. Stay tuned. Mike Adams coming up next right here on InfoWars.
The first thing you do when
Hello and welcome to the 4th hour of the Alex Jones Show. This is Mike Adams from Natural News stepping in for this whole hour today. We've got a lot coming up for you here, covering some science bombshells that are the biggest, you could say, science red flags that they are trying to destroy our biosphere and annihilate humanity. We've got new breaking news on that. Number one, the GMO mosquito experiment in Brazil has failed catastrophically, and it has now unleashed super mutant GMO mosquitoes that could kill millions of people throughout South America, Central America, and even in the United States eventually. And this has caused genetic pollution of the mosquito population, combining the genes from 3 different countries into one mosquito population. It is an absolute catastrophe. It's exactly the type of genetic pollution that we have been warning about for many years. In fact, I remember on InfoWars in 2012, 7 years ago, I was talking about this very issue with a Save Our Science type of warning at that time. That was in 2012, and here it is happening today. But that's just one story of 3 big bombshell stories I have for you today. The other one is about the global geoengineering/chemtrails program that's being funded in part by Bill Gates and being run by Harvard scientists to pollute the entire planet's atmosphere. This is a stratospheric aerosol injection, or as the Bill Gates funding is promoting, another program called SCOPEX, which stands for Stratospheric Controlled Perturbation Experiment. This is designed to pollute the entire planet, shut down photosynthesis, collapse the food supplies globally. And in today's broadcast here on InfoWars, I'm going to go over the ramifications of that and why, just honestly, truthfully, if you don't have a 1-year plan to survive without groceries, you're gonna be killed by this because the global food supply will collapse. That's what this program is trying to achieve, and it's now out in the open. CNBC just released a big video on this a couple of days ago, and they're touting the benefits of it. Basically, chemtrails are now being supported by the mainstream media, the same media that 3 years ago said it was a conspiracy theory. Now it's mainstream, CNBC saying it's awesome. It's incredible. All right, and that's just the second story. The third story I have for you today is about the evil tech giants and how they're trying to literally suck your blood. Now, they're doing this through medical testing innovation. I'm going to talk about the now defunct company Theranos and Elizabeth Holmes and how it was actually a plot to harvest the blood and the DNA of every American in your own home, and then to upload the DNA scans to a central database that would be used, of course, by the deep state, the swamp, the federal government, the NSA, to profile you genetically and to tie you to crimes that you didn't commit because you might share genes with some hair follicle that was left behind or piece of skin left behind by some other criminal. It's insane, but they want your blood. They're out for your blood. It's not just the blood of children, as you well know, not just infanticide and abortions and all that insanity and how they're just mass killing children in the name of women's health. They want your blood so they can track you and they can enslave you. So we've got those three stories coming up here in this hour here on the Alex Jones Show. Now, Alex is traveling, of course, right now. I was told that he's arriving soon in Austin. I think he'll be on the air tomorrow, maybe tonight. Maybe he'll pop in during the last part of this hour. We'll see. But Alex, of course, he released this information in a podcast yesterday. He was on with Joe Rogan, I think a 5-hour interview. That'll probably be edited to a shorter version. But Alex sees the same thing that I see about what's happening. This is an escalation of global events to try to destroy humanity. This is the annihilation of the human race that we are witnessing. And I hope you talked about that with Joe Rogan because Joe needs to get the full picture of what's going on. I'm talking about I call it geogenocide. This is the planned planet-scale genocide of the human race through multiple vectors, not just the fluoride in the water supply, not just the heavy metals and lead in the water, not just radiation, Fukushima and all that, not just the vaccines and 5G, but much more. So we'll get into that here on the Alex Jones Show as we continue with the fourth hour. Stay with us. We'll be right back in 1 minute for all those details. Welcome back to the fourth hour. This is Mike Adams here filling in for Alex Jones, who is traveling today. But we've got big bombshell news for you here. Let's start right into it. Number one, the GMO mosquito experiment that was unleashed in Brazil over the last 2 years has gone horribly wrong. It has resulted in the breeding of super mutant mosquitoes that now combine some of the genes of mosquitoes from 3 different countries, Mexico, Cuba, and Brazil. And these new super mosquitoes are now coming back with a vengeance because they've been genetically modified. They've been turned into like mutant, I don't know, maybe you could call them superhero mutant mosquitoes or something. And they are now stronger than ever. And they're surging back in population, and they now threaten the lives of millions of people in ways that they've never been threatened before. This was all part of an experiment. I mean, let's back up on this. We were told, the science was that they were going to release all these males that were genetically modified, and the males were going to be weakened with a dominant infertility gene. And then they would mate with the females, and then the females would have offspring that were sterile. And through this mechanism, we were told the whole system would collapse. The mosquitoes would die off. We wouldn't have these mosquito populations. This is what we were told. Well, guess what happened? As in many of these experiments, things that in the wild, things happened that they did not anticipate in the laboratory. So what really happened is, at first, yes, the mosquitoes began to die off for about the first 12 to 18 months. And this is reported by Yale, and this has been reported in the science journal Nature, by the way. So the first 18 months, they started to die off. But then something changed. The females began to stop mating with the weakened males. You hear me on this? The females said no, they don't want to reproduce with the weakened males, and they started selecting males that had, virility, males that could have children, males that could have offspring. Gosh, if only liberals in California could be as smart as these mosquitoes, that would be amazing. But these female mosquitoes then started selecting males that could reproduce, and then the population surged back. But during this time, some of the modified genes got transferred over to the population that's in the wild. And this wasn't supposed to happen. And in fact, this is what these scientists at Yale are very concerned about. We had a transfer of genes that was, we were told that was impossible. So now we have genetically modified super mosquitoes that are in the wild, and they can't take it back. They can't pull it back. You can't put that back in the box. It's in the wild now. And so how many people, I say, how many people are going to die in Brazil from dengue fever or, you know, all these mosquito-borne diseases, you name it, so many of them. How many are going to die because of this science experiment gone wrong? The number could be huge. Over the next decade, it could kill 1 million or more people because of this experiment, you know, theoretically. And they can't pull it back. So we warned about this in 2012. We warned about the different levels of dangerous science and things that can be unleashed in the wild. We warned about, you know, chemicals being unleashed, like fluoride and so on. And that's one level of danger, glyphosate, pesticides, all these things. But a higher level of danger is what we call self-replicating pollution, genetic pollution that continues to replicate. And that's what these scientists have done. And they forced it on us, and they said their science was perfect, it's going to work great, they're going to save lives. They said they're going to save lives with their twisted science. And they banned us for daring to raise the alarm on this 7 years ago, people. We raised the alarm 7 years ago. And what happened? We get banned, we get deplatformed, but we were right the whole time. We were the ones warning humanity about this, and now it's happened. And, by the way, the experiment hasn't been stopped. And this is continuing. I just got a text before the show from a couple that lives out in California. They might be watching this right now. They told me that, based on their information, other strains of genetically modified mosquitoes are being released in California. Now, I haven't confirmed that yet, but that's what they're telling me. And they're already seeing very aggressive mosquito behavior that they didn't notice before. So something is being unleashed on purpose as part of a massive depopulation scheme, because the end result of this really is to kill more humans. That's what's going on. They're killing more humans. And also, just a quick note here about sexual reproduction. In nature, isn't it interesting that species adapt and overcome, and they engage in sexual reproduction to achieve continuation of the species? And even in mosquitoes, the females do not want to reproduce with the weakened, feminized, pathetic males. And yet, in our pop culture today, especially on the West Coast, in, you know, liberal California, you see feminization of the males. You see the push for transgenderism. You see the push for the mutilation of the genitalia of children. You see this push for extinction. And in the wild, you see survival, adaptation. The animals are smarter than the progressives in California. The insects are smarter than the progressives in California. The insects choose life. The progressives in California choose suicide and death and infanticide and abortion and just self-destruction. I find that interesting at many levels. All right, next story. But, you know, it'll be interesting to see if these GMO mosquitoes continue to be released all around the world. And if they are, you know it's a depopulation program, because the science is already out that it doesn't work to reduce mosquitoes. So that can't be the plan anymore. The Yale scientists have already proven it. They did the DNA analysis. So it's all about depopulation of humans. It's all about breeding a weaponized strain of mosquitoes in order to kill human beings. And that's consistent with everything else that we've been seeing about killing human beings. And with that note, let's go to geoengineering. Now, I did a story yesterday. This was interesting. Now, you're probably already aware, because you're a super informed audience. You know more than anybody that watches the mainstream media. You know that Bill Gates has been funding this global pollution scheme called SCOPEX. It's the SCOPEX project, Stratospheric Controlled Perturbation Experiment. And this is with Harvard scientists, by the way. And their plan is to pollute the skies. They want to block the sun. This is their plan, to reflect sunlight back into space. So to deprive plants on Earth the sunlight that they need in order to function as plants. This is about shutting down photosynthesis, which is the basis of all sustainable life on our planet. And there you go. If you're watching, it shows the airplanes releasing pollution into the stratosphere. And this pollution will consist of sulfur dioxide and calcium carbonate, which is contaminated with lead. What it means is that they're going to drop lead and pollution all across the entire planet in the stratosphere. They're going to lead poison the entire planet. Now, lead, according to a study in The Lancet that we covered last week, kills in America 412,000 Americans every year. Lead, we're talking low-level lead contamination. And by the way, the mechanism of that death is through heart disease and ischemic heart disease. So lead causes heart failure. And low-level lead contamination causes that. That's why it's important to get, clean supplements. That's why I know Inf0Wars tests their supplements. And I do testing for lots of companies, including I've tested a lot of Inf0Wars supplements. You got to get rid of the lead. You got to have clean stuff. Because if you're exposed to lead, you're going to die of heart disease. 412,000 Americans do every year. It's incredible. Now, Bill Gates wants to put lead into the skies all around the planet. Calcium carbonate is always contaminated with lead. We've done the testing. We know how much lead is in calcium carbonate. Now, the media will lie to you and say, no, it's just chalk. Well, all chalk is contaminated with lead. So that's a fact that you can count on. We've done the tests, ICP-MS, mass spectrometry. We know this information. Now, this is about shutting down the biosphere. So it's not just about releasing GMO mosquitoes that are going to be super mutant mosquitoes that kill millions of people, especially in third world countries, which is where Bernie Sanders sort of hinted that he might support enhanced abortion, right, for impoverished nations filled with black and brown people. That's where they're pushing the GMO mosquitoes in Brazil, and that's where they were pushing the infertility chemicals in the food supply in the 1970s with science advisor Dr. Lee Dubridge, advisor to President Richard Nixon. They wanted to export food with abortion chemicals in the food. And today, to this very day, they have abortion chemicals, HCG, in the vaccines being given to women in Kenya. So as usual, the globalists are targeting Africa, Central America, South America, but with the new Project Scopex, they're targeting us all. And we'll talk about that in much more detail as we come back, including details about why you can't opt out of it. You can opt out of vaccines for now. You can say no to vaccines, but you can't say no to Bill Gates and Harvard scientists polluting the entire planet. And they don't want you to be able to say no. Much more straight ahead. We'll be right back. We're back with the Alex Jones Show. Thanks for continuing with us, the fourth hour here on this bombshell day. So much news today. Alex is coming back to Austin after traveling, and he may be popping in this hour or certainly later with a special report. So we'll see if he pops in. I know he's aware. Alex is fully aware of the annihilation of humanity that is taking place. It's not, we've covered all these things over the years, the fluoride, the 5G assaults, the psychiatric drugging of children, the abortion and the infanticide, the murder, everything. Now it just gets bigger and bigger on a more global scale, and there are more vectors trying to depopulate humanity, just kill off all humans. This is what the globalists are trying to do. So as I sort of got into in the last segment, but I'll go into more detail here, the geoengineering experiments are now openly admitted by the mainstream media. The same media that attacked us years ago said we were conspiracy theorists for talking about chemtrails and geoengineering and weather control. Once again, like Alex Jones was 10 years ahead of the media on this, and I warned about this stuff 7 years ago in 2012. But again, we were censored so that you couldn't know the truth, but now it's all out there. So understand that this chemtrails program, Project Scopex, is funded by the biggest globalist organizations that are also involved in censorship. In particular, when I was watching the CNBC video yesterday that was touting the benefits of chemtrails and geoengineering, they showed the list of donors who are supporting this program. And the donors, it was 14 nonprofits, and it includes just a long list of them, but one of them is the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation. And that rang a bell because I remember the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation was instrumental in getting the Vaxxed documentary that told the truth about vaccines, getting it banned from the Tribeca Film Festival. It was a couple years ago. But Alfred P. Sloan Foundation has always been about covering up the truth about the science schemes that are trying to kill people and brain damage people and maim people. And depending on, what information sources you go to, you can find some very interesting history about Alfred P. Sloan and a lot of these globalists who really have decided to try to eliminate the human population. So what I want to explain here, as a scientist myself, as a published scientist and a lab scientist, I need you to understand what will happen when they dim the sun. They're trying to block the sun by mimicking a natural disaster volcano. There was a volcano that erupted in the year 1815. I forgot the name of it. It was like Mount Tambora or something similar to that. And this volcano caused what was called a year without a summer. It caused food crops to fail around the world. Food crops failed on at least 5 continents. People starved to death all over the world because of one volcano. Why? Because that volcano ejected a massive amount of particulate matter into the stratosphere. And then, of course, the stratosphere, it circulates, it moves around, and so then that spread across the whole planet, and it blocked the sun. Food crops failed, people died, businesses went bankrupt all over the world, and that was 1815. Now, the ScopeX project, funded by Bill Gates and the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation and others, they're trying to mimic this natural disaster of a volcano through artificial means, by flying planes at high altitude and releasing pollution into the atmosphere. Understand, the environmentalists are now demanding global pollution. The environmentalists want to pollute the planet. This is their demand now. And if they succeed, they're going to cause, listen carefully, a global collapse of food production. We are talking about a food collapse that spans all the major continents, at least 5 continents, a food collapse that will collapse populations, especially in third world countries where they're on marginal food supplies already. And even by blocking as little as 1 or 2% of the sunlight, they will crush food production in those marginalized areas where plants are just barely surviving as it is. You don't have to block 50% of the sunlight to collapse world population. You only have to block a tiny portion of the sunlight, and this is what they're trying to do. And they claim it's very affordable to do. They say they're only going to have to spend $2.5 billion a year for the next 10 or 15 years to achieve this. And that's nothing. People like Bill Gates can write a check for $2.5 billion. I mean, he probably carries that in his pocket. Who knows? But these people, to them, this is cheap. They want to destroy the human population. The cheapest way for them to accomplish that is to pollute the skies. The implications of this are enormous, way beyond anything that I think they have even imagined. The collapse of the global food supply means that you're going to have social unrest, you're going to have starvation, famine, disease. Basically, you're going to have the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse unleashed upon our world. This is like end times mad science that is going to happen. And there's no one stopping them. And the other side of this is that they don't even need a vote. They don't even need permission from the president or the Senate. You know why? Because they can launch these planes from any country in the world. They don't have to launch them from the United States. Even if Trump were completely opposed to this, and he may not even be aware of any of this yet, he couldn't stop it because the president has no power outside the United States. These globalists can get together and they can pay some, third world dictator nation somewhere that has a runway. They can just launch all these planes from there. And because it's polluting the entire planet, the entire stratosphere, you can't escape it. And the globalists have figured this out. You can say no to vaccines, and there's a growing vaccine resistance because of the dangers of vaccines and the toxic ingredients they put in them, like mercury and aluminum and squalene and so on, and aborted human fetal tissue, by the way. You can escape vaccines. And they're trying to push the mandates, but the mandates are meeting resistance, even in California. But you can't escape global pollution of the skies. There's nothing you can do. If the sunlight is blocked, sunlight's blocked. You can't grow your crops like you used to. And also, by the way, your solar panels don't work like they used to. So all these globalists that are saying, we have to give up combustion engines, you got to buy solar panels, you have to install solar, everything's got to be solar. These are the same lunatics that are going to block the sun. Think about this. These are the same people. Like, invest all your money in solar panels, and then we're going to make sure they don't really work very well. As if they don't even work very well right now in many cases. So these people are going to bankrupt, the counties and the cities that have invested all this solar panel, expecting a payoff in 15 years or whatever. That's going to be delayed because the sun's going to be blocked. And then you're going to have a global food collapse, mimicking the natural disaster of this 1815 volcano. And you're going to have famine. You're going to have a geopolitical collapse, economic collapse, social unrest. Basically, you're looking at a global coordinated collapse of human society as we know it today. And this is their deliberate plan. And I call this their hard kill vector. They tried soft kill. They tried to put infertility chemicals in the food. You know, atrazine is a chemical castrator. This is what's feminizing many people today. Atrazine, it's an herbicide. They tried to put soft kill chemicals into the vaccines, into the water supply. They tried soft kill techniques through multiple methods, psychiatric drugs, cancer drugs, everything. Now they're running out of patience, and they've moved to a hard kill vector. The hard kill vector is pollute the skies in the name of environmentalism. It's going to cause acid rain. It's going to cause lead to fall out of the skies and contaminate the entire food supply with lead. It's going to contaminate the rivers and streams and oceans. It's going to cause solar panels to be impaired. It's going to cause a global economic collapse, famine, disease, infestation, basically your zombie apocalypse. They're bringing it to you. We'll be back with more details. We are back on the Alex Jones Show. Thank you for continuing with us here as we explore the science agenda to annihilate humankind. It's the mad science agenda. By the way, I'm not an opponent of real science. I am a scientist. I do science every day. Real science, though, needs to be married with humility and what's called the precautionary principle, such as, hey, don't release your weaponized mosquitoes, your genetically modified insects into the wild. And then, see what happens. Don't pollute the skies globally, block the sun, shut down photosynthesis, collapse all the food crops, just to see what might happen, to see if you might stop your, global warming hoax, which is all fabricated anyway. It's all fiction. See, I understand the role of science, but these people, these globalists and lunatics, they think science replaces God. They hate the idea of God. They hate the idea of spirituality, and they think that science is their savior. That's why they're all into transhumanism. They want to merge with the machines, and they want to use science to dominate society. And when their mad science experiments go wrong, well, what do? They blame their political opponents. So trust me, mark my words on this, when the geoengineering chemtrails experiment goes horrifically wrong, and the food crops are collapsing all over the world, and people are starving to death, you know what they're going to say? They're going to say, it's because of climate change. They need to double down the pollution in the skies to block even more sun. And then it's going to get even worse. More starvation, more disease, more economic collapse. And they're going to say the same thing. It's going to be like AOC is going to come out and say, we got to put more pollution in the skies again and again and again. These are lunatics. These are science lunatics. They're almost going to win their own Darwin Award for stupidity and self-extermination. The problem is they're going to take you and me with them. They're going to kill us all if we don't stop them with these mad science experiments. You don't pollute your planet and call it saving your planet, but that's exactly what they're trying to do. Now, and by the way, you see they roll out these children as puppets all the time, like this Greta girl, who they have Greta now lecturing America about fake climate change. This little girl who has no idea what she's talking about. She's been handed lines. She's a puppet of the globalists. They're lecturing us and lecturing Congress about global warming. Really? Really? What is she in? The seventh grade or something? I mean, this is what the globalists are doing now. They find children like Hogg and Greta, and they just feed them lines, and then they roll out these children as your saviors. Sarah Silverman, the comedian, didn't she say that this Greta girl is like the second coming of Christ or something? You see my point? They hate God, but they say that their fake science is your God, and you're supposed to bow down and worship and praise Greta as the second coming of Christ. This creepy girl, like she should be. Well, I'm going to hold back my comments, but she's creepy, and her ideas are creepy, and they're dangerous for our world, and she has zero qualifications to even talk to us about any of this stuff. But isn't that classic leftism, liberalism? They talk about things that they don't know about. Like they want to lecture you on your AR-15 and how your AR-15 works, and the first thing they say is like, ban the clips, because they're morons. They don't know anything about what they're even talking about. They don't know the difference between a semi-automatic and a full auto or bolt action or anything. They have no clue what they're talking about, whether it's science or climate or guns or liberties or even history. They just fabricate their own history. They make up anything they want, and then they just pass it off. That's liberalism. They have no connection with reality, but they want to control everything. They want to dominate your world. They want to dominate you. Yeah, who was it? Which candidate was it that said, You can't have magazines that hold more than one round. That was Biden, I think. Yes, brain scrambled Biden for you there. Famous AR-15 quotes. Fascinating stuff. But getting to the blood harvesting of people, I did cover this briefly on a previous show here on Inf0Wars, but there's something new that you need to understand about this. The Theranos company that was founded by Elizabeth Holmes, which was a massive financial and investment fraud, and she is facing criminal charges now. The company has been disbanded. It's all shut down. I think she burned through $900 million in other people's money. She, at one point, was celebrated as the most amazing woman, female entrepreneur worth billions of dollars, going to change the world. Her entire business model was taking your blood in your own home. The goal was for her to install these so-called Edison machines in your home, and you were supposed to get up every day and stick your finger in this machine, and it was going to suck your blood. And from this blood, it was going to supposedly run all these medical tests. And then it was going to upload results to the Theranos company. You know what I think that really was? I think they were going to take DNA profiles and blood marker profiles of all people, tie it to your Google profile, tie it to your social security number, tie it to your bank account, tie it to your social credit score, and covertly test you for drugs. See, if you're using an illicit drug, or see if you're pregnant, and then they can market, pregnancy products to you even before you know you're pregnant, or to genetically profile you and build a massive DNA database that would be used against you by the police state system. This was celebrated. This woman, Elizabeth Holmes, was on the cover of Fortune magazine. She was, again, it was kind of like the second coming of Christ is what we were told about, in a way, about Elizabeth Holmes, that she was this amazing person. I don't know about you, but have you ever seen this woman talk? Have you ever heard her voice? She sounds creepier than Greta. She doesn't blink. She always wore the same black turtlenecks. It showed a view of her closet. She had like 32 copies of the same clothes. And she talked like a man. I don't know. And she's just full on creepy. These people are way creepy. They're all into your blood. They're all into, well, I got to be careful. They're all into controlling you by profiling everything about you and stealing your information or harvesting your information, often without your consent. So think about just the 3 stories I've covered here so far today. We're talking about a GMO mosquito experiment gone wrong. Was that deliberate? Did they intentionally create super mutant killer mosquitoes now to wipe out people in third world countries? I believe there's a chance that that's true. What about the geoengineering, the chemtrails experiment, Project Scopex, funded by Bill Gates, run by Harvard scientists, and also funded by the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation? Global pollution to block the sun, shut down the global food supply, including, by the way, phytoplankton, which are the basis of the food webs of aquatic ecosystems, ocean life. They're going to kill that too. They're going to kill the oceans. They're going to kill the land. They're going to kill humans. And you can't do anything about it. You can't opt out, because if they block the sun, there's really nothing you can do except wait for all that stuff to fall out of the sky. And by the way, it contains lead too. So you're going to have lead poisoning of the entire planet. And lead right now kills 412,000 Americans a year, according to the Lancet. So they're going to up that number to maybe millions of Americans a year being killed by lead while they're poisoning the food supply and collapsing the food ecosystem at the same time. And then the story I just covered, the blood harvesting of every person in America with the Theranos company, which thankfully is now defunct. But they're not going to give up on this attempt. They're going to do it again. The point is, they want to profile you, they want to control you, they want to surveil you, and then ultimately, after they're done just wringing every last dollar out of your pocket, shaking all the coins, just hold you upside down, shaking you until all your wallet falls out, and they take all your money from Big Pharma and the cancer industry, and they kidnap your children and hit them with chemotherapy, medical kidnapping, because you wanted a second opinion as a parent. After they're done with all that, they're just going to kill you because they don't want you around. Don't you know? They've got the robots coming. They've got the robots, the automation ready to take over the world, and they don't want you around. Why do you think they're pushing abortion and infanticide and infertility chemicals and transgenderism and super mutant mosquitoes that are going to kill and infect more people? Why do you think they're investigating and researching weaponized biological deployment systems that can kill millions of people? Because they don't want you around. The globalists have already decided it's the end of the line for the masses. And this is what Alex gets this, I get this, and this is what we're trying to warn you about. And I think the independent media is the only media in the world that is telling the truth about any of this. We're it. We are humanity's last chance to stop this before they annihilate us all. That's what we're doing. That's why it's crucial that we survive. Thank you for your support. We'll be back after this break with more. The upshot of all of this that we're talking about today here on the Alex Jones Show, thanks for continuing with us. This is Mike Adams from Natural News. The upshot is that there is a global effort, to devastate human life and to devastate the ecosystem that supports us. There's a collapse of the biosphere that's being engineered. And if you oppose it, you are called anti-environmentalist. The environmentalists themselves are calling for this collapse, and they will be the ones who are most impacted. But in terms of practical things that you can do, it's become obvious to me that you're going to have to be able to live a year without food. I mean, without, grocery store food. Yeah, you're going to need to stockpile some food. You're going to need to stockpile supplies like never before. And I want to bring your attention to the fact that the government itself has entire underground cities and caves, networks, massive amounts of supplies. Remember a couple years ago when they purchased, I think DHS bought like 2 billion rounds of ammunition? Where do you think all that went? It went into the storage caves. They've got caves in different locations all around the country, built into the limestone in, Kansas City, for example. I've driven by some of those caves before. They've got underground cities. They've got underground bunkers. I mean, huge places, and they're prepared for years underground. Meanwhile, the government recommendation to you is to have enough supplies for 3 days. So you're supposed to have 3 days of food, and they've got like 10 years ready to go, because, of course, the globalists believe that they need to survive, but you don't. And they are now, what's obvious to me, they are planning to decimate the surface of the earth. They're trying to turn the surface of the earth, all the plants, all the food crops, all the seeds, everything. The pollinators are in collapse right now. Ocean life is in collapse. Even the human cities are collapsing in many cases when they're run by liberals. As they collapse the surface of the earth, the globalists will tend to move into their bunkers and their caves for long-term survival as the whole system collapses around them. We're talking about the collapse of nations, the collapse of governments, collapse of economies, banking, currency systems. Yeah, this is their plan. It's kind of a reboot. It's a planetary scale reboot because they don't want what they call useless eaters to be around. That's how they consider you and me. They call us useless eaters. In their minds, the globalist minds, we have nothing to offer the world and we're just consuming, their resources. So this is how they plan to do it. It's now incredibly obvious. So the thing is, some humans will survive this. Some people will make it through, even living, on the surface of the earth, even if you don't have a 10-year bunker cave funded by the federal government. You can still make it through. And it all comes down to your preparedness level and also your location. So let's talk about location here for a second. I recently returned from a conference in Branson, Missouri. And by the way, thank you, many of you who came up to say hello and to say that you're fans of Inf0Wars and so on. I think I shook the hands of at least 250, maybe 300 people during just the breaks at that conference. One of the things I got to do was talk behind the scenes with high-level government people who are patriots inside the government. We're talking like Alex Jones fans working inside high levels of different federal agencies, including DHS and others. And these people, what they told me was really interesting. They told me that, number one, they're all convinced that Trump is going to win re-election in 2020, but they're also convinced that it's over for America by the end of Trump's second term. So really what they're saying is 2025, America is over as we know it. And I've had the same analysis and prediction, same conclusion, because what these people told me is that they were deployed in California, Oregon, Washington against Antifa and left-wing lunatics, and they've been deployed at the border to try to protect ICE facilities and so on. And they see that the radical left is so far gone that there is no coming together again as a nation. If Trump wins in 2020, the left is going to break away in certain ways or try to cause so much chaos that they destroy the whole country, they bring everything down with them. America as we know it will not exist past 2025. That's what I'm being told. And I think that's accurate. And I think that in this time of turmoil, when you have political turmoil combined with this geoengineering and chemtrails and mass poisoning of the food supply and the cultural pushing of transgenderism and all these poisons in the food and vaccines, 5G, the list goes on. This is going to be a time of incredible collapse, a very risky time for America, a very risky time to be alive. But the second biggest factor that I was told really matters is where you are, because the hot spots of all of this are going to be very localized. If you are anywhere near Sacramento, California, or Los Angeles, or Portland, you're in trouble because of what's coming. But if you're out in the middle of Utah, let's say, or Tennessee, or Montana, it's not such a big deal. This point was really driven home to me based on the analysis of these federal agents and some special ops people and just real high-level people, but very dedicated patriots. They said they know, this is what all the models that they've been taught, this is what it tells them, that America's, the quote, civil war is only going to be very, very localized. Not even regional, but local. That's what they said. Certain cities, just certain areas around those cities, certain counties, that's it. Most of America is not going to be in a kinetic engagement. But what will affect all of America will be problems. How do you get your food? Getting trucks to the grocery stores, getting fuel supplies, refineries functioning. We saw an attack on the refineries in Saudi Arabia recently. That could easily happen in America if some radical leftists want to shut down fossil fuels and they start flying, explosive-laden drones into refineries in Texas or something. The fuel supplies could be cut off. Power grid could be shut down in certain scenarios. Food supplies could be cut off. So those of us who live in middle America, even if you're not in one of these lunatic left-wing cities, yeah, you're probably not going to have to kinetically engage a zombie apocalypse, but you are going to have to survive a year or more without potentially food, fuel, medicine, electricity, all the supplies that you depend on every day. So I want you to really think carefully about where you are. Do you need to relocate before 2025? Or even it could be sooner, depending on what happens in the 2020 election and how insane the left becomes. What supplies do you really need, and do you know how to use those supplies? Have you tried cooking your stored food? Have you boiled water on a camp stove? Have you even tasted your stored food? Because a lot of it doesn't taste that great, depending on where you got it. So check it all out. Use what you have. Learn the skills, because this right here, your brain is what's going to save your life during all of this. And by the way, again, I was told it's over for America. I wish that wasn't the case. I'm not hoping for that. I love America. I want to see America, great again. I want to see Trump succeed. As long as he's pro-America and, pro-Constitution, pro-Republic, pro-First Amendment, a Second Amendment, I want to see America come back strong. But what I'm being told is that it's over for America as we know it. There's no coming back from the lawlessness of the left, the lunacy, the mass mental illness that they have thrust upon this world. I mean, look, the New York Times is just basically a fiction rag at this point with their attacks on Kavanaugh. CNN is a total joke. You have to have a lobotomy just to be able to watch CNN these days. It's so bad. This is crucial for you to understand, for all of us to understand. America as we know it may be over in the next few years. So what comes out of that? I say that we, the people, you and me, and those of us who believe in liberty and we believe in divinity, and we believe in human rights and civil liberties, the right to speak, the right to practice religion, the right to worship, the right to carry, to keep and bear arms, the right to own any firearm you want. These rights must be enshrined in the next society that we rebuild after the planned, engineered collapse of this society. And by the way, let me remind you, we must enshrine health freedom, medical freedom in the next society's documents, because we cannot tolerate government, medical kidnapping children, imprisoning parents because they won't poison their children with chemotherapy or vaccines. That has got to stop. We've got to have, maybe a third amendment that's health freedom. Like, move the current Third Amendment about quartering soldiers in your house, like, kick that on down the line, keep it, but make it a later amendment. Insert a new third amendment that no one shall be forced to engage in medicine against their beliefs or wishes for themselves or their children. That's what we need, in my opinion. That's something we have to keep in mind. It was kind of missing from the original Bill of Rights. Interestingly, Benjamin Rush tried to put it in there, but I guess not enough people thought that was important at the time, because no one could imagine medical kidnapping of children by government, which is what's happening today. So these are some things to keep in mind. Of course, keep watching Inf0Wars.com. I'll keep covering this as best I can as well. I'll keep contributing to Inf0Wars. Get prepared, stay informed, and relocate if you have to, because it's coming. And there's nothing we can do to stop it. Thank you for watching.
This all the time, but the quickening is here, and humanity is at a crossroads deciding which way it's going to go. There are so many amazing developments taking place that it makes my head spin. But as I sit here in California, before the sun's even come up, it's a metaphor for a new day. I talked so much yesterday that my tongue is literally raw on one side and sore. I did a 5-hour podcast with a gentleman who right now is the #1 podcaster in the world. Joe Rogan's #1 overall. The Body Was Great Work, but this fella right now is the #1 podcast. He's only been doing it about 2 weeks. And I'm not going to even say who we did the podcast with until right before it airs. But it's very explosive, very positive, very negative, very argumentative. The fella's very, very smart. But he was trying to get me to turn against Trump. I've been persecuted so much for Trump, and for telling the truth. That's why it's hard to even be critical of Trump when he deserves it, because when you've been pig-headed defending somebody for so long and been persecuted, it's hard to turn on him. But I'm not close to turning on Trump. Trump has done a great job on so many fronts. But what happens is when you get around people in Hollywood or in business or anywhere, they get on your ass and they say, listen, I really like you, but you need to turn against Trump right now, or I'm not going to be your friend. Well, don't be my friend then. Because the BS that Trump is a white supremacist, no matter how many times you say it isn't true. The BS that Brett Kavanaugh is a rapist, no matter how many times you say it's not true. The BS that I'm making stuff up to hurt people isn't true, no matter how many times you say it. And all this bullying and intimidation isn't working anymore. But I see why some people succumb to it. But then after you start talking to them behind the scenes, they go, yeah, I know you're right. And that's happening all over LA. We're super popular here, even though you're in the midst of all the brainwashing and inside this big ass bubble of disinformation. So we got Tom Pappert hosting the show today. He does a great job. Yesterday's broadcast with Owen Schroyer and the reports we had, I ended up watching about an hour of it last night. I watched about an hour of it this morning. Just top flight radio TV. There's nothing more informative. Yesterday's Tuesday show is the benchmark of quality information that's pro-human, for a pro-human future. The globalists have decided that they're going to replace humans. It's the final revolution. Nobody can ever resist you. You just end the entire paradigm as it's known. We are standing against that, saying we're not just going to accept your destiny you've laid out for us. And that's what Inf0Wars.com and NewsWars.com and Banned.video are all about. And that's why the power, again, that you have to take action and override their censorship is beyond paramount. It's total, it's complete, it is victory. Resistance and action is victory when you have the right motivation and the right ideology. And this is a pro-human ideology. Inf0Wars.com, NewsWars.com. Now, we've got a bunch of special reports today, Tom Pappert, and so much more. I'll be back in the office about 1 o'clock, so I can pop it on air unless my tongue over here on the side. I mean, I just was yelling and ranting for almost 5 hours, and did most of the show yesterday, so I've never had this where I've got to like see a raw side of my tongue. But my tongue doesn't swell up too much more. I'll be on there as well at the end of the 4th hour. But regardless, thanks for all your support. Wild Horses going to drag us away. We love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Alex Jones on the road, but here's what I'll say. Alex Jones is back. And that's all I'm going to say. Nothing more, nothing less, but Alex Jones has landed back in Austin, Texas. And that's all you need to know for now. When we come back, we're going to get into all the news, the headlines, the clips. This is the Infowars.com War Room, brought to you, as always, by you shopping at InfoWarsStore.com. We will be right back. Here we are at the Infowars.com World Headquarters in Austin, Texas on this Wednesday, September 18th, 2019. It is 3:06 Central, and we've got 3 hours of this transmission ahead today. A bunch of headlines I need to get to. Some crazy news, really. Just some crazy news that'll have your head spinning. And then we take a look at the fake news that is always making your head spin, as well as a bunch of clips that we're going to get to as well, including a viral clip from our reporter, Millie Weaver, that was picked up by Daily Caller. And it's just another case where an InfoWars reporter goes out, and what happens? We get harassed. You don't even have to say anything. You just show up with an InfoWars mic flag, and some deranged leftist is going to come up to you and harness the power of Satan. Yes, we've seen it way too many times, ladies and gentlemen. So good for Millie Weaver for getting that video to go viral. It's so hard to get an InfoWars video to go viral these days because we're banned everywhere and everybody hates us. Of course, that's not true. We're really popular, probably one of the most popular news organizations out there. That's why when we go to a scene, we're the most recognized. Even MSNBC, like top MSNBC field reporters go out, and they won't even be recognized as much as Savannah Hernandez is. So that's just where we're at. That just tells you we're winning and the censorship isn't working. Now, there are a lot of developments happening politically, but we're going to air the tape of Millie Weaver getting harassed, and it just shows the hatred of the left that claims to be for women. Well, here's a female reporter trying to do her job, and they have nothing but hate to offer her. We do have some developments, some InfoWars is next year's news today. Some developments that are not good for the Democrat Party. Democrat donor, major donor, everybody knows this guy, out in L.A., friends with Obama, friends with the Podestas, everybody. And he had 2 men die in his home from drug overdose. Now he had a third one that the police had to come pick up. He's been charged with operating a drug house. So we'll talk about the significance of that and some other things coming out of the Democrat Party and the presidential race. We'll take a look at some of the latest from the fake news and then some developments internationally as well. But there's one thing I want to highlight today because I want to use it as an example to really just put on display the bias. Now, it's one thing to have a political disagreement. In fact, that's a healthy thing. You can debate it, and then you decide intellectually, philosophically, logically at the end of the day, or, you know, an audience decides, what have you, what makes the most sense. But there has to be an intellectual challenge there. But if you compare the Brett Kavanaugh story, or let's say the Christine Blasey Ford story, or let's say the New York Times attacking Brett Kavanaugh, fake news story, and how viral that goes and becomes the biggest story, that you compare that to what happens when Ed Buck, first of all, he's already had 2 guys die in his home, so that's twice that could have been a story, 2 separate occasions, barely made any news. Most people never heard of Ed Buck. People know who Christine Blasey Ford is, or though, excuse me, Christine Blasey Ford. Dana Carvey in drag. Everybody knows who that is, but Ed Buck, 2 guys die in his house. Third one, drug overdose, has to get taken to the hospital. There he is there, posing in a rainbow bow tie with Hillary, with Satan. Hillary. There he is there after being arrested, hiding in shame. I was stunned. I didn't even see this on Fox News at all today. Now, I will admit I didn't have my normal focus on the news all day like I would have, but didn't see it. Bet you won't see it on CNN. Bet you won't see it on MSNBC. Bet it won't be on the nighttime news either. But if it's Christine Blasey Ford or some no-name that didn't go to college or never met Brett Kavanaugh that they literally just made up saying, oh, yeah, Kavanaugh had his penis in her face. Excuse me, that's what they say, though. And then even the New York Times tweets out, Brett Kavanaugh's penis is not so harmless or something like that. And then they retract it, not even because the fake news that they put in the story. No. Because they said they felt guilty saying a penis could be harmless. Oh, yes. I mean, and I'll tell you what, sometimes we do like to have a little fun here. And so we will today, but we'll have a little fun with the New York Times later today. So, but this is what I'm saying. You can disagree with my politics all you want. You can disagree with things I say. You can disagree with my ideology. I have no qualms with that at all. In fact, to be honest, I kind of like it because it gives me a challenge to try to win someone over intellectually, philosophically. That's a challenge to me. I enjoy that. But when you just don't even live in reality or you have a clear double standard and bias, there's nothing, you do nothing for me. You do nothing for anyone even. And so what I'm saying is the Brett Kavanaugh accusations were the nuclear story that made it all the way around the world a nothing burger. Main Democrat donor, not just this guy's friends with all the Democrats. Clearly the guy, I guess they're saying he's running a drug house out of Hollywood. So who knows what's going on with this guy? 2 guys die in his place. Another guy just got caught or had to be hauled off because he had an overdose. Ed Buck's friends with all the top Democrats. Everybody knows him out in L.A. But nobody talks about the dead people at his house. Nobody talks about the drug overdoses. Nobody talks about that. But can you imagine if that was a main Republican donor who is friends with Trump or McConnell or Ted Cruz or Jim Jordan or Matt Gaetz? Oh, it'd be the top news story. It'd be number 1. They'd be rolling down the headlines all day long. Top Republican, could he be a murderer? Top Republican, did he have sex with the dead bodies? Top Republican, is he a cannibal? That would be the headlines all day long. Top Republican donor might be a cannibal. Top Republican donor might be a necrophiliac. And they just roll all of them out. But if it's Ed Buck, well, we just don't really touch that. We'll leave that out in the LA area. We'll see. Maybe conservative television news will cover that. But mainstream news, the alphabet news agencies, and the liberal news agencies who should be covering this, their guy, no, they won't touch it. But if it's a fake news story that they all know is fake, like Jussie Smollett or Covington Catholic or Christine Blasey Ford, they talk about it all day long and they never let it go. So my point is, if you can't see and admit to the clear bias in mainstream news, then you need to understand you have a shell over your mind and your mind is closed and you're a mind slave. You have been psychologically and intellectually shackled if you can't see this. If you can't look at the news coverage of Ed Buck compared to the news coverage of Blasey Ford, then you don't understand how propaganda works. You don't understand how fake news works. And we all fall guilty of this. I mean, look at Drudge. Drudge hypes up the Blasey Ford stuff and the Kavanaugh stuff more than the Buck stuff. I understand why Drudge does it. He highlights the fake news. But the point is, this is how it works, folks. They get us talking about a manufactured story. They get us talking about Dana Carvey and drag, and they don't even talk about Ed Buck top Democrat donor, friends with all the Democrats, multiple dead people found in this place. Multiple dead bodies. Imagine if a #1 top Republican donor in, say, Texas had dead bodies in his house. Do you think you'd ever hear about that? Do you think you'd ever stop hearing about that? All right, I got to do something here before we get to this Millie Weaver video and before I get to the rest of this news. So Savannah Hernandez comes in here and says, hey, did you see they added they to the dictionary? And I'm thinking, they? What do you mean? They is already a word. It's like, no. It's because it's the non-binary pronoun. And I'm, what? Okay. And so I get the story here. CNN, Merriam-Webster adds the non-binary pronoun they to its dictionary. And so I'm reading this. I'm trying to make sense of it. And I get to this sentence here. Merriam-Webster also notes it as evidence in its files of the non-binary they dating back to 1950, and that it's likely there are earlier uses of the non-binary pronoun out there. And I'm thinking to myself, well, wait a second. What does that even mean? They, non-binary, binary, who? Gender-neutral pronoun, what? And then my whole mind just started getting twisted in my head. I couldn't even think clearly. And I'm just like, wait, what? They is non-binary, genders, it's from the 1950s, it's a new term, what? And it's like, this is the language confusion. This is the gender confusion. And it reminded me of this clip. And I'm going to bring this all home. But okay, so they, which is already a word taught in the English vernacular by what? The age of 5? I mean, 6? But now it's a non-binary, gender-neutral thing. It's a big deal. It's in the Merriam-Webster's dictionary. This is how they're confusing language, confusing gender, which is really just meant to confuse communication, confuse thought. And it reminded me of this clip from the Breakfast Club we played, but this is what is mainstream now. This is what is considered, quote-unquote, woke, being totally moronic. Here's the clip.
Oh yeah, now we're not ready to go.
But I want to say this: for a lot of women have been hitting me up saying, "Meek, so if you like trans women or you're attracted to trans women, does that make you? They're men, right? They love to say, but they're men.
Wrong.
So someone said to me, if that is true, so for all of you cisgender women, naturally born women who think that trans women
not naturally born again, not naturally born. Nothing about it is natural.
I told you I make mistakes.
Nothing about that is natural.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, for women, what's the language I should say?
Assigned female at birth.
Okay, so for women who are assigned female at birth and stick to that,
and for whom that is consistent with how they identify,
and for whom that's a lot of words. Who
stick with it? Okay, you are in a commitment for a stance. So
yes,
do the work.
Yes,
do the work.
Come on,
teach me. Say it again.
Do the work.
Do it again.
For whom?
And so then they go down a whole thing of how you can talk properly in this newspeak right out of 1984. This is the dumbing down of culture. This is the dumbing down of language. And this is a realization I had too. It's like everything is actually trending towards dumber. Like this is lower IQ. This is lower consciousness. And so really at the end of the day, it just makes no sense. This whole non-binary, gender neutral language delusion, it makes no sense, ladies and gentlemen. It makes no sense. But you know what does make sense? Getting your air filters at InfoWarsStore.com. Now that makes sense. Getting your water filters at InfoWarsStore.com. Now that makes sense. See, I can make sense of this. Let me try to make some sense of this situation here. Let's clear away the clouds of confusion of the non-binary, gender-neutral pronouns. It's all very confusing. Let's use the Alexa Pure Breeze confusion filter to just get all that out of our system. But here's what makes sense to me. There's fluoride in the water. There's glyphosates in the water. There's lead in the water. There's all kinds of carcinogens in the water. Most likely in your local water supply. There's probably been news stories written about it. So we sell water filters. I know. It just makes so much sense. It's considered crazy. Or what did Kramer say? Am I making so much sense that I'm blowing your mind? So, hey, we're making so much sense here. We're blowing your own mind right now with water filters and air filters. So, yeah, we saw a study that says the average U.S. home, the air inside it is as polluted as a major metropolitan city. And we said, well, what are we going to do about that? I don't want to breathe that air in. I want to have an air filter in my home so that my guests that come over, my pets, my children, my family is not breathing in toxic air. So we sell the Alexa Pure Breeze air filter. Works like a charm, ladies and gentlemen. Or if you haven't got your water filter yet, that also is at InfoWarsStore.com. Again, we just read the studies. Lead in water supplies, glyphosates in water supplies. They intentionally add the fluoride. I mean, all the stuff is in there, and you just don't want to ingest it. And so we sell the best water filters. We went out and we said, what is the best water filter that gets rid of everything? And it was the Alexa Pure water filtration system or the ProPure water filtration system, both available at InfoWarsStore.com. So you can take your pick, do the research for yourself, read all the reviews for yourself at InfoWarsStore.com. But as things seem to not make much sense out there with the gender-neutral pronouns and non-binary whatevers, that was probably bigoted somehow. But if you want to make sense of things, just go filter your air and water. That makes sense. CNN talking about non-gender neutral, non-binary, gendering neutral binary pronouns, that doesn't make sense. Filtering your air and water with water filters and air filters and InfoWarsStore.com, that makes sense. All right. Now, as I promised, we should have the Millie clip available. We'll have it by the end of the hour. The problem is, these Trump protesters are literally, they're so vile that you just have to censor almost every other word that comes out of their mouth. And so it becomes a lengthy process trying to edit these videos from all the cursing and just still have any audio at all. But we're going to have that. So again, the story that I want people to think about, and maybe I'll open up the phones. Maybe I'll really commit to a news blitz in this hour and then open up the phones. But Ed Buck, 2 men die in his home. Another one overdoses on drugs. He then gets arrested. This is a top Democrat donor, top friends with all the top Democrats, and nobody's talking about it. This should be all over the news. This should be all over TV news. And but here's my point. How is it there won't be a single Democrat that mentions this? There won't be a single news organization that is Democrat, CNN, MSNBC, they won't mention this. And how long will it be before Ed Buck chokes himself with toilet paper and all the security cameras go off? That's one theory. Other theories are he'll be out in 13 months and he's going to open a new pizza shop out there in L.A. But hey, only time will tell. But I'm sure it's just a coincidence. I'm sure Ed Buck is a decent guy, and there's nothing to see here, folks. Just he had no idea that these guys that came over to his house that were just friends of his, just came over to hang out, maybe watch some football, play some ping pong. He had no idea they were overdosing on drugs, and he has no idea how they just dead. Two of them just died at his house. He has no idea that either, and so there's no reason for the news to cover it. So I'm out of my mind thinking that the news would ever cover Ed Buck, but obsess over Christine Blasey, I'm a man Ford. Monitoring the news and the fake news so you don't have to. Welcome back. For years now, they've been saying Trump supporters are violent, Trump supporters are rude, Trump supporters are this, they're the deplorables, on and on and on. But all the actual real-life experience and evidence points to the Trump haters as the vile, nasty, hateful, violent people. And so it just gets proven once again in this clip from Millie Weaver. She's out on the streets reporting for InfoWars, and what happens? Well, some Trump haters come up and harass her.
Very hard to have a conversation out here with
Stand wherever the I want, little Nazi bitch. And InfoWars bitch.
Yeah, go and keep
And InfoWars bitch.
Yeah, go can hear what you're saying. You can, bitch. That's who I'm talking to.
Do you mind? Can I grab your Your hands not welcome here.
Wouldn't it be great if the
be Trump.
You touch me, and the police are going to arrest you, sir. So I wanted to take you over here.
Wait, rewind this. Rewind this. Does that guy have a 9/11 shirt on? See, that's what I'm saying. It's like, dude, InfoWars was the first to break the spell of the story of 9/11. I mean, it's just like, can you imagine being that brainwashed by the television? All of these people are brainwashed by the television. If you did not have TV news making up all this crap about Donald Trump, not a single one of them would be there. This is unbelievable to really sit here and have this hit home again, because we haven't been seeing too much of the protest videos. I think we're all kind of taking a little break before the election heats up here to have to deal with this every day. But my goodness, these are such stooges of the media. These are such puppets of propaganda. Start that clip. But hold on a second. That guy is, I'm trying to figure this out. Like, is he saying 9/11 is an inside job? Is he saying remember 9/11? Because it's the left with Ilhan Omar that says, oh yeah, nothing to see on 9/11. This is just whacked out, man. These are whacked up, wacko jackos, man. This is insane. All right, go back.
You touch me, and the police are going to arrest you, sir. So I wanted to take you over here with me to the Trump supporter side, and so you can experience what's over here on the Trump supporter side, and maybe you can show me if there is racism over here that I should be concerned about. He wants to know if he's going to be safe inside there if he goes.
Yeah, come on in. You go with us. What? You come on, you go right here with us. You break a line. Come on, man. I put my arm around you, man. It's all about love, man. I love all my people. I love all my people.
Is he going to be safe if he comes in with you guys? Because he doesn't know. He's what?
Come in with my For sure, yeah, you'll be good.
Of course. Okay, he wants to tell you, what does Make America Great Again mean to you?
What does it mean to me? It means that we have opportunities. Donald Trump has done a lot specifically for me because with like jobs and stuff like that.
So he wants to know if he goes in there, if he's going to be safe and welcome.
I will welcome you with open arms.
All right, so pause it. So for radio audience here, Millie grabs one of the Trump protesters out from the Trump protest group, happens to be a black man, and takes him over to the Trump line, which is people going into a Trump rally here. And you notice when Millie goes over to the anti-Trump group, they're all screaming. They call her bitch. They threaten to rape her. I mean, literally, it's pretty unbelievable. And then she's like, hey, come over with me to the Trump side. Let's see if you receive the hatred that I've received. And it's nothing but love and hugs and, hey, cut the line. Hey, he's with us. Bring him on in. So, I mean, and let me just say this, too. I mean, I'll be perfectly honest. I like winning. And so when there's an easy victory just sitting on the table, of course I'm going to take it. And so proving that the Trump haters are the most vile, vicious, disgusting, hateful people you'll ever meet in your life, it's the easiest thing to do. It's literally the easiest thing in the world to do politically. And then it's just as easy to go over to the Trump side and prove the dichotomy and the parallels. Trump side, nothing but love, nothing but openness, acceptance, tolerance, ideas, philosophies, logic, common sense, good people, souls, spirits, smiles, love. That's on the Trump side. Go over to the anti-Trump side. Hate, vitriol, screaming at you, shouting, obscenities, rudeness, depravity, perversion, disgust. Again, I like winning. That's an easy victory. You just got to show up for that one. That's not even challenging. And Millie Weaver just nailed it in this report. Let's go back.
People, right?
That's what we'll say.
Now they go
Marcos
back to
wanted
the
to try the
anti-Trump side.
opposite now. We are going to do the opposite. He went into the Trump rally with me, and now I'm going to go over with the demonstrators with him, and he's going to follow me around and see if I get treated with love and tolerance. Let's go see. Okay, so we're also going to bring a Trump supporter with us to see what happens. He's going to come with us as a Trump supporter. Okay. Okay. All right, come on, let's go over here.
I really hope Trump supporters become a little more educated in their lives.
Do you think that your message is going to resonate with Trump supporters?
Hopefully. You know, what do they say? My grandma always said, say it enough times for it to stick, right?
They blew smoke in my face.
What is that?
The guy just
exactly. If we say Trump's a racist enough times, it'll become true.
Blow a cigarette in my face.
Close the camps. Close the camps. Close the camps.
Why should...
Close the camps. 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 Close the camps.
Oh, they're saying close the camps. And then the one guy goes, hey, they didn't open the camps. And now he's getting a microphone in his face.
It's in my face, too.
A megaphone, excuse me. By the way, that's actually assault. I looked this up. There's actually a assault on for audible for noises. I forget what it's called, but there is a. You can't just walk up to someone and put a noisemaker in their face. So they're just shoving signs in Millie's face, blowing the megaphone right in this other gentleman's face, screaming at him, following him around, and this guy's just putting his hands up like, what did I even do? Now this guy's following him. He's not even wearing any Trump gear. He's just walking around.
Refugees are welcome here, no hate.
Yeah, refugees are welcome here, dude. We take more than every other country combined.
You don't bother trying to talk with people over here sometimes.
Boy, oh my gosh, this is what we're up against.
They drown you out with yelling.
This is what we're up against. Oh my gosh. Oh. That just reminds me how empty these people are. Oh, man. And get ready, folks. It's only going to get worse for 2020. Part of me wants to go back out into the scenes like this and to go get that tape that goes so viral that has hundreds of millions of views, probably billions of views on the internet now. Another part of me is just like, oh, my gosh, I don't know if I can take it anymore. These people are literally gone, man. They're gone. Like, there's no way they even believe what they're saying. The one woman says, I wish Trump supporters would be more educated. You pick any one of the Trump supporters in that line to go toe-to-toe with that bimbo, and they'll make mincemeat of her intellectually. I mean, give me a break. I walk all over into these Trump protests. I ask them a single question. They can't answer it. This is strange times, man. Strange times indeed. On John Bolton, the war mustache, the war walrus, John Bolton, has some choice words about President Trump after he gets fired. Make no mistake about it, he was fired. The resignation thing was Trump trying to be nice. But Bolton decides to, as Politico puts it, rip Trump behind closed doors. No, folks, that's fake news. This is not a behind closed doors thing. This is John Bolton wants to talk, you know what, on president. Let's make sure it makes the press and makes Trump look bad. That's what this is. Behind closed doors. Give me a break. John Bolton's been talking trash behind closed doors about Trump for 2 freaking years. You're just now putting out the headline because you just now agreed to make it a story. So it's no longer behind closed doors. It's you publicizing it. It's John Bolton saying, yeah, run with the story. F this guy. Because John Bolton's little ego had to take a ding because everybody knows he's a war walrus now. And that's his legacy now. But as predicted, not by me, but by many others in the media, John Bolton will now become a hero of the left, and they will praise him upon his ouster from the Trump cabinet, and they'll take his word as gospel, and he'll get a book deal and all of it. That was a prediction I made. He'll get a book deal. I don't think that's been offered yet, but that's coming soon. That's coming soon. But you see, they got to build it up. But the left would never write anything positive about John Bolton, never take any value in his words in the prior administrations he worked in, the prior wars that he wanted to start. Yeah. John Bolton never saw a conflict he didn't want to get someone else dead in. So that just confirms Bolton was fired. dinged his ego. Now he's ticked. And who knows, maybe Bolton or some of his friends have a lot of money in Lockheed Martin or something, some other weapons manufacturer, and they were set to see their stocks soar if Bolton could just get another war in the Middle East, but he just couldn't pull it off, could he? Darn it, Bolton. Rats. Of course, it's not looking good right now with Pompeo basically declared war on Iran by my measurement, but we'll see what happens with that. Folks, before I get into the next hour and the rest of this news and hopefully your phone calls, we've got just 3 days left in this week. 4 if you want to count Saturday. So this will probably go actually till Monday or Sunday night. This may end. But we have huge discounts at InfoWarsStore.com that we're going to run from now until the end of Sunday night. Up to 75% off some products. Just here's the list of things that are going to be at a very deep discount until Sunday night. Super Male Vitality, 50% off, plus a free bottle of Ultimate Female Force. Super Blue Silver Immune Gargle all sizes pack for $19.95. So you get a bunch of different, the big one that you can refill, the travel size, the bathroom kit, everything. The Myco ZX is on sale for $19.95. Ultra 12 Vitamin B12 supplement, 50% off. I love this new formula. Total Gut Health Combo Pack is 75% off. If you really want to get your digestive system on the right track, this probiotic key enzyme pack is the way to go. Total Gut Health Combo Pack, 75% off. 50% off Brain Force Plus when bought with Chill Force, the new product. Chill Force is 40% off. 50% off Happies. 50% off Ultimate Bone Broth. I put that in my protein shake after a workout. 50% off Bodies, just incredible product. I love the Bodies. Relieves the soreness after a workout the next day. 67% off the 8-pack Power Stack. That's just your starter kit for supplements. An AM pack, a PM pack filled with supplements in there. A vitamin stack. 60% off the 8-pack Power Stack. And then 60% off Icarin. So it's all at InfoWarsStore.com. All right, let's see here. Let's just do this and close the segment with clip 5 and Caitlin Bennett. Facts don't matter anymore in Houston.
Can you tell me how many lives maybe are killed due to firearms?
3 million a year.
That's how many people die every year?
Yeah.
3 million.
Yeah. What is it about guns that you think is legal to have on this state?
Oh, jeez.
Hi, sir. How are you?
I'm great.
I know you were begging for my fiance's attention here with your sign. Tell me about it.
Tell me about it. No, I'm great.
You want to tell my fiance about it? Why don't you tell the camera about it?
Oh, no, I'm doing pretty good, actually. I'm actually
and
just
then
like
they say
trying
Trump
to,
supporters are uneducated. They can't even tell you what their sign is about.
Gun law?
Actually, we don't like using the term red flag gun laws. We prefer the term extreme risk protection orders.
Okay. That didn't save his life.
And who's at extreme risk?
See, I'm actually here on behalf of
oh my
the
gosh,
people,
there's a sign behind, there's a flag that literally says F Trump behind this guy. A flag.
Here's the thing.
An actual, like,
So,
real legit flag, not like somebody made it.
I know we disagree on some certain
No,
issues.
even if you weren't cool with it, I guess I don't care.
Oh, no, it's totally cool. I mean, I know we disagree fundamentally on issues, but, like, I don't really want to start anything, so.
Why not? You don't want to convince me,
you
you
don't
don't
want to
want
start
to change my
anything,
mind?
but you want to take the guns.
Why don't you want to try to change my mind?
Just not worth it. Thank you.
Just not worth it. Thank you. Not worth it? Why? I'm one of the biggest advocates for gun rights in the country, and you don't want to change my mind? You don't want to change my mind?
I'm good.
How old are you?
I am 19.
That's sad. I'm one of the biggest advocates for gun rights in this country. I'm known as the gun girl, so why wouldn't you want to try to change my mind?
That's very interesting considering somebody that got shot.
What, I'm sorry?
I got shot, so I'm just trying to figure out, like, why are you so good about guns? Like, what is it about guns that you think is legal to have on this state? What is it about guns that you think is legal to have on this state? What is it about guns that you think is legal to have on this state?
Well, the Second Amendment and my God-given right to defend myself says that I have that right.
So what about the kids that got killed last year because somebody had a gun and they got shot? Wasn't supposed to have it. Illegally was sold to them, and I can understand that you can defend yourself.
You are really defending.
I am a victim of getting shot as well.
Are you gonna let me talk?
Go ahead.
So you just absolutely dismantled the gun law argument that we need gun laws. You just sat there and said that he got it illegally. He wasn't supposed to have it. So what's your argument?
No, I didn't say all of that. You wouldn't even let me talk. So when you're done talking,
pause it right
let me know
here,
that
because here's the thing. I gotta say this, and I've dealt with it enough to have enough confidence in this now to actually have enough confidence to say this, because nobody else has probably had this experience like I've had. But see, a part of me doesn't want to do it because it's like you do take a risk saying this, but I bet that woman's probably never even been shot. These people lie about everything, man. They really do. They lie about, I'm telling you, because I can just see it, man. They just wait because they think that somehow trumps your logic and trumps your ideology and trumps your debate or whatever, your argument. They say, oh, well, I got shot. It's like, well, I've had an abortion. It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. So I'm sorry. I'm just doubting that this lady's ever been shot. But maybe she has. I feel bad if she has, but go back.
So every year, up to 3 million lives are saved due to defensive use of firearms. That is found by the CDC. Obama actually ordered the CDC to do an investigation, and they found that 3 million lives are saved every year due to defensive use of firearms. Can you tell me how many lives maybe are killed due to firearms?
3 million a year.
That's how many people die every year?
See, that's what I'm saying. She'll just make something up on the spot.
I'm going to give you one more chance, because think about like how many people are in the country, and then 3 million every year are dying.
I'm being sarcastic, sweetheart.
Okay.
I'm being sarcastic if you didn't realize it, but okay. Next question.
Well, that was the question. Do you have an answer?
The next question. I gave you an answer. I asked you, did you have another question?
Do you have a real answer? Like
I just gave you a real answer.
Okay, so it wasn't sarcasm. You're going back and forth.
I saw you how you disrespected one of my colleagues, and I'm just like, are you serious right now? Like, do you know?
No, you got mad about firearms. Do you know how many people die every year due to firearms?
When it's illegally used?
No. Firearm homicides, deaths. How many are used?
Are we done here?
Do you have an answer?
I don't have nothing to say, because I just told you that I see too many kids getting shot, and you can't even tell me how you feel about that.
I think it's terrible. No kids should be shot. I've never said that. I've never advocated for that to happen.
That's the question that I asked you, and you completely ignored it. I did ask you that. I said, what about the kids that get killed every year due to gun violence?
And you said gun violence.
That is gun violence.
It's violence. So when someone gets stabbed, do you call it knife violence?
It was a gun that was used to kill another kid who couldn't even graduate, let alone get married, let alone see his mom.
And that's a terrible situation that I would never advocate for having.
Yeah, how many kids?
So when someone stabs someone else, is it knife violence?
That's like talking to paper mache. Okay, well, how many kids have to die when you disarm Americans? I mean, it's the same thing. Like, I mean, you disarm Americans, or again, let's have an experiment. Let's have a section of schools that are armed and ready, and let's have a section of schools that aren't armed and ready, and let's see how long it takes for one of them to be a victim of a mass shooting. I mean, really? Like, you want to play this game? It's not that hard to find out. So Ed Buck, major Democrat donor, friends with all the top Democrats, yeah, that Ed Buck, has had in recent history 2 men found dead, overdosed on drugs in his home. A third overdosed on drugs, not dead, but led to his arrest last night. You got to wonder, how is it everyone else is overdosing on drugs, but not Ed? Here is a local report from KTLA. Democrat donor Ed Buck arrested after third man's overdose on his property.
Lou and Cher, good evening to you. This is still a very active investigation. The crime scene tape is up, the street is blocked off, and detectives are currently inside the home of prominent Democratic donor Ed Buck, who has been at the center of controversy following the suspicious deaths of 2 gay men inside his apartment in the span of just 18 months. Let's get you right to some of this video of the arrest just a short time ago.
And by the way, that's not even his main home. That's like an apartment he, I guess, meets up with people and does drugs at or whatever else.
and providing methamphetamine. The latest victim, a 37-year-old man who overdosed inside Buck's apartment last week, but survived. In court filings, the district attorney says Buck injected his victim with methamphetamine on September 11th. Neighbors say they've been suspicious for years. Other men were not so lucky. Last January, 55-year-old Timothy Dean was found dead inside Buck's apartment located here on the 1200 block of North Laurel Avenue. The coroner saying he died of a methamphetamine and alcohol toxicity. He was the second man to die inside the home in less than 2 years. In July 2017, 26-year-old Jamel Moore was found dead. Officials say he died of a methamphetamine overdose. His death was ruled an accident and no charges were filed. Those close to Moore say he was working as a sex worker at the time he visited Buck's apartment. Another man who asked to remain anonymous previously told KTLA that Buck would instruct his male escorts to use high levels of drugs so he could watch their reactions. Buck, who is openly gay, was home at the time both men died. Advocates for the victims, as well as neighbors, say his arrest is a long time coming.
Knowing that Ed Buck has finally been arrested after 2 people have died, another person has overdosed, is, in a way, I feel like we're vindicated because a lot of people told us that Ed Buck was never going to get arrested, that he was, because he's a white man and he's a white man with money and he lives in West Hollywood and these are, you know, black gay men.
I think he preys on young, black, underprivileged, you know, kids and men, boys, and I hope that they keep him there forever and, you know, that justice is served.
Victims advocates have been highly critical of District Attorney Jackie Lacey, noting that in the past, Lacey has taken political money from Buck, who has also, of course, donated to other wealthy Democrats.
You know, that lady, that community activist, is actually doing a lot of great work to get to the bottom of this Ed Buck story, who and what he really was. And she's relentless in that pursuit. But, man, do you see what she says? Oh, he's white, therefore he'll get off. It has nothing to do with that, lady. White people get arrested for doing meth every day. It's because the reason he hasn't been arrested is because he's a top Democrat donor. Oh, man. It's just like, it's just racist, man. It's just like, but she's right. I mean, yeah, rich people definitely get favored in the court of law. I'm not going to deny that. Definitely not denying that. But again, that's why he's had the privilege. He's a gay, rich liberal. It's political. It's not because he's white. It's because he's a gay, rich, liberal Democrat donor. As she pointed out, he donates to the local government. Why do you think he didn't get arrested? Jeez. So there it is, folks. Now, will the media treat Ed Buck with the same scrutiny they treated Brett Kavanaugh? Somehow I doubt it, but I guess it's not deserved because Brett Kavanaugh, you know, he was at a party maybe one time and maybe somebody didn't see him naked or made it up. Who knows? Doesn't matter. Screw him. Alex Jones is back. He's just delivered a secret message that we are going to broadcast to you at the end of this hour, ladies and gentlemen. And it's directly from President Xi of China to you, the American voter. So there you go. You're going to get that at the end of the hour here. Before we do that, I'm going to get through all these headlines. That's going to be my mission in the hour, is to just get through all these headlines. Before I do that, let's pay the bills around here. Folks, these specials are only going to last through this week and weekend. And then that's it. The current specials that will have 4 days left, I guess. 5 days, but they'll be gone Sunday night. Super Male Vitality, 50% off and a free bottle of Ultimate Female Force with purchase. Super Silver Immune Gargle sizes, all sizes pack, $19.95. Myco ZX is on sale, $19.95. Ultra 12 Vitamin B12 Supplement, 50% off. The Total Gut Health Combo Pack, 75% off. Look into that. 50% off Brain Force Plus when bought with Chill Force. Chill Force is also 40% off. 50% off Happy's, 50% off Ultimate Bone Broth, which I use in my protein shakes, 50% off Bodies, great turmeric supplement, really relieves soreness for me after workouts, 67% off the 8-pack Power Stack, great way to get started with supplements, and 60% off Icarin. It's all at InfoWarsStore.com. Your support at InfoWarsStore.com today keeps us on air tomorrow. And we know some very powerful people don't want InfoWars on air. They don't like little old us over here in Austin, Texas, fighting globalism. No, they don't. They want total control. All right. I'm thinking here. Let's go to clip 9. We already played the clip of Millie Weaver getting harassed by anti-Trumpers. Played the clip of Caitlin Bennett asking the gun grabber protests anything about why they're out there. They can't answer a single one. How about this, though? This happened, I think, yesterday, maybe today. Multiple injuries after car plows into lobbies of New Rochelle's Trump Plaza. So let's see this local New York report.
What a mess this all left behind. Right now, we've got workers inside and outside trying to clean things up, get things back in order. You can see they've put a tarp up where the doors used to be, and outside on the sidewalk, they are sweeping up glass and picking up pieces of door frames after that Mercedes plowed into Trump Plaza. It was pretty surreal to see that luxury car all banged up, coming to a stop in the middle of the lobby of this apartment building. So far, we know at least 2 people have been injured, one of them a man who works here in concierge. Of course, one of the first questions that comes to mind for most people is, was this intentional or was it an accident? At this point, police are saying they do believe it was only an accident, that driver somehow lost control and couldn't stop before slamming into this well-known 40-story building right in the heart of downtown New Rochelle. My colleague Tony Ayala was here before me, and he was told by a worker here that after that man crashed his car, he got out, took a seat on a sofa in the lobby, and said nothing.
I seen the driver sitting over there, and doorman and the concierge. The concierge got hurt. He was sitting in the chair, was bleeding, and he just really shook up.
I walk my dog all the time, and this is kind of crazy, just where the car careened into heavy glass doors. You wonder if somebody lost control of the car and what's going on in the world, or did somebody deliberately run the car into the Trump Tower? I don't know.
What do you guys think? I don't know. That's an awfully strange coincidence. A car going into Trump Tower, Trump Plaza there with the big sign that says Trump Plaza. Am I crazy to think it's politically motivated? It was a art exhibit that they plowed through in Trump Plaza. Oh, they made it into an art exhibit. Yeah, that's art. That's how you protest Trump. Slam your Mercedes into Trump Plaza. Well, they say that's not the motivation, but man, what a coincidence. If it's not, somehow I doubt it. I'm telling you, these leftist protesters are getting more and more crazy. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do start trying to slam cars into Trump Towers. But of course, they have to put these massive barricades in front of Trump Tower now. The one in New York, at least I know for sure, because of that exact threat. There have been multiple threats to Trump Tower. They get threats every day. But that's just the loving left. The tolerant left, ladies and gentlemen. So tolerant, aren't they? Just so tolerant. And they want to take your guns. And that would stop you from being able to protect yourself in your home, like in clip 13. You know, I really like this. I almost want to play a clip of someone protecting themselves with a firearm every day, because we really could. I mean, from robberies, home invasions, car thefts. So here's another one, clip 13, guys. Let's roll it. Homeowner shoots and kills 3 armed home invaders in Georgia.
Monday morning, between the hours of 3 and 4, units responded to shots fired in the area of White Oak Court. Upon arrival, they discovered 3 young men down on the ground. The deputies began rendering aid to 2 of the young men. They were later transported to the hospital where they were pronounced deceased. The other young man was pronounced deceased on the scene. We began talking to several homeowners, one particular homeowner that was involved.
Do we have a misfire there? Anyway, all right, that's fine. I think we get the point. So another story where if it wasn't for an individual with a gun protecting themselves, there could have been a home invasion or worse. Who knows what could have happened there, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's try to squeeze in one more clip here then, guys. Do we have clip 7 ready to go? Did we have a crash? Are we good? Clip 7? Let's play a bum fight. Everybody loves a good bum fight. Let's go to a bum fight in Austin, Texas. Classy Austin right here. This is, look at these people. They have a front row in Tent City, Austin. Oh my gosh. All right, I kind of feel bad showing you this now. This is just out. This is the average scene under Ben White Boulevard in Austin, Texas, though. I mean, literally. She now grabs a broomstick and a belt. The lady in the red corner's moving in. The blue corner now protects and charges. A right, a left, a back of the fist to the head. Now the broom has changed hands. She's down. Down goes Frazier. Oh, and she's kicked. Oh, stomped on the head. Oh, no. Oh, rubbing her face on the concrete. Choking her out with a broom. Oh, no, and now a plumber's crack. Oh, it's out of control. Ladies and gentlemen, Austin bum fights brought to you by InfoWarsStore.com. How do you like that, ladies and gentlemen? That's just the average scene. Yeah, butt crack falling out. This is great. That's just the average scene on a Tuesday night in Austin, Texas. Seriously, that's about average. Maybe that was a little low-key, actually. That was a little low-key, right, probably? Yeah, there was a shooting down over there, too. Your buddy in the, Tent City shooting now. The V for Vendetta mask was hanging out, too. Dancing, maybe. Probably no drugs involved in any of that, though. Any of the incidents that we just saw, the bum fight, the shooting, no drugs involved. Nope. Mayor Adler says there's not a drug problem in this city. These people are not using drugs. So we trust the Democrat mayor, who's a total failure. So, if you want some entertainment, folks, just drive around Ben White Boulevard. Just drive around Ben White Boulevard for 5 minutes on a Tuesday or a Wednesday night, and you're going to see a bum fight, someone dumping in the street, someone shooting up with heroin. You might even be invited to a cookout under a bridge. All right, I'm going to do a news blitz in this segment and the next. And then in the final segment of this hour, we have an exclusive message from the Chinese government, from Xi Jinping to the American people. And you're only going to be able to see it right here, ladies and gentlemen. So batten down the hatches for that one coming up in the final segment of this hour. But let me get into this news blitz. So we had the story yesterday at Inf0Wars.com. Original Kavanaugh accuser's witness was threatened to lie about judicial nominee. Yeah. So it all came out. We already knew this. The whole Blasey Ford versus Kavanaugh thing was fake news. She made it up. Others made it up. It was concocted right out of the Democrat Party. It was amplified by the media. A total Democrat-run hit job on Brett Kavanaugh, who, by the way, gave the left 2 Supreme Court decisions. So they lie, they make up, they falsely accuse, they amplify it, they try to cement it as legacy. That's who these people are. That's not me saying that. That's not rhetoric. That's what they did. New book coming out. Sheryl Sandberg helped Kavanaugh's accuser, according to the book. According to the new book, which I don't know why it's not at the top of this story. That just goes to show you journalism these days is very strange. Writers these days, very strange. I talk about this often. According to the book, which I choose not to mention, I'm not the writer of the story, but they just chose not to mention it here. Very good journalism, as you can see. Ford received advice from Facebook COO Sheryl Sandberg, who sent the accuser a list of attorneys that could help her. So, yeah, that's just Silicon Valley looking out for the Democrat Party again. Amazing. So, and they also use social media to amplify the whole Blasey Ford thing to make sure everybody sees the Blasey Ford clips, testimonies, stories. They amplify it on Facebook and Twitter and YouTube. So they're all working together with the Democrats. But you're not going to see this story amplified. Democrat donor Ed Buck arrested after third man's overdose in his West Hollywood drug house. His apartment that I guess he was doing drugs in, calling over call guys. Apparently he was drugging them. He'd pay them just to drug them and watch them overdose. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. And so he's been arrested. 2 men found dead, another one overdosed. They finally arrested him. You wonder how much dirt this guy actually has. Is he just a drug dealer? Is he just like a pimp? What is this guy's deal? Does he have dirt on some of these Democrats, or do they just hang out with him because they liked his drugs when they were in L.A. and whatever else they were into? Or is this a type of situation where he gets Epsteined in a couple days because he knows where the bodies are buried and he chokes himself with toilet paper magically, like Epstein did, with a couple broken bones as well? Now, I have to be honest, when I see these stories, I have a reluctancy because this is dangerous, folks. This is dangerous, quite frankly. I mean, in a very narrow microscope for men, but in a broad microscope for everybody. Kevin Spacey accuser dies in midst of sexual assault lawsuit. So this is Kevin Spacey, who's been accused of sexual assault multiple times and who's on record flown with Epstein over to Epstein Island, and also a big liberal Democrat. Oddly enough, played the role of the one corrupt politician, I forget his name, in House of Cards, one of the most famous political, Frank Underwood, thank you, one of the most famous political television shows ever. It was said that that character is based off Bill Clinton, who he's friends with. So, but here's my hesitation. Now, look, you can go around and find all the rumors about Kevin Spacey, but anybody can be accused of anything, and that's why this is dangerous. And now it becomes a thing where if you get accused, you're now basically a rapist. So every time they write a story about Brett Kavanaugh, it's Kavanaugh, who's been accused of sexual assault multiple times. It just follows his name. Totally made up whole cloth. Totally made up whole cloth. So now you can just make something up and accuse someone of something. Even if it's totally false, that accusation sticks with you just as if the conclusive evidence would that you were guilty. So it almost doesn't make a difference now. That's dangerous. And in a lesser way, but in the same vein, it's kind of like what's happening to an NFL wide receiver right now. We'll see what happens. Who was accused of sexual assault, Antonio Brown. Of course, he denies it, but now it's sexual assaulter, accused of sexual assault, Antonio Brown. Maybe he never even touched the girl. But it doesn't matter now. See, he was accused. Just like Kavanaugh. Never even met these women. Maybe have never even been in the same room together, but he was accused. He was accused. See? So it's very dangerous here, folks. But Twitter and Sheryl Sandberg and Facebook and everybody, they're not going to make sure the Ed Buck story goes viral. They're going to make they're going to make sure that the Kevin Spacey story does not go viral. And maybe it's just a coincidence that the accuser in the middle of this sexual assault lawsuit of Kevin Spacey dies. Sure, it's just a coincidence. Another story that you won't see social media make go viral. More lies. Ilhan Omar responds to deleted tweet with father's real name, lies to reporter. It's all highlighted in Jim Hoff's story at thegatewaypundit.com. So, but again, it's like Ilhan Omar gets caught, totally caught red-handed. I mean, totally caught, married her brother, lied about it, immigration fraud, tax fraud, boom, case closed. We even have the documents. And nothing. Is anybody going to pursue this case? What the hell? Are they afraid they're going to get blown up by a... You know what? I shouldn't say it. Let's just leave it at that. By the way, Facebook still auto-generating Islamist State and Al-Qaeda pages. This is from the AP. So Facebook is literally promoting radical jihadist terrorism, literally promoting war, literally promoting terrorism. But I can't be on Facebook for a day. I can't be on YouTube for a day. But if you're a radical Islamic terrorist, oops, I'm not allowed to say that. That's Islamophobic, even though I'm told that radical Islamic terror was responsible for the greatest terror attack on my country's history. I'm not allowed to say it. That makes me an Islamophobe somehow. That's the clown world I live in. But Facebook auto-generates Islamic State and Al-Qaeda pages. Meanwhile, you try to share something InfoWars, you get shut down immediately. By the way, Facebook just announced they're going to launch their own Supreme Court. Yes. What is happening at Facebook? Seriously, they're trying to make their own currency. They're trying to have their own marketplace sales platform. Obviously, big on communications, facial recognition. They're putting robots in your house, roaming around with you. Now they have a Supreme Court. Facebook is literally trying to become the reality. Facebook literally wants you to plug into Facebook and just live there and just abandon God's green earth. We're going to put it at Infowars.com, but we're about to air this exclusively. We've just got it. This is a special message, a secret message, a broadcast message to be aired from the Chinese government to the American people. Right from the Chinese communist dictator Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party to the American people. So this is a special message for us to give to you from Xi Jinping and the Communist Chinese Party to the American people.
Attention, American pigs. China is in control of your country now. We own Hollywood, we own your debt, and we own Harvard and the Democratic Party. We have all your military codes, and we make 90% of your drugs, if we call that, and your vaccines. Oh, enjoy your cancer. So take your fentanyl and your tainted vaccines and your melamine and your baby formula we make for you and die. And don't fight back or the media will call you names and you don't want that. Shut up and do what we tell you. Shut up and die and get rid of Trump and Alex Jones. You are not going to beat us.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to get your Chinese vaccines and your Chinese drugs and your Chinese propaganda at the universities, because that's where you're going to find it. Now, as usual, InfoWars is tomorrow's news today. And I told you, 3 weeks ago now, Elizabeth Warren is the clear frontrunner. She's the one to watch. Well, everyone's catching up now. New focus on crowd size as Elizabeth Warren events rivals Trump events. NBC Wall Street Journal poll says Biden's leading field, but Warren is close behind. No, Biden's not leading the field. Do you really think Biden can make it till November, folks? He just said there were 720 million women in America. Maybe it's a slip up, but seems to be having an awful lot of them. But notice this. They say new focus on crowd size as Warren events rival Trump events. But wait a second. Last year, Bernie Sanders events were big. I mean, they weren't as big as Trump events, but he had by far the biggest events. By far, Bernie Sanders events. He could actually fill arenas and he could have big events. No other Democrat could. They stole it from him. Hillary stole it from him. It was rigged the whole time. I think Bernie knew it. I don't think he cares. I think Bernie, I'm telling you, I've said this before. Bernie is a political genius. He knows the system is rigged, and so he just takes advantage of it and just gets rich. Like, Bernie knows he's not going to get a Democrat nomination, but he can take time off work from being a senator and campaign and make a bunch of monies on donations, and then who knows, maybe gets a book deal. But they weren't talking about crowds when it was Bernie Sanders crowds who were bigger than Warren's crowds. But yeah, they were trying to say Warren's crowds rival Trump crowds. No, Warren is actually getting crowds. Warren is actually getting crowds, the first Democrat to actually get a crowd, really, during this election campaign cycle. And so they're making some big fuss because they just haven't seen a crowd in years. So, like, they're like, oh my gosh, we have a crowd? Like, oh my gosh, oh. It's like a restaurant that hasn't had a customer in 3 days. Someone walks in the door like, oh, what can we get for you? Oh my gosh, best customer ever. Anything. That's the Democrats. Like, oh, Elizabeth had a crowd. She had a crowd. Oh, it's Elizabeth. She got a crowd. She got 1,000. She got 2,000. Let's call it 12. It's rivaling a Trump event now. But it's just the first crowd they've seen in years, so they're all hype about it. Does not rival the Trump crowd. Trump had 20,000 people in New Mexico. Give me a break. You could have an event with every Democrat at it. You couldn't get 20,000 people. Oh, what's that? That had 3 Democrat debates and still didn't get 10,000 people to show up? That's what I thought. But Warren is legitimately surging, and I've said right now, she's the first person I've picked as a front runner. I have never really made a pick until just the other day. But it says 45,000 people registered to go to the New Mexico event. Yeah. Elizabeth Warren will get maybe 4,000, 6,000 people at an event, and that's leading the way right now for the Democrat Party. By the way, that clown show yesterday with the fake impeachment hearings with Corey Lewandowski went all night long. What an embarrassment. But there were some viral moments. Lewandowski calls Democrat Representative Sheila Jackson Lee's questioning just a rant. This is from CNN. Again, you can go listen to the clip. I did. There was never a question asked. She never asked a question. She just went on a rant. And then Lewandowski just points it out like, well, I'm sorry, what was the question? She said, you heard the question. He's like, no, I didn't. That was just a rant. And then it's like, oh, Corey Lewandowski discounts rant when it's called a question as a rant. It's like, so the guy called a rant a rant. You just want it, you just want it to be called a question. It's kind of like, well, let's not let the cat out of the bag, but if you're born with a penis, you're a man, a male. Oh, but I guess that's not true either, is it? So Sheila Jackson Lee's rant was actually a question. How dare I? You can rant now, and that's just considered a question, I guess. Let me just go on this news blitz. I've got big news from the New York Times that I'm going to do this in the next segment. I'm going to break the big news from the New York Times in the next segment. You're not going to believe this. The New York Times has done it, by golly. I mean, what are the New York Times going to do next? Cure cancer? These people are unbelievable. You won't believe the scoop they have now. CEI.org has compiled 50 years of failed eco-apocalyptic predictions. So it just goes down the list of how the left has been saying that we're all going to die. 1967 headline, dire famine by 1975. By the way, if you guys pull the story up, they have the actual news clippings in this. I just got the fonts, the print. 1969, everyone will disappear in a cloud of blue steam by 1989. Hey, that's the year I was born. 1970, America subject to water rationing by 1974 and food rationing by 1980. 1971, new ice age coming. 1972, ice age by 2070. 1974, new ice age coming fast. 1974, another ice age. 1974, ozone depletion, the great peril of life. 1976, the cooling. 1980, acid rain kills life in lakes. That was a big one in the 80s, acid rain. 1978, no end in sight, the 30-year cooling thread. So it's heating, it's cooling, it's nobody knows. 88, James Hansen forecasts increased regional droughts in the 90s. DC days over 90 Fahrenheit. 2 from 35 to 85. Maldives completely underwater in 30 years. No, I don't think that's happened yet. That was in 1988, so we'd be due for that. Is the Maldives underwater, guys? No, didn't think so. 1989, rising seas to obliterate nations by 2000. Still here. 1989, New York City's West Highway underwater by 2019. No. 1995, climate model failure. 2000, children won't know what snow is. 2002, famine in 10 years. 2004, Britain to have Siberian climate by 2020. 2008, Arctic freeze by 2018. 2008, Al Gore warns ice-free Arctic by 2013. None of it happened. None of it will. All right, I'm going to get all this news taken care of, and then Laura Loomer is going to join me in the next hour, and then I'm going to open up the phone lines. But let me just do this the right way, because I ran out of time in the last segment. The left has been fear-mongering over the climate for decades, actually centuries, really. It's not in this story that I'm reading from CEI.org, where they compiled it from the last 50 years. I remember finding stories where they took clips from like 1908, 1914, 1918, same stuff. No polar ice caps in 30 years. You know, it's the same stuff. But again, back to this list, it's just all headlines saying there will be dire famine by 1975. Everyone will disappear in a cloud of steam by 1989. There'll be food rationing and water rationing by 1980. There'll be a new ice age coming fast. It just goes on and on. Droughts by 1990s. Maldives completely underwater in 30 years. We looked it up. It's not true, but there is an underwater restaurant. So maybe they're 0.001% right. You've got, there it is right there, folks. Is that the Loch Ness Monster in the background? Might as well be. Children won't know what snow is. Headline from 2000. New York City's West Side Highway underwater by 2019. Nope. Britain will have Siberian climate by 2020. Nope. 2012, there'll be a famine in 10 years. Nope. 2008, Arctic will be ice-free by 2018. Nope. Al Gore says ice-free Arctic by 2013. That was in his documentary, folks. They called that a documentary. Literally nothing in it was true. It's called a documentary somehow. They made kids watch it in schools. Literally, they forced kids to watch Al Gore's fake documentary in public schools where he said the Arctic would be ice-free by 2013. It's 2019. The Arctic is expanding. Gosh, yeah, I need to calm down right now because they lie to kids, man. They lie to kids. They know it, man. They know it. Just need to take a deep breath right now. But they're just selling us a load of bull. 2009, Prince Charles says only 8 years to save the planet. We're still here. 2009, UK Prime Minister says 50 days to save the planet from catastrophe. They're still saying that same stuff. In fact, I think we're already dead right now. According to these stories, we would be. Arctic ice-free by 2014. That was USA Today, 2009. Arctic ice-free by 2015, The Guardian, 2013. So it just goes on and on. Just goes on and on and on and on and on. And it's the same story. But it doesn't matter that everything they say, everything they predict has not come true because they lied. They never had the science. They just lied. They just made it up. It doesn't matter that it never comes true. They keep doing the same thing. So now, Greta Thunberg, what is with this? Is in D.C. speaking in front of Congress, I think today. Guys, will you actually find that out? I think she might be speaking right now even. She's literally speaking at symposiums in front of some of the most powerful people in the world. And Obama just met her and tweets this out. Just 16 years old. Can you imagine? I mean, look, I'm not even insulting this young lady. But, man, when I was 16, I was a jackass. And I'm being nice to myself. I mean, man, I would go to parties, drink and drive. I thought all kinds of stupid stuff when I was 16. Because you're 16. You don't have experience. You're a kid. You're learning. You're having fun. You're figuring out the ins and outs of life. Well, emotional things. I mean, But she's such a genius. She's got the whole thing figured out. But it's not even her fault. They're all promoting her, I guess. Like Obama tweets out, just 16 years old, Greta Thunberg is already one of our planet's greatest advocates. As she flies around the world on G40s, probably. Recognizing that her generation will bear the brunt of climate change. Yeah, you've been saying that for 50 years, you and your people, Barack. You are a fraud. She's unafraid to push for real action. Like what, us becoming slaves? Not allowed to produce energy? By the way, they're now trying to put aerosols in the sky that will blot out the sun. How's that going to help for your solar energy, you idiots? She embodies our vision at the Obama Foundation. I'm not sure that's going to be around much longer. A future shaped by young leaders like her. No, that's not a leader. That's a faux leader that you are propping up. And I feel bad. I feel bad because I don't even want to insult this young girl. That's not what this is about. She's just a puppet, a pawn in this whole thing. They're using her, just like they use children all the time. But again, it was Al Gore that said we'd all be dead, melted. If we can't swim, we'll drown. Polar ice caps melted. I just read 50 years of failed climate change predictions. It's been going on for 100 years, and they still don't stop. Is this from today, or is this from the last time she was speaking? The guys just found footage of Greta on C-SPAN.
I'm instead attaching my testimony. It is the IPCC Special Report on Global Warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, the SR 1.5.
Here's what it is. Here, bring it down. Because I know what's going on here, so I'm able to cool my jets. They're bringing this kid. So here's the deal. The whole notion of global warming, or the whole notion of the man-made climate change, has failed. Nobody buys it. And so because of that, they have to find some new angle. And so they're going with a kid, kind of like how they go with hog. Like gun control doesn't really sell. So put some limp-wristed ninny David Hogg, who looks like Adam Lanza, except not on crack, or maybe quit taking crack. But the point is, they use kids now because the issue and debating the issue has failed. So they can't win the debate of the issue on gun control, so they give you limp-wristed douche David Hogg. They can't win the issue on climate change. They have no winning issue. They've been losing for 100 years. So they give you now 16-year-old Greta Thunberg because they know nobody wants to insult a kid. Nobody wants to attack a kid. Nobody wants to call a kid a liar. And she doesn't know any better. She's 16 years old. Man, can you imagine the stuff you... Let me tell you. When I was 16, I remember I was so out of control one night. After I was a big sports fan. After a sports team lost a game because of bad umpiring calls, I was literally like part of a raging mob. So I'm sorry if I don't trust a 16-year-old's experience with life to understand an important issue. It's not her fault. This is like, I mean, a 16-year-old giving, a science project at a school assembly or something. It's nice. It's cute. That's what this is. But the reason they're bringing Greta Thunberg out is because she's a kid, she's a girl, and you can't attack her. And then they bring her out. I'm sorry. Her entire testimony was a minute, you said? So we could just play the whole testimony right now? All right. I'm sorry. Well, I cut her off. Finish the whole testimony then. Here we go.
My name is Greta Thunberg.
What?
I have not come to offer any prepared remarks at this hearing. I'm instead attaching my testimony. It is the IPCC Special Report on Global Warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, the SR 1.5, which was released on October 8th, 2018. I am submitting this report as my testimony because I don't want you to listen to me. I want you to listen to the scientists.
There is no science,
and I want you
sweetie.
to unite behind the science.
There is no science.
And then I want you to take real action.
Yeah. So they bring some foreign girl over here with an accent and a ponytail to tell us that we have to turn our energy over and our airplanes and our commerce and everything because of global warming, or we're all going to die. I'm sorry. It's so ridiculous, dude. Oh, I'm sorry. I like having gallows humor at this point. These people are just ridiculous, man. Can we find the report that she submitted as her testimony, please? Can we find what she's talking about? This poor girl, she's a puppet. I feel bad for her. Oh. All right, guys. All right, guys. The planet, we're all doomed. We're all doomed. So let's just shut it all down. Let's just have a big party, huh? Let's crack open an ice-cold cuck light. Somebody bring me an ice-cold cuck light. It's the end of the damn world. A 16-year-old told me I'm going to freeze after I burn to death. It's amazing. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to get all this news out before Laura Loomer joins me, and then I'm going to take calls in the last two segments. But the crew found the report that the global warming puppet, the young girl they're using as a puppet, they're using children now as their puppets, as their propaganda slaves. In fact, that's what it is. I mean, I have this debate intellectually, internally, very often. Do we use the leftist tactics against them? And at a certain level, we do. But do we ramp it up? Because I'll say Obama is using Greta Van Thunberg as a slave. She is a propaganda slave of the climate hoax propagandists. I have no qualms with Greta. She's a 16-year-old. She doesn't know any better. Very young girl, obviously easily influenced and being fear-mongered. So I feel bad for her as a victim. She's a slave. She is a propaganda slave of the climate hoaxers, like Al Gore and Barack Obama. She is a propaganda media slave. Sad, man. And the crew just told me, apparently her mother quit her job because she had to fly around the world on planes to be an opera singer. Now she doesn't fly on planes because that kills the planet. But Greta still flies on planes all around the world. I mean, cuckoo. Like, what the? Oh, my goodness, man. Amazing. Oh, yeah, but anyway, here's the report. It's nothing. Literally, there's nothing in here. It's all a bunch of hearsay. It's all a bunch of, like, potentials. Sheesh. Good thing no one's buying it. I'll tell you that. Good things no one's buying it. Oh, I still got the big bombshell New York Times story. All right, I'll do that last. All right, I won't have time to get to this. I have a bombshell New York Times story, folks. Nobody else is covering this. Former SNL member Rob Schneider rips era of cultural unforgiveness after Shane Gillis fired from SNL. Yeah, a lot of comedians are coming out against the PC now. Obviously, Dave Chappelle. Rob Schneider's been on this for a while, just not as outspoken. But more comedians are starting to see this. Jerry Seinfeld. The left just corrupts everything they get their hands on, folks. The left corrupts everything. They corrupt the NFL. They corrupt Hollywood. They corrupt comedy. They corrupt politics. They corrupt everything. Mike Leach, California should focus. By the way, Mike Leach is a famous college football coach. Mike Leach, famous college football coach, says California should focus on keeping its streets clean, not college football. And this is, of course, California made a ruling in college football. But it's kind of an interesting one because the NCAA is a huge racket that basically steals labor from these kids. But the reason why I wanted to cover this is not because of the NCAA issue. It's because what I've been saying for a while and what I still think is true, there is a powder keg in sports right now. Call it the sports industry and sports media. There is a powder keg waiting to blow up, and that's conservatives and Trump supporters in sports. They're not that few and far between, but they're totally drowned out and silenced. In fact, there was another story in the Wall Street Journal with, it didn't really get into politics really about Kevin Durant leaving Golden State Warriors to clear his head. But I think there was some political undertones. I don't know Kevin's politics. Steph Curry and Steve Kerr and the rest of them hate Trump, and you know, think there's 76 genders and shouldn't be borders or what have you. But the point is, these loudmouth liberals in the sports world are starting to wear people thin. And the sports world is a powder keg of really good people, Christian people, patriots, waiting to explode, who have been silenced from speaking their minds for a long time. And we're actually going to be joined by Larry Johnson, one of the best NFL running backs I ever saw, on Monday to talk about some other things, but I think he's also a microcosm of that as well. Whitney Houston's hologram to go on tour. Pinch me. I just said that. Whitney Houston's hologram to go on tour. I thought about this. I don't know about this. I don't like it. And someone asked me, would you go see Michael Jackson hologram on tour? I thought that'd be the only person I'd think about it. But then I thought about it, and I don't think I'd do that. It'd be sacrilegious. It would feel fake. I couldn't do it. End hologram tours before they start. Final hour of the War Room today. Laura Loomer joins me. By the way, I am going to be on with Will Johnson this evening on Firepower at 7 o'clock. So tune in for a little bonus me. If you haven't had enough of me by then, I'll be on Firepower with Will Johnson at 7 o'clock. You can find that at band.video. So, Laura Loomer joins me. And actually, Laura, when I had my producer reach out to you, I wanted to get you on to talk about this whole Ilhan Omar thing blowing up. It's pretty much, it's pretty much all been proven now. She married her brother. She committed immigration fraud. She committed tax fraud. You broke that story months ago. You've been totally vindicated. So I don't know if you want to talk about that. You're also running for Congress, if you want to talk about that. But the big issue right now is the censorship deal, your legal battles with the censorship deal. So I'll just ask you, where do you want to start, Laura?
Well, it's your show, so we could, start with whatever you want to talk about. But of course, there is a lot to talk about. A lot of exciting news. I know several months ago, I told Alex, kind of really gave him a scoop that I was thinking of running for Congress. And I have now officially filed to run for Congress. I'm running for Congress in Florida's District 21, where Mar-a-Lago is actually located. And I'm very excited. And people can go to lauraloomerforcongress.com if they're interested in learning about my campaign or donating. And really, at the heart of my congressional campaign and inspiration for why I decided to run is the issue of tech censorship. As you know, I'm the most banned woman in America, if not the entire world. And there's other individuals like Alex Jones and Gavin McInnes and Milo Yiannopoulos and Tommy Robinson who are in a similar boat. We have been completely deplatformed, and it's not just a free speech issue anymore, Owen. It's now a civil rights violation. Conservatives, Republicans, Trump supporters are having their civil rights violated. They're being banned and silenced on social media. They're being threatened. They're being harassed. The banks are shutting them down, the payment processors. They are being denied equal rights, equal access to the civil liberties that the Democrats in this country enjoy. And even as a declared congressional candidate, I don't have access to social media, right? So I think it's a never before seen instance in this country where you have somebody so well known, somebody like myself who had millions of followers before being shut down, now running for Congress without any access to the platforms on which traditional fundraising and messaging now takes place.
Well, let's be a little more detailed here. I consider the big three of social media, I think it's probably a big four now, but you have Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. I think, Instagram is kind of becoming a more of an entity, I think, for media because of the censorship. It used to be more of a flash in the pan thing. Now it's becoming more broad because I think the censorship everywhere. So, you've been banned off all four of those platforms?
Yes, but what we really need to understand is Instagram is Facebook, right? Instagram is...
But the reason, hold on, before you get too off on that, because I wanted to focus on one issue here. They made a ruling saying that Trump can't block people on Twitter. They said that's against the law, but they're blocking you from, who's running for Congress, they're blocking you from even access. So, I mean, where does that legal precedent take place? Where are those considerations being made in this litigation?
Well, that litigation regarding my campaign, of course, that would be a separate issue. The litigation I've brought forward thus far, I have several lawsuits, right? I recently sued Facebook for defamation, and they just filed a motion to have my case dismissed, and we'll get into that in a few moments. And then I also filed a antitrust lawsuit against Twitter, Facebook, Apple, and Google, which the DC Circuit Court of Appeals decided 2 weeks ago that they are going to hear. So I get to go. This is actually groundbreaking. I think nobody in the conservative movement has gone as far legally as I have, or been as successful as I have with regards to challenging these companies legally. I get to give an oral appeal about these companies committing their antitrust violations and censorship of conservatives before one of the most powerful courts in the country. And I will be sure to keep you guys posted so that you can attend that as well. And then with regards to my defamation case with Facebook, Facebook is now arguing in their motion to have my case dismissed that they're a publisher, okay? And we've been seeing Facebook and all these companies argue that they're a platform, which is why they get to enjoy these Section 230 protections. But what is really sinister about this, Owen, is the fact that they're trying to twist this into a Section 230 argument. I didn't sue Facebook because of them necessarily banning me. The basis of my lawsuit against Facebook is defamation, because when they banned me and Paul Joseph Watson, Milo, and several others, they deemed me a dangerous individual. And according to their own classification of a dangerous individual, it's somebody who's a terrorist, a serial killer, or somebody who commits mass murder. I haven't done any of those things, right?
Well, I'm just amazed because I got banned from Facebook. I didn't even get a title. At least you're a dangerous individual. I didn't even get a title. Poor little me. No, but seriously, though, this is here's the thing about what the journey that you've embarked on, Laura. You know, because I wonder, not many people understand what it's like to be totally deplatformed. I'm lucky enough. I'm blessed enough with this audience. I thank God that I have InfoWars. So even though I'm banned off 3 of the big 4, I still am here every day. I'm still able to get my content out. We still have millions of audience members in this platform. You don't have that access. So you've had to go through this legal struggle to just get access back to where you were at, which you may never reach again. I mean, you have your website, but it's impossible. You know how these social media ghettos work. So, yeah. I mean, how do you deliver that in an oral argument? This is something really unprecedented. Most people can't even comprehend. Members of Congress won't be able to comprehend. Members on a court won't be able to comprehend. So how do you deliver an oral argument to get people to understand what it is you're actually dealing with?
Yeah, really great question. You know, not only am I talking about this on the campaign trail, and I expect my congressional campaign to be the most talked about and the most watched congressional race in U.S. history, if not in this election cycle. And, you know, you can hold me to that. It really is going to be a one-of-a-kind historical congressional campaign for many reasons. And you know, I'm educating people every day, and opening people's eyes about these civil rights violations and just how much abuse and how much censorship these big tech social media companies are really carrying out on a daily basis. And you know, it's been very difficult. Of course, I've lost 90% of my income. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on legal fees through the generosity of, you know, kind-hearted American patriots who are, you know, helping me, supporting me, donating to my crowdfund. And so this is really an effort. It's not just about me. It's about the millions of conservatives worldwide and the Republicans in this country who are being silenced and shut down for supporting the president and you know, sharing and holding conservative values. And I'm going to take this all the way to the Supreme Court if I need to. And, you know, I know that I have the truth on my side. I have God on my side. I have the American people on my side. And I'm determined to fight this. People can mock me. You know, a lot of people on the right and the left mock me. A lot of them don't support me. A lot of them have made fun of me.
Well, a lot of those people, if not all of them, don't have the courage you have, Laura. So I wouldn't even worry about that.
I don't care what people say about me or how much people want to bring me down or attack me. I'm fighting on behalf of people like you, people like Alex Jones, Gavin McInnes, Tommy Robinson, Milo.
Yes, absolutely. So let me ask you this in the final 90 seconds here. We have you for another segment, but I want to put a cap in this segment here. Where is your gauge right now of confidence that something is going to be done about this big tech censorship before it's too late?
Well, that's why I'm running, and I believe I'm going to win. I am determined to win, and regardless of whether people in Congress decide to do something about it now, I'm going to do something when I get elected. And so if you want something to be done and you want somebody who actually has the balls to get something done in Congress, you should support my campaign today, right now, at LauraLoomerForCongress.com, because when I get elected, I am going to break up big tech.
You know, I'm so glad you're running, you know, because the answer honestly is people just have to run, and nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to be in government. Nobody wants to go deal with these people in the swamp. I think a lot of people have to face that down just in their own thoughts all day. Like, should I just run? Should I really embark on that journey? So we salute you for actually doing it. But that's what we need, exactly. These limp-wristed politicians that aren't going to do anything, the day and age of them is over. We need more Laura Loomers. You've seen the other guests we've had on the show. We need to cross this barrier, this precipice of limp-wristed, coward politicians that get in office and do nothing. It's time to start electing people that are going to get in office and actually do something about all these issues. Laura Loomer is one of them. We hope that she can get into Congress and break that ground. We'll be right back. You know, I guarantee you, if the average member of this audience, or any member of this audience, committed immigration fraud, tax fraud, they'd probably be investigated, and they'd probably have their asses hauled into court. But if you're Ilhan Omar, an Islamic congresswoman, well, you get to do all of that and marry your brother to boot, and nothing happens. Of course, it was Laura Loomer that broke that story. It was Laura Loomer that confronted the politicians on that issue a long time ago. And as more and more evidence leaks out and we find out more and more about Omar and her affairs and her tax evasions and everything, you just have to remember, well, there was one reporter that told you she got banned. And so Laura Loomer is with us, but we're talking about the fact she's running for Congress to get in and actually address the censorship issue that is out of control right now. And it doesn't seem that there's enough action, at least for me, to do anything about it. There's been some rhetoric, there's been some action, there have been some fake hearings, but not enough for me. But that's just me speaking. I think not enough for Laura either. That's why she's running for office. But Laura, you're talking about how they're now in this lawsuit that you're involved in claiming to be a publisher. Talk about the significance of that and the litigation that you're involved with Facebook right now.
Right. Yeah. So the reason why, as I mentioned before, I am suing Facebook. I'm involved in several lawsuits against Facebook, one of which is suing them for defamation, in which they accuse me of being a dangerous individual, essentially a terrorist. And their attorneys just got back to my attorneys with a motion to try to have my case dismissed. And they're arguing that they're allowed to call me a dangerous individual because they're protected under the First Amendment because they're a publisher. And this is a shocking admission from Facebook because, as you know, Mark Zuckerberg testified under oath in Congress and said that they are a platform, and that is why they get to enjoy their Section 230 privileges. And for people who may not understand the difference between, the significance of calling yourself a platform versus a publisher, there's a really good article on my website, lauraloomer.us, by a man named Jeffrey Warnick, who's very well-versed in this issue, and he wrote an article called To Publish or Perish. And you should read that if you haven't already, and it will give you an understanding of the difference and why this is so significant. And like I said, what is so sinister about this is that they're trying to make this a 230 argument, and really they're not protected from defamation under the Section 230 clause. And so these lawyers from Facebook and Facebook themselves, they think that they are arguing in this lawsuit that they have a First Amendment right to be going around accusing people of being dangerous individuals. Do you know what the implication of that is, Owen? You have a multi-billion-dollar tech company, one of the most powerful companies in the world, accusing people of being dangerous individuals, terrorists. 75% of employers in America decide whether or not they're going to hire somebody based off an analysis of their social media. So what does that mean for people like me and Alex Jones and other conservatives in this country who are being deplatformed and banned and then branded by these companies as terrorists and dangerous individuals?
But think about it. I already know the answer to this, but just, for the record, have you ever been arrested for a violent crime?
Not a violent crime. I've been arrested for protesting violent crimes. So I was arrested for storming the
stage. But that's what I'm saying. You have no history of violence. You've never been arrested for a violent crime. You have no violence at all in your past.
No, the only times I've ever been arrested is for peacefully protesting.
So where does this go from here, Laura? I mean, Is Facebook shaking in their boots? I mean, you got a good case here. Are other people looking at this case and saying, maybe we should move forward with some litigation too?
Well, I single-handedly accomplished what several conservatives have been trying to do, and what Congress has, I guess, been claiming they've been trying to do, even though it doesn't really look like they've been doing much. And that is to get Facebook to admit that they are, in fact, a publisher and not a platform. And so here people are mocking me. The mainstream media has totally ostracized me. They won't have me on. And yet I, single-handedly, while being banned on my own, have accomplished more than all of these people combined in their efforts. And they like to, blacklist me and blacklist people who are banned and deplatformed. You never see them actually interviewing the people who are deplatformed to hear out of their mouth directly how this is affecting them. And if the mainstream media and the Republican Party really is determined to combat tech censorship, and they don't want the Democrats to steal the election through big tech collusion, then they need to start amplifying my lawsuits, because these are huge lawsuits that will have huge legal implications. And I believe that if they are amplified by the media, and if conservatives just get over their petty differences, we can make a difference and we can really break up big tech. Because yes, Facebook now has essentially through their admission in this legal document in response to my lawsuit, it's evidence that they committed perjury, because Zuckerberg is on the record. And Alan Bakari at Breitbart did a great article about this today, and he outlined this, and he mentioned the fact that it suggests that Zuckerberg perjured himself when he testified to Congress under oath and said he was a platform.
Well, like you said, I mean, we've seen some good rhetoric and we've heard some good rhetoric. We've had some meetings. There have been conferences. There have been testimonies. But where is the action? I think the American people are demanding action.
And one last thing, too, you mentioned Ilhan Omar. All of this stems from Omar. So I was permanently banned and deplatformed because, as you mentioned, I was the first person to really investigate and shed light and confront her in person about the fact that she married her brother and she's tied to terrorist organizations and hates Jews. And in January of this year, the Wall Street Journal released a report that showed that CAIR, the Council on American Islamic Relations, which is a designated Islamic terrorist organization, lobbied Twitter behind the scenes to ban me. And so they're calling me dangerous and banning me for hate speech, but then they're actually taking the word of dangerous jihadist organizations.
Yeah, Ilhan Omar's people did the same thing in Minnesota with the papers up there not to run the story that you broke. So Laura Loomer, again, folks, she's running for Congress. Laura, again, where can people support your campaign?
Laura Loomer for Congress.com. And please, this is a grassroots effort. Please donate if you can. 5, 10, 100, 1,000, whatever you can donate. It all makes a difference. And I'm gonna get elected to Congress. I'm gonna fight for the people of District 21 in Florida. I'm gonna fight for you. So,
well, I wish it's great that you run for Congress. Fully support you, but it kind of sucks because I can't have the same fun that I would normally with On Air, because I would normally ask you, is it true that under Ilhan Omar's hijab that she has a balding head, but you're running for Congress now, you're very serious, so I'm not going to ask you that question. We won't take you down that road. You're running a very serious campaign, so I'll just leave that for myself and the audience to ponder on. Laura Loomer, thank you so much for joining us. As always, best of luck with your campaign. I really do wonder, though, if you unfurled that hat of old Ilhan, is it really that bald? That have you seen that meme, guys? That balding. She's got that little bald half fro going on. I don't know. It's a half fro. She's got the half fro, the balding fro. That's the half fro. I wonder if that's what Omar really looks like. But I guess if she did, she wouldn't have all these sexual partners, be cheating on her husband, cheating on her brother, and sleeping with political the people running her campaign. All right, phone number. I'm taking calls on the other side. I should have given it out. 888-201-2244. Open up the phone lines right now. I demand the crew. Open up the phone lines. Flood the phone lines in the final 2 segments. 888-201-2244. 888-201-2244. We're going to flood the phones in the final 2 segments. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're going to take your calls here. But I'm gonna read you the devastating breaking New York Times story that nobody else is covering in the next segment, and then I just got shown a video during the break that honestly has me just stunned, and it's so stunning. I'm debating even not showing it just because it's so depressing that this is what we've come to. But I think I'm going to have to air it in the next segment. But we do have the phone lines open and callers ready to go. So let's start with Colin from Arizona today. Go ahead, Colin. You're on the air.
Hey, Owen, I just wanted to call and thank you for plugging Bodies as much as you did back when it came out, and I've been taking it since. I'm a carpenter. I work every day, and I wouldn't be the same without it. I've tried to stop taking it, and I just can't.
Man, I'm telling you, because I like to plug the products that I use, so I'm not going to come on here and plug products that I don't use. We have all these products at InfoWarsStore.com I don't mention, because I don't use them, but I use the Bodies every day. I notice the difference. It really does help me with soreness. Like I played basketball for like 3 hours last night, and normally I'd be walking with my legs wet noodles today. I took the turmeric. My legs are barely sore today at all. Bodies at InfoWarsStore.com. Colin the Carpenter says it works for him. So thanks for supporting us, Colin. I'm glad that the Bodies works for you. Anything else today, Colin?
Yeah, I just want to know if you ever hear anything from Roger Stone. I've been wondering about him a lot, and I hope people are praying for him because he's a big victim of this Nazi censorship, and I really do think about him.
Yeah, and he's not only a victim of the censorship, he's a victim of the deep state, too. They've totally destroyed his life. He's in good spirits. He's a fighter. He's glad that he's proudly taken the stand for America. And that's the decision he made. He knew it would probably come to this. But, yeah, I mean, they've pretty much destroyed his life with all the fake investigations, the raids, the lies, the censorship. And he's not going to give in. He's not going to sell Trump under the bus. He's not going to sell America under the bus. He's not going to give in to these damn deep state Democrat scumbags. So they've destroyed his life, but he still remains in good spirits.
Well, that's good. That's good. Thank you, Owen.
All right, Colin, thank you so much. Let's go to Max in Sheboygan. Go ahead, Max.
Hi, Owen. Have you ever used a vape before? I wanted to talk about vape illnesses. Are you familiar with the vapes, vaporizer pens?
Yeah, I don't use vapes, but I know about them. I mean, I've tried a vape before, but yeah.
Do you know how inside there's that metal coil and the piece of cotton that they soak with the fluid?
Okay.
The vape juice. I have a feeling that the metal coil, which is made out of Kanthal with a K, Kanthal, it's part iron, chromium, and aluminum. When that gets red hot, it sheds small amounts of that metal, and people are getting heavy metal poisoning, not only via the lungs, but also straight down the olfactory nerve into the brain. Furthermore, the cotton has more glyphosate and has been genetically modified more than corn or soy. That includes the cotton on bandages and sanitary female products. So I think that has a lot to do with the vape illnesses, and people haven't discussed it.
Yeah, I wonder about the whole coil thing, because if you do heat it to a certain degrees, that could explain, a certain thing where it's like, hey, don't puff on this 20 straight times. You're going to heat it too much and suck in these bad vapors. I don't know. I will tell you this. There's a lot of people that are in the vape industry, own vape shops, vapors themselves, that listen every day. So they'll probably hear your call and shoot you a message about what you're saying. Anything else, Max?
Yeah, and it kind of relates, since we just had the anniversary, sadly, of 9/11. It kind of relates to that. I think the dustification we saw in the video footage and pictures of the steel beams, which are made out of A36 structural steel, which majority of the times is also about 90-odd% iron. I think that was vaporized, and a lot of the people inhaled that, and you can get what's pretty much Mad Hatter syndrome and all the illnesses that Mike Adams has talked about.
Right, and that's not even a secret. I mean, they've had, I forget what it is, 20,000 die after 9/11 from breathing in the stuff. They said it was safe to breathe. They gave the firemen, low-level paper air filters from Walmart. Didn't get the job done. Police are dying. Firemen are dying. And then they said, oh, nothing to see here with all the nitrates they found at the scene that they won't even tell you about. Good points, Max. Thanks for the call. Let's go to Jason in New Mexico, who I think may have been at the rally last night. Go ahead, Jason.
Thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I work for a Christian television station, so I was able to get a press pass. And one thing that I want to share with not just our audience, our InfoWars audience, our war room, because we well know this, but the Dems are going to be in trouble because I don't believe that they're winning the identity politics like they think. I've seen transgender people. I've seen a bunch of Hispanics, Latinos for Trump. But I think that ultimately, what do you think the Dems are going to do? Because if you have 20 candidates and you can't get 100 people to show up, but Trump he's touching all spectrums of individuals, what do you think the next move of the Democrats are going to be? Because in my view, the Democrat Party is dead and they're not winning the identity politics.
Yeah, great observation and point, Jason. You're spot on. The Democrats, with their whole identity politics, thinking they own black people's votes, they own brown people's votes, everything in between, whatever, that's dead. That's not happening. I wouldn't know. I don't know if it's 50-50 at this point, but people who are informed at all that do any research are not Democrats anymore. So the split there is tough to measure. But here's the Democrat strategy. They already know that. They still try to pander to that, cater to that, and that's kind of their identity in and of itself. But the real Democrat strategy, there's a reason why you're going to have probably illegal immigrants. You'll probably have a million border crossings this year. That's on record, so that means there's probably a million that aren't on record. There's a reason why that's happening since Trump got elected. Those are Democrat voters. They're trying to get in with the ACLU and the Democrat Party. Beto O'Rourke's campaign admitted to doing it. Presidential candidates like Cory Booker literally went down there, acted like a coyote, brought people illegally over. I mean, shocking stuff. So the whole Democrat path to victory is turn Texas blue and have enough of the inner city vote / illegal vote to win enough states with Texas to take back the Electoral College. That's their strategy. That's why Texas is so important. If they turn Texas blue, they really think that they can survive as a party. If they don't win Texas, they might be in big trouble. But it's all about voting blocks in inner cities that dominate the state vote with the Electoral College by bringing in a bunch of illegal voters. And they do the same thing in Texas. So that's their strategy to win. Will it work? I guess we can only find out. Thanks for the call, Jason. Let's get one more before break. Chris in the state of Washington. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Owen.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good.
I just wanted to fill in about something about epilepsy and vaping. That is 100% true. I started vaping in November. I am epileptic, and it turned my seizures 100% worse. I stopped vaping about a month and a half ago. I've only had one seizure since.
All right, so are you talking about, because vaping could mean a bunch of different things. Are you saying you're vaping, and honestly, I'm not even the expert. You're vaping, flavored nicotine tobacco deals? You're vaping marijuana? What are you vaping?
Nicotine.
Okay, so the flavored stuff they're trying to ban?
Yes, sir.
And is that something that is known? Are you a unique case or what?
They try to say it's known. I didn't believe it. And then I started doing my homework. And then my friend's wife, she's epileptic. She started vaping. And the same thing that happened to me happened to her.
You know, that's interesting considering the other caller on vaping talking about the chemical in that coil that can get into your brain, I guess, when you breathe it in, aluminum, I believe. It's interesting stuff. I'm not the expert, but when I see this attack on the vape industry, meanwhile, it's like cigarettes are still rampant, but, you know, take the vape industry down. It's just odd. I got a couple more calls I'm going to take, and I've got a bombshell New York Times story that no one else has covered. And I mean bombshell, folks. This is going to blow your mind when I cover this in a minute. But first, I want to air the video that it was so horrid to me. I debated even giving it any airtime here, but I decided to just do this so you can see what they're doing to the children now. Look, school shootings are very tragic things. Nobody wants to make light of it. Nobody doesn't feel bad for the victims or the people involved. Everybody wants this to stop. Sadly, if you are in a situation where that seems to be an inevitability, which it's not, but that's what they're making it out to be, It would be having armed security to stop it. It would be arming yourself to stop that. That's the obvious, common sense, logical thing. Duh. You don't disarm yourself to stop a mass shooting. That's how you invite a mass shooting. But now a PSA has just come out, and it's a back-to-school special that they're showing to kids. So now they're telling kids the planet's going to end in 10 years because of climate change, and if you go to school, you're going to get shot to death. This is unbelievable. This is a real PSA they just made for back-to-school. Watch this and try not to vomit.
This year, my mom got me the perfect bag for back to school.
These colorful binders help me stay organized.
These headphones are just what I need for studying.
These new sneakers are just what I need for the new year.
This jacket is a real must-have.
My parents got me the skateboard I wanted. It's pretty cool.
Now it's everyone responding to a mass shooting.
These scissors really come in handy in art class. These colored pencils, too.
These new socks?
Now it's a girl bleeding out, and a girl has to tie her a sock off to stop the bleeding. Girl in the bathroom texting her mother crying.
I finally got my own phone to stay in touch with my mom.
These people are sick, man. I'm so disgusted at what they do to children. Man. You know, the Democrats ran ads like 10 years ago where they literally had a grandma going over a cliff in a wheelchair, and they said, this is what Republicans want to do. These are sick people. Sick! So, I just, literally, now the average liberal progressive Democrats kid thinks the world's going to end in 10 years and they're going to get murdered and shot at school. Man, what a sad reality these people put on their children. It's heartbreaking, really. It's like psychological torture, what they're doing to these kids, man. Unbelievable. All right. I need Savannah Hernandez, please, to step up to the microphone immediately, because this is a huge story from the New York Times today that I need confirmation on. So, Savannah, if you would please just hear me for a second, and then I need to get your response on this. This is it, though, folks. The New York Times has done it. Go ahead and shut everything else down. Headline: Women poop, sometimes at work, get over it. There once was a woman who walked regularly from her office in Midtown Manhattan to a hotel across the street in order to use the restroom, and that woman may have been one of us. That woman had a friend at another office job who carried a book of matches and a can of air freshener in her purse, more willing to set off the office fire alarm than leave behind any hint of an odor in a public lavatory. That friend and another friend who repeatedly forced her body to the deed so quickly, racing from cubicle to bathroom and back in an effort to deflect attention from what she might be doing in there, that it led to a semi-serious hemorrhoid problem. As her former colleague put it, she was pooping at the speed of pee. Now that's just about 10% of the genius from this story from the New York Times. Headline: Women poop, sometimes at work, get over it. Savannah Hernandez, can you confirm? I guess she's pooping. So I guess that's a confirmation then. Total confirmation, folks. The New York Times was right. For the first time ever. For the first time ever, the New York Times was right. Amazing. We go to our own female colleague, Savannah, and she was in the lavatory. Hopefully without matches. Hopefully without air freshener, because according to the New York Times, that could literally blow up. Wow. The New York Times has done it again. Pooping at the speed of pee. That's right out of South Park. The poop that took a pee. These people are literally creating South Park, except they're serious about it. Wow. So there you go, folks. The New York Times has done it. Shut everything else down. It's over. In fact, I don't even know how I can go on. Women poop at work. Get over it. I'm devastated. I don't know what to do. I had no idea. Wow. All right, final headlines, and I'm taking your calls. Make it quick. We have a couple calls to get to. Scientific breakthrough may eventually allow many blind people to see. That's really great. That's really cool. I think anybody would support that. But the question is, where does it end? Where does it begin? Health fears prompt Swiss 5G revolt. Yeah, the 5G is going to fry your brain. But roll it out anyway. You can watch your Netflix video faster. Artificial intelligence can gauge your risk of cardiovascular health. What else can AI gauge? Because it's to the point now where it's like I send a message, I say something, and literally I get ads popping up the next day with what I'm talking about. It's insane. Chinese firms are driving the rise of AI surveillance across Africa. You know, I kept seeing these stories about the Chinese presence in Africa, and it's like more and more happening. Maybe China is really trying to roll this stuff out in Africa and get some of those resources. All right. Callers, you get 60 seconds. That's all I have time for. Please make it quick. Let's start with Wade in Alberta. Go ahead, Wade.
Hey, Owen, right on. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Greta, the young lady from Sweden or Norway or somewhere over there in Europe, she's actually been on CBC up here in Canada for about 3 weeks. She sailed over here on a sailboat.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, are you being serious?
Yeah, she was on a sailboat coming over here. I think she's going to be on a plane, probably going to New Zealand to preach a little bit or somewhere else on a plane now, but she sailed over here. CBC was on, for the last 3 weeks, just showing us every detail of her trip over here because of the climate and how terrible it is.
Now, do you think I'm crazy for doubting that? I mean, they could have put her on a sailboat and set the whole thing up.
She's a young girl, Owen. Come on now.
I'm sorry, that's a pretty rough ride across the Atlantic Ocean there.
Oh boy, we've seen it every night. It was on CBC, man.
Oh, Wade, this is glorious. Listen to this. So Greta did indeed sail, but they had to fly the people to man the sailboat to get him in. So they literally flew people in to man the sailboat. Oh, I probably can't say that. That's sexist. These people are a joke, man. I just can't believe I'm dealing with these people. It's like I'm on the varsity football team and I've got a guy that can't catch playing wide receiver. Good night. All right. Peter calling in from the Midwest. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm calling again. I talked to you earlier. I was the SDF guy on Veterans Day. Look, man, the algorithmic entities, they're real. I lived in China, operated in China for 3 years.
I'm sorry. Hey, hold on, Peter. I'm having bad audio. It's like you're eating the phone or something. Can you maybe?
Better part.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yep. Operated in China for 3 years. It's the guy that spoke to you that was the SDF guy that was saying he wanted to go to Hong Kong, broke the story about all the triads doing dope deals with the Chinese government to wash money with Bitcoin. Look. Yeah. Algorithmic entities have been collecting a lot of information, a lot of stuff regarding this. They are real. They actually do psychometric data processing. They know behavioral logistics. They know behavioral quantification. They collect and collate all the data. China has all the ability to process enough processing power to compute all this. These algorithmic entities, I think they might have started out as some sort of experimentation with cracking software and some sort of collation data. The thing is, these things are smart. And yes, when Paul Joseph Watson wrote that article, I wanted that to come up first before I broke this. These things live in the background. They're stealth. They can get in anywhere. They take computing power.
All right. I got to take another call, Peter. I know we should probably spend more time on this. It's a huge issue. But seriously, like the AI, I think it has more capabilities than any of us even realize at this point. It's out of control. All right, Reed, final caller. I'm sorry, I got 30 seconds for you. Go ahead.
Hey, Owen, just wanted to bring up, you said the aluminum in the coils and vape pens. Didn't they have a study where they had it linked to also Alzheimer's?
Aluminum to Alzheimer's?
People like eating stuff out of cans and stuff.
It sounds familiar. I don't know it off the top of my head, but this is something that just came up today, and I've already got some of my friends in the vape industry messaging me on this. So I'm not sure I'll have an answer, but it's a topic for discussion. All right, that does it for the War Room today. I'll be on Firepower with Will Johnson. You stay classy, Info Warriors.